All right. Dealing with some technical difficulties before, but that is maybe going to get resolved. We were trying to use the Hudat confessional YouTube that we've been using for the first 2 days of the 2022 NFL draft, but that ain't happening right now. So we're trying to get that set up, but for now we're going to be going here at the Whole Nine Sports YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Facebook, everything there as we get ready for day 3 of the 2022 NFL draft. We've been here for every pick before then, and we will continue to be here even after the draft. We might be able to break some news about where some undrafted free agents are signing. So that's really cool. But we're going to get into it soon. Talking about yesterday's draft, I think you have to look at the Baltimore Ravens and say that they were pretty easily the most consistently successful team there. They're the Baltimore Ravens. They always do that where they just keep adding picks and adding players and adding talent when everybody else is like, hey, they shouldn't be here. And the Jets and the Ravens just keep doing it. The Jets did have a strong a strong first couple days. Baltimore Ravens added starting safety in Kyle Hamilton, a starting center in Tyler Linderbaum, a future starting edge in David Ojabo, and an immediate starting defensive tackle in Travis Jones. And I'm the kind of person where I go, Travis Jones probably should have been a first round pick. I think he's a phenomenal talent, and I'm so confused as to why he wasn't a first round pick, but C'est la vie here. That's what we're doing here. I don't know if that was properly used, but it's what I said. So we've got that with the Baltimore Ravens, just a phenomenal draft. Looking at the New York Jets, they've also had a phenomenal draft so far. They started off day one strong with 3 first-round picks that I think you can't really overlook how important that is for a team that has as many needs as the New York Jets have. But they added Sauce Gardner in their corner one. They added Garrett Wilson as their new wide receiver one. They added Jermaine Johnson as their best edge rusher in the class, or their best edge rusher, and maybe their best pass rusher in general. Brees Hall's immediately the best running back on the roster, and Jeremy Ruckert late in round 3 is someone that I thought would go in the second round. He's an incredibly talented tight end that's going to kind of move around a little bit. He's going to be a very big part of that offense. And I think that's a great offense for him to be in because they're not really going to ask a ton from their tight ends, but they're going to say, hey, can you make these blocks and can you just be a reliable pass catcher? And that's that's exactly what you're looking at when you get Jeremy Ruckert. So I think when you see just that unfolding with the Jets, it looks like they're getting a strong foundation in, but the Jets have had strong drafts before and then just bombed it immediately after that. New Orleans Saints have had a questionable draft, if you ask me. Chris Olave was a fantastic pick. Trevor Penning was not, and Alante Taylor was an even worse one at that. But the bigger point is that they traded away a third-round pick. They traded away a fourth-round pick, and then come day 2, they're over there going, there's all these talented players falling that we know the Saints were interested in, like Jaquan Brisker, like Travis Jones. These players that the Saints were clearly interested in, but could not get their hands on because they didn't have a third and they didn't have a fourth, so they couldn't move up easily. I don't know why they wouldn't just trade up in the second round when they saw Jaquan Brisker falling the way that he was. I think that was a very easy decision that they should have made to just go, hey, we have a great football player falling into our laps pretty much, so we're going to go grab him. But that's not what happened. Unfortunately, yeah, that's not what happened. That's not how it went, but we'll see if they really get to kind of bounce back on day 3. They're generally a team that drafts well on day 3, but we'll see what happens with that one. And looking even in division, there were 2 rookie quarterbacks got drafted in the New Orleans Saints division. First up was the Atlanta Falcons taking Desmond Ridder, who they took Drake London in the first round, Arnold Ebiketie in the second round, Troy Anderson in the third round, or in the late second round, sorry. Desmond Ridder in the third round, and then D'Angelo Malone in the third round. So it's weird because the Drake London pick is someone where you go, he could play right now, and he's going to play right now. Arnold Ebiketie and D'Angelo Malone are both pass rushers where we go, he can't play right now. He's probably not going to play right now. Troy Anderson could play right now, and Desmond Ritter probably can't play right now. Or I don't know why I said probably. He can't play right now. That's just what it is with Desmond Ritter. So that was a little bit of an interesting draft for the Falcons. They're kind of going future. They're kind of going now. And then looking at the Carolina Panthers, the other team that drafted a quarterback yesterday, that was their second pick. They've had Ike Ekwonu, the offensive tackle out of NC State, and then they added Matt Corral, the quarterback out of Mississippi. And look, I like Matt Corral. He's one of my top quarterbacks. I think I had him as QB3, QB2. So I had him at QB2. So I like it. I'm a fan of his. I wasn't a fan of Kenny Pickett, who got drafted in the first round by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So there's that, and that's not wonderful. But just watching and saying, hey, let's see what happens. Like, you've got Sam Darnold for this year, and he's terrible. So maybe you can figure something out with him and just go, oh, we've got Sam for his last year. Ain't working out. Matt Corral was probably going to have to sit for a year anyway. So let's just do this with it. And then the Buffalo Bills also having a strong draft, taking Kyrie Elam, James Cook, and Terrell Bernard, the linebacker out of Baylor. Big fan of the Kyrie Elam pick. Obviously, Florida Gator fan. I cover the Florida Gators, so big fan of that one. Not a massive fan of James Cook, but I do like the fit between him and the Bills. So I'm totally cool with it, where it's like, hey, is he a great player? I don't think so. I think he's got his skill set that fits him, and that the Bills can maximize that. So I'm fine with that. I think the Bills will maximize that. But that Terrell Bernard pick was fantastic. Like, Terrell Bernard is someone that could have gone at the tail end of the first round, and I would have been like, yeah, I get it. He's just an insane IQ player. He's a great cover linebacker. And he's the type where we knew he was going to fall because NFL teams are just not going to love his size. And by not going to love his size, I mean they're going to hate how short he is and how short his arms are. But I mean, he's a green dot player, like I was saying yesterday. Insane IQ, the leader of Baylor's defense. His IQ and his eyes are phenomenal. Size is an issue. He's going to struggle to get off blocks to the next level, but let him work in space because his coverage ability is there in both man and zone. But also, injuries have been an issue with Terrell Bernard throughout his career in Baylor, so we'll see if he can stay healthy with the Buffalo Bills. Not sure if he will, but we're going to figure it out and see if he does. Another team that's just like a ton of AFC East talent. Let's look at the Miami Dolphins, who I believe only made one pick yesterday. Yeah, but it was Channing Tindall, the linebacker from Georgia. I think he's a solid two-down linebacker. I don't like him in coverage, but the Dolphins, we'll see what they're going to do defensively as well, because it's a whole new scheme there, a whole new system. So going to be interesting to see how they handle the draft. And then the New England Patriots, Cole Strange in the first round, Tyquan Thornton in the second round, Marcus Jones in the third round. All three picks were picks that I was thinking this is early for him. Cole Strange, is a very, very light center. He's a very light interior offensive lineman. Big, powerful rushers are going to give him issues. That's just a fact. That is what it is at this point. And then you got Tyquan Thornton, who is nothing more than pretty much a straight line runner that you just took in the second round. And he's very good at being a straight line runner, but that's all he's going to be for a second round pick. And then they took Marcus Jones, who's a small corner who I don't think is going to play on the outside. I wouldn't say he can't, but I don't think he's going to play on the outside at the next level. And so I think that's I think that's a bit of an concern, maybe, to have him there. But I mean, the Patriots have shown they don't really care about having small corners. It's not really an issue for them. And Marcus Jones is also a fantastic return man. We'll be right back in 1 minute, where we'll keep talking about the NFL draft. And now we're back. There we go. Sorry, just had to get situated here after the Patriots pick. Again, they were just talking weird picks. I feel like every one of them was a reach. The Philadelphia Eagles have had a very, very strong draft so far, and that upsets me mightily. They got Jordan Davis, the interior defensive lineman out of Georgia. He's just, I don't even want to call him an interior defensive lineman. He's just a defensive line, period. He's just, yeah, he's going to be a defensive line. He's someone where you have to commit multiple offensive linemen to. Just with his insane size and his strength, you just have to go, well, we're going to hope for the best here.
Hello.
Hi, Dylan.
Howdy. What is going on?
I was just talking about the Eagles draft class with Jordan Davis, Cam Jurgens, and Nakobe Dean because Justin texted me this morning, and I guess he was watching the stream from yesterday, and he goes, "Your reaction to Nakobe Dean was fucking hilarious. Looked like
what happened?"
Because I was very upset that the Eagles got a player like Nakobe Dean in the late third round.
You know who the biggest proponent of Cam Jurgens was in the Eagles building? Jason Kelsey. He said the Eagles have had him scouting centers.
Kelsey was really just like, I ain't gonna be here for next year.
I ain't gonna be here. The dude's probably gonna be a coach at some point. How do you feel about the Giants draft so far?
I like it, but I'm also confused because like just obviously day one fucking killed it. Kayvon.
Day two.
Devin Neal was, Devin Neal. Day two was a little more, I don't want to say I hate it. I'm just confused because like it seems like adding Wan'Dale Robinson and adding Cordell Flott are people that you already basically have on roster.
They just let Dave Gettleman back in the building for day two, and it's the kind of what I've been saying for like Saints fans is like, you finally got the day one you've been asking for years. Day two can be day two,
I guess, but like my team sucks day two always, and day three, and usually day one. So they just got the day one right, and hopefully they'll get day three right. I mean, I like how many fucking picks they have now, the Giants, because they have 7th and 4th in the 4th round. I mean, 7th and 9th in the 4th round. They've got 3, 4, 30 in the 5th, and then 3 in the 6th. So I like having as many picks as you do when you're what's the word? Yeah, I was gonna say as shitty as they are.
Well, you can keep drafting players that you already have, and not expanding anyone's roles.
Yeah, like we could draft Sam Howell, and it's basically shitty ass Daniel Jones.
Wan'Dale Robinson's gonna line up at running back a lot, I think.
My concern with that is just like he's so tiny. Like I feel like he's gonna get hurt. Yeah. I feel like both Wan'Dale and Kadarius, like I would love seeing some college schoolyard bullshit of just like putting Wan'Dale and Kadarius on the field at the same time, and just like one play, one of them's in the backfield, the next play, a different one's in the backfield, and just like the other one's at slot or something, and just going, hey, who the fuck's gonna be where? You don't know. I mean,
at some point in Arizona this year, Kyler Murray, Hollywood Brown, and Rondell Moore are all going to be sharing a field, and that's going to be hilarious.
That is going to be so little. They're so small. They are so small.
They've been watching the NBA playoffs a lot, and they're like, "Oh, they're going small. we can go small."
It's wild that Kyler Murray is like he's small for football and basketball. Like he's just tiny for both sports, and he'd be short for baseball too. Like he's just short with every single sport that people want to put him in.
He's just short.
He's a great athlete, but
you can be short in baseball a lot easier than you can be short in football.
Think you'd play shortstop?
I mean, Jose Altuve has been one of the best players for the past 10 years. And
that cheater.
Yeah. My favorite part of this whole thing is that for the past 2 years, the most annoying fans about the cheating have been the Dodgers, Red Sox, and Yankees. And all three of those teams were also cheating.
Andy Isabella and N'Keal Harry are both available for trade.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah.
Duh. I forgot. They really should throw out Rondell Moore, Hollywood Brown, and Andy Isabella
Just
all
put
at
a
the same time.
whole bunch of tiny, fast people, and then DeAndre Hopkins just lumbering along, just lumbering
DeAndre
along
Hopkins doesn't fit
like
in
a
with their
curl.
small. DeAndre Hopkins doesn't fit in with their small lineup.
He's not on the court. He's not their Draymond.
He's not on the court.
He's not playing center for them. I'm excited for day 3. I am hopping out in 20 minutes for a few minutes to do that
That's fine.
locked on thing, which is fine. We'll just have you
I can
roll.
hold it. I can
It'll
hold
be
it
the start
down.
of the draft, yeah. So it'll be our start of the day. I'm excited.
There's
We've got a few undrafted names that we could break.
good
A few undrafted names.
if they go undrafted.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. We could have a few undrafted names. Like I know that if they go undrafted, I will have their names, but
Are the
just me.
Giants going to draft Tyson Anderson today?
I'd shit myself.
I know you'd be so happy.
I'd eat
I
the
think
shit
he's gonna.
out of happiness.
I think he's gonna go in the 4th. I really do. I have a feeling
He should. I think he should. I honestly like. I wouldn't have been shocked if he went in the 3rd. Are
you in
you
the
cool
3rd.
if I go in? Are you cool if I go in 5 minutes? Because
Yeah,
they just said scratch that. We'll come to you sooner if that's okay. In 5 minutes.
I'm good with that. What are you going to talk about?
They want me to go on to talk about Kyrie Elam, Damian Pierce, and running
I like
backs
Damian.
falling.
I like Damian Pierce.
I mean, I do too. It's just like he's one of those players where you watch him and you go, he's a good football player, but he's not going to go high.
Mm-hmm.
He's just not. Running backs, if you're fast, you're going to go high. Like if you're faster but bad, you're going to go higher. And if you're good but slow, you're gonna fall a bit. And I think that's just kind of how it goes with it. Like, which is fair because obviously you're drafting for ceiling most of the time. You're not going, well, we know he's going to be this good. We don't know if he's ever going to be better than that. So I get it, but it still irks me that someone like Damien is not around.
We still need to get Deuce to go live from the YouTube channel.
Yep, we are live on the Whole 9 YouTube channel right now because Deuce is not available. And by not available, I mean he just has not responded yet. So when he goes live from the YouTube channel, we'll be set. But until then, hold on. We might have Lucas joining later again from yesterday. He fucking killed it. We have Zach Cohen from the Draft Network is supposed to be joining. I believe he's going to be here for the 5th and 6th rounds. And like I'm gonna like having him on because he's a big like fantasy and dynasty guy, so we could talk about the draft that's happened. Who else? Do we have anybody else set up? Maybe Nick Faribault.
Shout out last year.
Yeah, maybe Nick. He was here last year, but he might do it again. Ross just DM'd me and said Saints allowed the 2nd most punt returns and led the league with 391 punt return yards allowed last year. This is definitely a multi-year situation to monitor, but I'd feel a lot better if Alante Taylor can help them just be league average there. Oh, and then he said nope, and then he sent me the Zoom link that he was supposed to send me. So I guess he just accidentally sent me the John Sigler tweet. Okay. I am hopping out and I'm leaving you with this. I'm gonna hope this does not just like end this stream right now. Once I leave,
It might. It really might.
I'm gonna see what happens if I can I
just turn yourself off. Okay, we're still live. What's going on, folks? Please, Steelers take Woolen. I like Tariq Woolen. I'm surprised he's one of the people I'm surprised is still around. I was just gonna say that I don't think that there's anyone that's like still around that's like crazy that they haven't been taken yet. But Tariq Woolen is someone I thought that the NFL would like enough, at least traits wise, to take him pretty early. Because what was Tariq Woolen's RAS? Because I know it had to be crazy. Tariq Woolen Yeah, he had like a 10. It's a 971 for Tariq Woolen RAS, which is crazy. Because yeah, he's 6'4", 205 and ran a 4.26. You gotta think you you gotta think that yeah, and I get that, but you gotta think that someone's gonna take that athletic it's just the NFL seems to not be making a lot of the same mistakes that they normally make, reaching for all the quarterbacks, drafting all of these players like Zach Tom, um, Tariq Woolen, super, super high. Maybe they're learning from their mistakes. Or maybe they're still bad because I mean, I feel like he's worth a third round pick. I thought someone was going to take him in the second. I thought he could go. I thought he could go in the first. I'm not saying he should have. I thought he could have. Uh, I definitely thought he might have gone in the second. I personally would have been perfectly fine taking him in the third, just because of what if he does work out? He's going to be insane. Um, and I'm honestly surprised the Saints went defensive back and it wasn't Tariq Woolen. But at this point, yeah, Tariq Woolen could be the first pick today, and it would be a great pick. I mean, I don't even know. It doesn't have to be like a need pick. I think he's just gonna be good. Let's see what else is going on. Who are the best players available? I mean, I have an article about it. Let's see. I thought the Saints might have taken Tariq. I really did, but they like Delonte Taylor. Best players still available: Isaiah Spiller, running back, Texas A&M. Perrion Winfrey is a name that I really thought was going to be gone by now. Defensive lineman, Oklahoma. I thought he had a good one. Darian Kennard, I do like him. Mauling, run blocking guard. Those usually go around third or fourth. I mean, he'll probably start, depending on where he goes. He'll probably start immediately. Calvin Austin, small but fast. If Tutu Atwell can go as early as he did, Calvin Austin could have gone early. Chigo, yes, he's another athletic freak. He is a little small for the position, but someone can use him correctly. If someone can use him correctly, I think he'll be really good. Again, athletic freak for a tight end. There's so many athletic freaks in this class. Khalil Shakir is a perfect 4th or 5th round receiver that is gonna do really, really well. Really, really well in the NFL, I think. He's just a solid NFL starter. Baseline, he's gonna be good. Kyle Phillips, that next small white guy receiver out of UCLA. The Patriots are probably going to take him. The Jets, maybe. Although they already have Braxton Berrios, it'd be a little bit cheating. Maybe the best athlete in this class, if that's the theme we're going with, is Brandon Smith out of Penn State. Just pound for pound, going to be one of the best. What was it? Brandon Smith had to have had a 10 RAS or 999. Yeah. Yeah. He had a 999, at least from what I can see. 997 final score. He had just an okay bench. Yeah, 6'3", 250, 4'5", 240. A 10.8 broad jump is crazy. 408 shuttle, yeah. Insane. Let's see. What's going on here? Kobe Bryant, the nickel corner out of Cincinnati. I say nickel corner. He could play on the outside, but I think he projects more as a nickel corner in the NFL. Darian Beavers is a big linebacker that I liked. Big and athletic. Not like an athletic freak or anything, but still a player I like. So yeah, there are a lot of players still around that should have early contributions. I mean, 9.6 RAS for Darren Beaver is not bad at all. He looks like it. He looks like he plays a lot faster than he should for someone his size. Let me get the draft up, just so I know who's on the clock, because at this point it could be anybody. And my favorite part about day 3 is how fast it goes. Pierre Strong, another name, running back out of that school that I'm blanking on, South Dakota State. Let's see, NFL draft day 3, starting at 11 a.m. Central Time. Jesse Luketa, edge rusher, out of Penn State. Bo Melton, another one of those gadget guys, but I do think he's going to go pretty high. I mentioned Zach Tom, offensive lineman out of Wake Forest. He could play any 5 positions, any of the 5 positions on the offensive line, which is crazy. That positional versatility, I thought a team was going to reach on him just because of that. But I think this is a good point. Yeah, Daniel Falele is just massive. Yeah, just absurdly massive. Yeah, it's 6'8", 384. You gotta hope that it works out for him. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Jamari Salyer from Georgia. We've seen all these Georgia players go. Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston is a name, another cornerback that I think is pretty good for, especially for an FCS prospect. Let's see. Nope, that's wrong. Need to drop 20 inward. Yeah, well, I feel like it'll be hard to get him to drop 20 because, I mean, kind of obvious reasons. Let me see. I'm just trying to get the draft up. We're 5 minutes away. 5 minutes out from round 4. Big fan of the Saints draft so far. Chris Olave, Trevor Penning, and Alante Taylor. I've learned a lot more about Alante Taylor in the past day than I expected I would need to, but I'm a big fan. Is Brandon coming back? Back before the start of the round?
Yes, I am.
Hello, hello. How did that go?
It was great. They asked me about running backs, and I kind of really like running backs. So they asked me about Damian Pierce. They asked about Kyrie Elam, and then they were like, "Oh, like why are running backs falling?" And I was like, "There's not a ton of," and I'll say it here. There's not a ton of great athletes in the running back class this year. There's just not. There's good football players, but I feel like there's not a ton of great athletes. And teams, when you're drafting a running back, you're going to draft a guy that's an athlete, but like you're still going to get valuable contributors and people like Zamir White, Treston Ebner, Abram Smith,
How do you,
Keontae Ingram, Tyler Beatty, Tyler Algier, Jerome Ford, Snoop Connor. Like there's so many talented running backs in this draft class.
someone's going to go undrafted, and it's going to be a shame.
Yep. I mean, it would not shock me if that was like Keontae Ingram.
You know who went a lot higher than expected that I knew was going to go a lot higher than expected?
Rashad White.
Tyrion Davis Price and Rashad White, both of them.
Tyrion Davis Price, I liked it.
I like it. I buy it.
I
I
think he's got like not good vision, but I think he's enough of an athlete with insane acceleration where like Shanahan's gonna fucking make him a 600-yard rusher in his
I was
rookie
gonna
year or
I
some
was
shit.
gonna
Like,
say the thing about him is that he's dropped 20 pounds since that Florida game,
yeah, fuck
but still did like 20 reps at the bench.
that Florida game fucking sucked.
I loved it. It just ran inside zone. It wouldn't have worked. They literally wouldn't have worked in Madden because they lock the plays after you run it a certain amount of time.
Yeah, they ran fucking what was it? Counter trap every fucking play.
Yeah.
All right, we are live on the Hudak Confessional channel as well, I believe.
Shout out.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Wish I knew before that we could be on the Whole Nine and Hudat channels the entire time because I would have just done that. But we are where we are, you know.
Could the Saints go howl? Yeah. Yeah, why not? At this point, just draft him. I don't care. It's the same thing I said about the Panthers. I don't like Matt Corral at all. I don't like trading up for Matt Corral, but also it's the third round. Take a flyer. I don't care. It's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. You know, I'm higher on Matt Corral than you are. We just know that. Up and there we go. I have my audio playing from YouTube. Because we are now live on the Hudat Confessional. It's up. I like Matt Corral. You know that our Barley said, "Could Saints go howl?" I don't know if you see
That's
this either, but we have the
yeah,
chat in the right. Yeah,
yeah. I think that's the whole nine chat.
yeah, that is the whole nine chat. I can't get the Hudat chat in our restream, so we can't see everything. But if they go on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter, or the whole nine YouTube channel, like they'll see. Like we'll get their chat and it'll pop up immediately instead of us having to go check for it. But I'm looking forward to it. Last night was a fucking blast. Like I had to do pretty much the second half of the third round alone, but I was having so much fun with the fucking chat. I was loving there was someone in the chat last night that was telling me the Saints should trade for Jaquan Brisker. Not that they should have traded up to get him, but that they should now, currently, go to the Bears and trade for Jaquan Brisker. It's like
I'm about it. No, I like it. I like the idea.
I was like, they just drafted him in the second round, right in front of the Saints. Like if they didn't want him that much, they would have got rid of him. And he was just like, nope, take him, get him. They'll do it. Give up future picks. It's like, you trying to sell the farm for a fucking safety right now?
Whenever you just drafted a defensive back,
Yeah.
like, hey guys, I know you just took Jaquan Brisker instead of Alontae Taylor, but do you want Alontae Taylor?
You want Alontae Taylor in like a fifth next year or something? Like,
Sure.
I will say though, I was talking about this yesterday with the chat where, and I believe it was when Lucas was still here, but Deuce was right when he said like he didn't like the trade up because you guys have been good in the third and fourth rounds and like you give it because it's like we were talking about Travis Jones
Have we been in
early.
the third rounds like historic?
We were talking about Travis Jones well early on yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe late day one. And he was there. He was there for a while. But also at the same time, it's like the Saints clearly weren't as high on him because he was there when they picked in the second round.
I was gonna say if they won him, they would have grabbed him. It does feel weird just to pick a special teamer on day two.
Yep. That's what I was saying yesterday. Like I don't like the idea of going and I told Maddy this, like and I said it on day one. I was like, I don't like the idea of drafting someone and going, I'm gonna change your position. If you're drafting them on days one or in the first or second round.
Well, apparently they're not going to change the position because, according to Dennis Allen, they see him as a cornerback.
That sucks. Then I don't like drafting a player that shouldn't be drafted in the second round. Honestly, Alontae Taylor is one of those guys where it's like, well, I'd rather you change his position because I've seen him play that one and I know he's not very good at it.
I don't know. I like it. I am choosing to just trust the process because the Saints are usually good at drafting day two defensive backs.
Yeah,
They're smarter. They are smarter than I am. That's why they work for the NFL team. So
I had him as my 13th corner. It's not that I hate him, but in the second round is bit
yeah.
yikes. Um, Also, do they draft a running back or try to pick up an undrafted one? Said Brad. I don't know, honestly, at this point. Because I think it's just a matter of if we ever see a run on running backs. Um, like if running backs just aren't getting drafted, then I don't know why the Saints would feel the need to rush for one. Because I feel like there's a lot of talented running backs you can get later. And until they start getting drafted, I think we're just gonna go, hey, we'll see what we can get.
How do you feel about Malik Willis in the third to the Titans?
That's a fucking phenomenal pick. I was comfortable with him going like top 10. I was just like, look, like he shouldn't, but his ceiling's insane. So if he goes early, I get it. And it's and that's the wild thing too, because I was talking about it with Davey last night, and we were saying like it's weird because he's a Lions fan. He's like, I was comfortable with him going second overall. And he's like, if he would have gone second overall, I wouldn't have batted an eye. I would have been like, okay, like he's going to be our QB. But it's like now that he fell to the third round, people are like, way worse than we thought. It's like he's a project player. It's just a matter of can you get the most out of him? And that's what we're seeing this year too. Is like I think there's a lot of players where we go, he's a project, and they're going later. Like teams are not taking riskier picks, I think, this year. Like even Alante Taylor, like you know what he is. He's not a super project. He's not a big project. Like I think he's maybe not relatively capped out, but like he's a great zone player. He's a great special teamer, and he's physical at the line of scrimmage. And I don't know if you're ever going to get anything more from him there, but I think you're comfortable with that. Like I think you're just comfortable going, yep, well, guess what? We're going to ask him to do what he does well, and that's pretty much it. R. Barley said Bo Melton could be a good slot. I like Bo Melton. He's not really a plus athlete by any stretch of the word, but yeah, he's not a plus athlete by any stretch of the word. But I mean, he's still a guy that you can kind of just throw out there and just go, hey, you're a solid route runner. You're going to be an at least okay receiver. Like he could be receiver 4 or 5, and if you get that on day 3, I think you're cool with it.
I hope that the NFL draft is never in Vegas again.
Why?
Because we started off day 2 with Chris Angel, which is absurd.
Chris Angel. Did he like Mind Freak?
Yes. Did you miss that?
I don't have anything. I don't watch anything.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the screen to try to like make sure I have everything in front of me. Like I don't have a
So we started off day 2 with Chris Angel suspended in the air trying to get out of a straitjacket before 1 o'clock, and now we just got a performance from the Blue Man Group.
The Blue Man Group.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got our first pick of the day.
No, wait. I was gonna say already.
I saw a tweet that said it, but it was just like, nope, we're just gonna tweet about him.
Someone's getting married during the draft today.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
This has become a terrible TV show.
The last place that my girlfriend would want to get married is the NFL draft. I think the bottom 2 places are the NFL draft and Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. I think those are the worst 2 options I can give, with like the O'Connell Center being the third one. But yeah, it's yikes.
We were talking earlier. I'm surprised Alante Taylor hasn't gone yet. I mean, not Alante Taylor, Tariq Woolen.
I was gonna say Alante Taylor did go.
Sorry, I've had to talk about him a lot in the past little bit.
You're gonna say sorry. I've had a few drinks.
Tariq Woolen.
Yeah, I'm surprised because I mean, it's weird. Like this year, we're seeing NFL teams are not taking the project. Malik Willis fell. Tariq Woolen falling. Like I can't believe Tariq Woolen didn't get picked on day 2. But we're seeing guys that are typically thought of as like freaks in Madden falling. That's also I'm surprised too that Zion McCollum didn't go.
Still available. Cole Kelly's already in your still available.
Yikes. I'm also curious, like people were talking about Mike Mayock yesterday, and they were saying that like Mike Mayock, like it wasn't Mike Mayock's fault that the Raiders sucked, it was John Gruden's fault because Mike Mayock's draft board was like consistently
Is Mike
solid.
Mayock still in Las Vegas?
No,
I was gonna say.
but they were saying like Mike Mayock's draft board was consistently solid, so it wasn't his fault they sucked. It was John Gruden's fault they sucked, and it's just like pretty sure when he was putting out draft boards, it was just like told to him by NFL teams. Like I'm pretty sure they were just like, hey, like we value this QB, we don't value this QB, and he just like pretty much made it all one big mush. So I don't get the argument of going, well he was good at evaluating before he had to actually draft people.
Mm. I don't know about that one, Chief. Also, shout out to the Patriots draft. Cole Strange and Tyquan Thornton.
I was saying that before you joined. I was looking through draft classes, and I was just like, the Patriots draft is very weird because I feel like all 3 picks were earlier than they should have been. I like Cole Strange. Marcus Jones. We do have the first pick of the draft. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are selecting Cade Otton, tight end, Washington. That's a good pick.
I hate that.
That's a good pick.
I hate that. It's a good pick. He's better than 2021 Gronk.
That is now my highest player available off the board.
My highest player available is Isaiah Spiller.
Mine is now Tariq Woolen. Because I don't know if you were here when I was saying it, but I know I explained it a couple times, but I was like, I changed my grading scale where like if you're a high potential player, then it's like then you get helped more by it. Like because we have so many project players like Tariq Woolen, like Malik Willis, where it's like I felt like I was always so low on those guys where we go, oh, like their ceiling's insane. So I changed it to kind of help project players more. So Tariq Woolen's up there. It's Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, and Isaiah Spiller as my top 3, and then Damian Pierce. But there's a big gap between like Spiller or Spiller's my 43rd player. Damian Pierce is 54th. But
where is Tariq Woolen?
35.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So I have 36th is Isaiah Spiller. 37th actually is Perion Winfrey. And then 43rd is Sam Howell. Tariq Woolen's 53rd.
Sam Howell is very low on mine.
Still from my big board available is Isaiah Spiller, Perion Winfrey, Sam Howell, Tariq Woolen, Calvin Austin, Khalil Shakir, Daniel Falele, Darian Kennard, Tyreek Smith, Isaiah Likely, Kyle Phillips, Brandon Smith, Kobe Bryant, Darian Beavers, and Jesse Luketa.
Jesse Luketa is nice.
Yeah.
I've got in my top, just like I have like my Excel sheet listed like at 35 is the top because it's Tariq Woolen right now. Going down between 35 and 65, I still have Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, Isaiah Spiller, Damian Pierce, Kobe Bryant, and Charlie Kohler.
Mm-hmm.
And then Khalil Shakir is right out of that, and Calvin Austin is right below Khalil Shakir. Damian Pierce.
This is my favorite part about day 4 is the picks just keep on coming.
Yep. That means I'm probably about to have to hop off again real quick for a couple minutes.
That's fine.
They told me, they were like, hey, once Damian Pierce goes, we want you. And I was just like, well, just text Ross and go, well,
there's old Damie Pierce. I like Damian Pierce.
Yeah, I like that he's going to Texans. I think they just want to punch you in the mouth. He's gonna do exactly that. Like,
is he their first offensive player drafted? No, Kenyon Green.
Yeah. They drafted an offensive lineman off rip.
Off rip, they drafted Derek Stingley Jr.
That's true.
I do like Damian Pierce. I do like Damian Pierce. Maybe this is where the running back run starts.
It might be. It might be. But I mean, I especially like it because they suck at running back right now too, right? Like he's going to step in and be their RB1, I think. Who do they even have?
I'm looking at Texans depth chart. Rex Burkhead.
They have Marlon Mack, Rex Burkhead, Dario Gunbowal, and Royce Freeman.
And Darius Anderson.
I was going to say Scotty Phillips and Darius Anderson.
And Jet. They got Jet. I think he could immediately have a role on that team. I don't think he's going to start over Marlon Mack. But I think he'll have a role immediately.
Yeah.
I forget Rex Burkhead's still in the NFL. You
it's
can tell
weird.
me.
Like
You
we
can tell me
forget
he's
he plays.
43.
It's weird that like we're still like, I forget that Rex Burkhead's in the NFL still, and it's like he still plays consistently too. But it's just like you
And
just
plays
completely
well.
forget about him. He's just
And he plays well.
because he looked like he was 37 when he got or when he I don't remember if he got drafted or unsigned, but like he looked like he was 37 when he was a rookie.
He was a 6th round draft pick. In 2013? It was only 2013? I mean, too, I say that. It's 9 years ago.
Jesus.
Oh, my God. I like the Texans draft a lot.
Shit. So do I.
Derek Stingley, Kenyon Green, Damian Pierce, Jalen Petrie, some other pick.
I like what they're doing because like adding like Kenyon Green, adding Damian Pierce, just like you're a bad team and you have a quarterback that's not going to be very creative. So just adding someone and just going, hey man, we're just gonna we're just gonna add talent, and if you don't work out at this point, that's on you. So I kind of like just adding talent wherever you can. I mean, especially I fucking love the Jalen
Oh,
Petrie.
Browns like Perry on Winfrey.
Fuck. They picked Alex Wright yesterday too. Another
Alex Wright.
yeah,
They picked David Bell.
yep, and Marvin Mims.
The Browns draft solid.
Yep, they do. They draft solid and they develop solid.
Mm-hmm.
Just not quarterback.
Just that quarterback.
Which I also hate because like with quarterback, they didn't necessarily miss the pick. Like he got hurt and just never bounced back at all. Like I think Baker was a fine pick when he got drafted, but it's just like he got hurt and just was never the same with that shoulder getting messed up like that.
I really wanted a Damian Pierce in New Orleans.
I was saying yesterday because in the chat towards the end of the draft was like asking me to name like running backs and linebackers, and I was like Damian Pierce in New Orleans would be fucking amazing. Like because he is so charismatic and he is so good with the media. Like he'd be amazing. So New Orleans would fucking love him. That's a good pick, man. That's adding a player because like we're at the point where I feel like there are no bad picks. Like I feel like it's hard to look at a fourth round pick and go, that's a fucking killer.
I mean, to be fair, Giants are the Giants are the only team that had to draft someone I've never heard of to this point.
Yeah, that's what yesterday I forgot where we were, but I was just like, oh, there we go, the first player that got drafted that I didn't evaluate. We made it to the third round, so I'm happy with it. Like I feel like that's so weird where like there's so many. I feel like every year there's someone who goes in like the second round where I'm like, I didn't watch him, but this year it was like we made it to like midway of the
Who
third.
was it?
I don't even remember. Let me look. I'll know. I'm just gonna pull up the draft from yesterday and see what happens with it.
Yeah, it was Joshua Azuudu.
Yeah, that was my Giants. Yeah,
Yeah, the Giants pick. I did not watch him.
I just know he's an athlete that like played tackle and guard in college.
Yeah, I mean, I watched him whenever I watched Sam Howell, obviously, but I wasn't paying
Yeah, no,
attention.
I never evaluated him. I was just like, whatever. But yeah, yesterday when they were asking me about running backs, I was like, yeah, Damian Pierce would be fucking awesome in New Orleans. Linebackers, I was like, look, it's the well is running dry. Kobe Bryant has just gone to the Seattle Seahawks. The Ravens are on the clock with the first of their 6 fourth round picks.
I was gonna say they should trade back.
They should just. I mean, honestly, like we were talking about this in the lockdown group chat. I was like, they have 6 fourth round picks. 5 of them are going to be second round talents, and then the other one's going to be a third round talent. Like
Give
that's
me
it.
one good reason they shouldn't draft Matt Araiza right now.
There isn't one. Imagine having fucking Tucker and Araiza. With Damian Pierce, that was my 54th player off the board, and Kobe Bryant 59th. So they're both gone.
Yep, I'm having my top 100s getting pulled apart.
I feel like mine isn't really yet, but I feel like a lot of the guys I watched are like day 3 players. It's like
Yeah.
I watched. I had 202 people, but I feel like once you get to like the 90s. Oh, I also apparently did not fully update this because these guys are gone. I feel like once you get to like the 90s and hundreds on my board, you're looking at like day 3 players. Like that's just what they are. Zachary Carter went yesterday, so I gotta block that one out.
I'm trying to think of who you didn't watch.
Who I didn't watch?
Yeah, yesterday you said someone went that you didn't.
Yeah, no, it was Ezeudu.
Is it as you do? Yeah.
Yeah, all I know about him is that he's an athletic swing player.
Yep.
Jim Nagy tweeted that he'd be surprised if Damian Pierce was not the Texans starting running back this year, but he's always blowing it out his ass when it's a, when it's a season.
I was gonna say, I mean, I love Jim,
Grain of salt.
love Jim, but I mean, whenever he's talking about a Senior Bowl player,
Yeah.
he's never gonna say anything.
But I also get it because like you have to year round promote your event.
Mhm. I mean, the fact that they had 45 players drafted in the top 100 is crazy.
Yeah, that's literally 45% of the first 100
Yeah,
Senior Bowl players. Like it's wild.
that game ain't going nowhere.
Nope. And I think it was so stupid of the Shrine Game to be like, we're gonna get into a pissing contest.
I
Like,
completely
guess
forgot
what,
that thing even existed.
Yep. It's like, guess what? You fucked yourself over. And everybody else, because like players used to go Shrine Game, and if you succeed there, Senior Bowl, then you can go to the NFL. Now you got to pick and choose, and you don't get the fucking change. So,
And they're all gonna pick the
and you're losing. Yeah, no one's gonna pick you. Ooh, you're in Vegas and on NFL Network. No one gives a shit.
all the people who went to the Shrine Game instead of the Senior Bowl.
Yep.
Not player wise, but like
Yes.
media
Yeah.
wise.
Yeah. Yep.
Poor choices. And I feel like it's not going to be made again next year. I feel like the Shrine Game is not going to be on the same week as the Senior Bowl this
I don't
year.
think so. I think they're going to be like, yep, nope, we fucking lost that one.
Sorry, sorry, Jim. You can have it, Jim. Yeah, you're good.
that Simpsons like gif of the old man walking into the bar, putting the hat down, walking up, and then picking it back up, and he's like, "Well, I'm out." That's gonna be them trying to step on their.
They
toe.
might do it one more year and then realize, man, nobody cares about us.
Yeah.
This is just an advertisement for the Senior Bowl at this point. But I mean, I love the Senior Bowl.
It's
That's
just an
that's
advertisement for the Senior Bowl. We're just sitting there. Jim actually just paid us.
Daniel
Falele.
Falele.
Oh my lord! The Ravens took Daniel Falele.
I have not hated any of the Ravens picks so far.
I hate that they're so fucking good at what they do. That's all I hate. That they're so tremendously consistent.
Bell's best available. Reggie Roberson, he's not even in this class.
That was so. We were talking about that yesterday. I forgot what Maddy was complaining about, but she was complaining about something with ESPN, and I was just like, "Are you complaining about something on ESPN broadcast?" And she was like, "Yeah," and I was just like, "They had Reggie Roberson listed as a fucking player last year, and he's in this year's class." 6'9", 380 pounds is fucking absurd.
I just replied to that tweet and said, "Nice."
Like that is big. Like that is a fucking mountain of a man. 96th overall player on my board.
James Roday had a massive missed opportunity during the draft last night. Did your Dr. Disrespect announced a pick?
Yes, I did.
The draft's crazy, dude.
The draft had fucking. I get he played in the NFL for a short time. A Blue Mountain State's coach, Ed Marinaro,
and he went on for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
FaZe Rugg announced a pick.
Did he? Or did he?
It was FaZe Rugg and Austin Eckler announcing the Chargers pick.
I saw someone say Austin Eckler, but yeah.
You know what's weird? The weirdest choice to me is to announce the Saints drafting Trevor. It was Chris Olave. They had
Tony Gonzalez
and Austin Eckler announced the pick to promote the Chiefs Chargers game. You could have just done that
You could
a
just did it.
couple picks later.
Max Mitchell, Louisiana offensive lineman, is gone. New
I
York
like
Jets.
it.
I fucking like it.
Jets having a great draft.
That's a great pick.
I feel like the Ravens are just draft Twitter guys.
They don't have a scouting department.
They just go off draft Twitter because they always draft Twitter players.
Oh man. they I swear they don't have a scouting department. It's just whoever they're like in their front office, from GM down to like director of player personnel,
Mhm.
just scrolling Twitter. That Twitter community that's like NFL draft Twitter, it's started by the Ravens, and they just go in there and they're like, who's talking? Who's talking? That's all that is. No doubt.
Give me a pick.
Oh man,
I mean, well,
Monday is gonna be so easy.
well, the Rockets literally did that. Their scouting department is full of NBA draft Twitter guys, like legitimately.
I feel like NBA draft Twitter people are like usually spot fucking on too.
Yeah, they drafted a bunch of draft Twitter guys, and they had one of the best drafts.
Yeah, I feel like NBA draft Twitter guys, like everyone I found
They're all
is
freakazoids.
yep.
NBA draft Twitter is the true freakazoid because they're watching these guys from like juniors in high school.
Yep. That's the worst. When
That's
people
the true freakazoid nature.
like I will only watch a player from high school basketball once he puts Florida in his top 5. like once I know that you might come to Florida, I'll watch you. But until then, no shot. Like I'm not gonna sit here and watch a bunch of high school basketball players.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, they posted a picture that has their draft board on it. I mean, you can't read anything.
The Giants selecting Daniel Bellinger.
Okay. Unenthusiastic, but San Diego State tight end. I'm cool with it. I feel like he's kind of stiff as an athlete. Where did I have him? I had him as my 9th tight end. Yeah, he's an inline guy. I'm cool with it. He's
not this year's draft board, is it?
It is. I saw Daniel Falele on it.
Why is Jamar Jefferson on there?
Is he?
Yes.
That looks like
he's like the third from the last.
No, that is Jamar Jefferson. Kylan Hill. This has to be last year then, right? Yeah.
Will Fries.
Maybe they just maybe that's their board from last year, and they just
Chris Wilcox.
Yeah. Okay. So that's last year. They had Daniel Falele on there last year, so maybe it was something weird. But
Brady Breeze.
I saw Falele, and I think the 5th round section he was up there. Trevor about to wake up the O line and D line. He fucking better. Also, why is their draft board from 2021 still up?
Also must be whatever that Stewart.
Jamar Jefferson, like see people.
Whatever that Stewart quarterback is.
Grant Stewart.
Yeah, Grant Stewart is the last player.
Which is great. Oh wait, is this just who got picked?
Oh.
Grant Stewart was Mr. Irrelevant last year. Who is that name? Looks like Falele then. Whatever. I'm not getting into it.
Yeah, this is just who got picked. Why? Why is that there?
Maybe they're looking at it to go like, oh, like they drafted this position last year, they probably won't this year. But I feel like at that point you don't need to draft through fucking 7. I feel like you don't need to put them through round 7. But yeah, no, that's just who got drafted. Because Jamar Jefferson was the Lions pick towards the very end of the draft too. Whatever, Dove. Stick to just spoiling picks, you bitch.
I really want to know what Dove is on.
I have no idea. Commanders have selected safety Percy Butler. I
All
know.
right.
I'm,
ID.
I guess. I fuck with you. I'm cool. Who's on now? When are the Giants on again? Oh, right now. Okay. Giants are on the clock right now. So Daniel Bellinger is one of the picks. So they went tight end there, which again, you know, an inline guy. Where did I have him overall? That's Isaiah Likely. I don't like how far I'm scrolling down to find Daniel Bellinger on my list. 146 on my board. Yeah. I love how fast this fucking draft is going. Like, it's still going to take hours and hours, but they're flying through day 3.
Give me 1 second.
And they are flying through right now. This draft is going to be quicker than usual, but I mean, we still got. We're at pick. What are we at? 114 right now. And we have a total of. Once this wants to load. If it wants to load. Ever. Yeah, we've got 262 picks. Okay, so we're still like 150 picks out. Is what it is. Safety Dane Belton. I've never heard that name before, I think. Off the top of my head, not someone I know, right? Is he actually Iowa? Is he Iowa? Look him up. Yeah, okay. Iowa. I'm cool with it, I guess. Just keep adding players that are going to maybe contribute for you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Whatever. Like I said, it's day 3. I'm not going to be mad about it. Unless it's like a guy that I have an undrafted grade on. But if I don't have a grade on you, I ain't mad at you. Simple as that. Just keep adding talent that you can and hope for the best. Because at this point, you're lucky if these guys play even a couple years. So, I mean, I'm cool with it. Or if they contribute at all. And on the clock, we have the Denver Broncos back-to-back and then the Jets. Justin, who do you want? Or what position do you want? For the Jets, obviously. I mean, they're still quite a good. I mean, if that were the Jets, like I would not think about like I wouldn't pass up like Tariq Woolen. I think Tariq Woolen would be a sick fucking pick for them. Just like, hey, we got sauce. Why not just add a project corner and just hope for the best? Is that anything? No, okay. I said D-line or safety. I mean, if there's talent, there's talent, but let's see. I mean, of the defensive linemen available that I would take here, not many. I think D-line's run kind of dry. Looking at safety, you could take like Tyson Anderson. You could take. Has Ron McKinley gone? I don't think McKinley's gone yet. So you could take Ron McKinley. You could take Smoke Monday, Joey Blunt, Trey Sterling, Greg Eisworth, Colby Harvell-Peel. There's talent. There's talent at safety. There's always going to be talent at safety this year. They're just overlooking them every single time. I'd love it if Tyson came to New York. He'd be one of the first players that we interviewed that is actually coming to a New York team, which would be fun for me at least. How doing? Damari Mathis pit to the Broncos, and they are now on the clock again.
Is that the only pick I've missed?
The Giants selected Dane Belton, safety, Iowa.
Ah,
Yeah, I didn't watch him, so I can't be like, fuck him. Like, I don't know. Like I said, there are people I didn't watch. There's 200 guys I did. There's 262 picks, so there's going to be at least 60 names that I did not watch.
yeah.
And I can guarantee you it's going to be more than that because there are going to be guys that I did watch that go undrafted.
There's
So.
a bunch of guys I did. I didn't watch nearly as many this year. I really only watched guys I thought I've watched. Like I've seen a bunch, but like only guys I watched were like people that I thought would fit with the Saints.
Yeah, I figured that. That's why when I was talking with Maddy yesterday, she was like, I don't know a ton of people. And I was just like, I know. You cover the Saints. Like, you shouldn't know a ton of people. It's not your job.
Yeah.
So Damari Mathis, corner. They took Nick Benito yesterday, which I really liked. Like the Broncos adding Nick Benito was a nice ad. I like that one.
Dave Belton was 2021 first team All Big Ten.
I hated. I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I hated the Greg Dulcich pick.
Yeah, why do you? I like Greg Dulcich.
I think he's a great pass catcher, but I think Russell Wilson.
Oh yeah, because Russell Wilson. Yeah,
Russell Wilson doesn't throw the ball to fucking tight ends. So
yeah,
that's like going, we're going to draft Dameon Pierce, but we're not going to run the ball a single time. It's like, well, you got a good player, but you're not going to fucking use him.
So it's a big day in Baton Rouge. Apparently, it's already getting crazy. We got one of the largest stadium concerts in American history today.
Who? Oh, Garth Brooks, you said?
Garth Brooks, yeah.
I remember you saying it yesterday. You're like, who's all going to the Garth Brooks concert? And I was like, this motherfucker just said Garth Brooks.
Yeah. It's a big deal. Here.
Yeah, Justin might care about that. If you check the Who Dat confessional YouTube chat, Justin might care about Garth Brooks. I know he likes country.
Justin, you like Garth Brooks?
I don't. I was about to throw.
I also don't really care about Garth Brooks, but I want to be there for whenever he sings "Call in Baton Rouge" in Tiger Stadium because it's gonna go crazy. That I think Death Valley is gonna start to levitate.
Justin said they just announced the Giants pick super delayed on TV.
Justin does not care about Garth Brooks.
Yesterday we were like 4 picks ahead of the broadcast, and we're just like, I ended the stream before the show, before like the NFL draft got to even like the third to last pick. I was like, okay, we're done. I love you guys. I've been on stream for 5.5 hours. I haven't eaten. I haven't peed. I haven't left. I was like, I need to go. What pick are we at? Because Zach Cohen said he'll be available around 1-ish. So that should be like right at the end of the round. Broncos pick is in. Who is it? Give me something good.
This is some of the times where it's Damari Mathis.
Yeah, they had back to
back. That was the last pick.
They had back to back. Yeah.
This is some of the times Dove misses. He'll know the next pick before he announces this one.
He did that yesterday. He announced pick 96 before 95, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" I was like,
"What does this dude do? Is he Chris Angel?"
I need to know. He's Chris Angel. Just
also apparently Chris Angel before the draft predicted the top 3 picks in a magic box.
He definitely just had the teams go, "Hey, this is who we're taking. Let us know. I need to look magical, man." He's like, "What the fuck is a football?" I don't know.
Too much Chris Angel in the 2022 NFL draft.
I'm fine with some, but that's too much. Oh, I like that pick.
Ioma Uwazurike.
Yeah, Iowa State. He's
Jets back on the clock.
He's fucking good.
Jets take Tyson Anderson?
That's what we were saying. That's when you were gone. I asked Justin who he'd want. He said linebacker or safety, or he said D line or safety. And then he said Tyson, and then he said I think we go linebacker. But yeah,
which
that's
means
a good fucking pick by the Broncos.
they're drafting Sam Howell.
Like I think on day 3 you can like it's hard to say there's a bad pick, but on day 3 you can still get a good fucking pick, and
We've
that's
gotten a couple of them.
hmm?
We've gotten a couple of them.
Yeah.
Kate Otten, great pick.
Good pick. I like Iyomo Wazarike. I think he's a very fucking talented defensive lineman. I'm pissed about it, honestly.
Max Mitchell's a good pick.
Max Mitchell is a fucking great pick. Like, especially for just like being a scheme fit. That's such a good pick.
Kobe Bryant was a good pick.
Yeah,
bringing back Legion of Boom.
Kobe Bryant, I was going to say, Kobe Bryant's a good pick with a great team that he's going to. Ioma is my 109th player, and he's gone. He's a good player. My 110th player, Tristan Ebner.
Well, we're still only to where that North Carolina guard, Joshua, I had no clue. Never heard his name before.
Where is... You want to guess who my 113th overall player is?
Someone bad.
It's a fullback.
Jeremiah Hall.
No, Jeremiah Hall is my... Is he
Connor
fullback?
Hayward?
Nope. Connor Hayward's 117. Jeremiah Hall's 122. 113 is Xander Horvath. Big tanky boy out of Purdue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else is? I'm trying to like update my board with who's gone, but I keep fucking missing people.
I was looking at the ESPN best available, and I looked at fullback, and they only have 2 names.
They have Jeremiah Hall and Connor Hayward.
Yeah, they don't have.
They have the Senior Bowl guys. Got it. They're just like, yeah, we're taking these 2. I think Gene DeLance is someone that I was talking about when I did the Locked On bit, where I was just like, I was like, he's an offensive tackle out of Florida, and it's like I think he's gonna get drafted today. Like someone told me that he's probably going to get drafted.
Jaron Ely is listed as the 26th best running back available by ESPN.
Yikes! Where do I have him? Okay, he's 20. Michael Clemens, Texas A&M, has gone to the
defensive end edge.
Yep.
It's whatever.
Again, you're just adding talent, man. You're just adding talent.
Abram Smith is their 9th best.
Okay. Abram Smith is my 9th overall running back.
Tyler Algier is their 19th.
He's my 12th running back.
Tristan Ebner's 24th.
He's my 8th.
They don't like you. They don't you and your running backs.
Yeah, no, we never agree with them, and I'm always the wrong one. So,
they Larry Roundtree, Jed Anderson.
Hey, now Larry Roundtree is a fine player. He's getting playing time in the NFL. More than I can say for a lot of people. More than I can say for a lot of money.
Who do you not like at running back? I'm going to take stock in them in my fantasy leagues.
I didn't like Rachaad White, so he went all right. So we're pretty sure that we're solid there. The Vikings have made a trade and are now on the clock.
Oh, trading up for Sam Howell.
They just trade up with the Browns? Because the Jets made their pick.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Browns.
All I know is that Kwesi is on crack.
Yeah, Kwesty's fucking... I want him to trade with the Bears just because I think that'd be the first time ever that a team traded with all 3 division rivals in the same draft.
Yeah, he's on one. I like it. Chaos.
I don't like it just because he's not getting good value. Like he's already losing the trade, but you're losing the trade to a division rival.
No, I think via trade chart he's won all of the trades so far.
That first trade fucking sucked. I mean that old ass trade chart. I don't like. Wow, I'm at the point where now when I go to the top of my screen, every player is gone. I mean, I've been there, but I just haven't been to the top of the screen in a while. Tariq Woolen is still at 35. Um, Picks 118 for 156 and a future fourth rounder. All right, then. QB? QB?
Cool beat.
QB?
I think that would also give them value, give them the win in the trade value chart.
Oh, by a huge margin. Yeah. If you move up for QB and you don't have to give up much, huge margin there. I'm trying to think if I should do this chip thing. Giants don't pick for a bit.
Right now?
Yeah. I'm thinking Giants don't pick for a bit, so by the time that I need to be able to speak, I'd be able to. I think so.
Just doing it in the middle of the. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be
At
around.
a random point.
Just doing it at a random in the middle of the day. I mean, I'm about it.
I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'll do it in like 5 minutes. I have to do it because I was last place in my fantasy league. So now I need to tell the people in my fantasy league that I'm gonna do it so that they can watch me make a fool of myself.
I could have to leave at any point.
Well, that's what I figured. I figured you're gonna be gone at some point.
Yeah.
So I might as well
Let's
just
do it now while I can laugh
like
at
do it
you.
now while I have someone who can speak on the stream while I'm unable to. I'm gonna say 5 minutes.
Oh God.
In 5 minutes, I'm gonna do it.
All right. Well, let me go get ready to leave because while you're still alive, just I'll be ready. I don't have to get ready afterward.
The Vikings have selected a Caleb Evans, cornerback out of Missouri. Okay, I fuck with you. I get it. Yes, Jashawn, we got an issue, you and I, because I feel like you've been way too happy about me doing this chip thing. I don't like that. I'm a little upset about it. I feel like you're targeting me here, so I'm a little upset about that one. But yeah, I'm gonna do it, and I'm estimating 5 minutes that I'll be doing it, just because I need other people to be able to need the fantasy league people to be able to watch it. But yep. So we're gonna do it in a few minutes, and we're gonna suffer. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna suffer, but I just want to get it out the way already. The Ravens are on the clock with their second, fourth round pick. This is gonna fucking suck. All right. So the Ravens are on the clock now after the Jets took Michael Clemens and the Vikings took a Caleb Evans. Which I don't hate that pick at all for a Caleb Evans. Like I'm not super high on him, but he's my 18th corner. He's got size, he's got athleticism. He's played multiple coverages. That's what they do down there. I think he's not good at man coverage, but I mean he's there. But if you're gonna stick him in C2, stick him in cover 3. I think you do it. Big question mark for him is injuries. He's had 3 years with missing time due to injury in 2018, 19, and 21. So he's missed time with injuries quite a bit. So I'd be a little concerned about that one. But for the most part, he's vibing. For the most part, he's been solid. I think that's somewhere we go. Better than not being a player who's going to contribute. So we at least have that. I am so dreading this chip thing. Yeah. All right. Let me get it open at least. I'll have to gonna go get water too when Dylan comes back, just because E is what it is. This is gonna suck. All right, but hey, we're gonna do it. I'm fucking mad about this, but yeah, we're gonna do the chip in a few minutes. Yeah, this is gonna be painful. I think. I'm also not someone who I don't like spicy. So that sucks. Where I'm not a big fan of it. I'm gonna get so high after this. That's all. That's all I know is after the stream. You may not remember if that pain for like 6 months. I won't, Jashawn. I won't remember the pain in 6 months, but I will remember the pain of you wanting, like you, the past 3 days going like, you doing the chip, you doing the chip, you doing the chip. So I will remember the pain that I feel from you being mean. Um, this is gonna suck. My back's cracking and everything. I'm just getting ready to hate the rest of my day. But I figured also like I have to be able to talk later. Who just got drafted? Someone just got drafted. Jalen Armour Davis to the Ravens. I don't like him, but is what it is. Not a big fan of his play. Just like I don't know, just something. I mean, he's still my 15th corner, so it's still a good pick. It's just I'm not a fan of the player. Long corner, got speed, not fluid at all, but he's one of those guys where his IQ is going to make him play better than he really is. But don't expect a ton of interceptions from him because that just ain't what he's going to do. But you know, he's. I think he's one of those low ceiling, high floor players. Don't know how much you care about that because, like, when you say high floor players, you're usually talking about someone who's gonna be just like a depth guy. I feel like most cases. So I think that's what you're getting with Jalen Armour Davis. I'm not a big fan of his, but it is what it is. The Panthers have just traded with Washington for pick 120. So the Panthers on the clock, which is going to be interesting. This was originally the Saints pick, so this is what we're going to see happen with pick 120. You need a shot of tequila. Will wash the heat faster. I ain't opposed. Dylan is back. Okay. Brandon Smith, linebacker, just got drafted. I will be right back. I'm gonna throw you on the screen by yourself for a second so I can go get it. And then we'll get into it.
I did what Brandon's about to do last year. And it sucks. Yeah, it's miserable. What picks did I miss? Brandon Smith to the Panthers. I hate it because he's good. Jalen Armour Davis to the Ravens. Yeah, why are they so good at drafting? Let's see. Okay, y'all see that? Did it just automatically start sharing? I didn't know it would just automatically start sharing. Let me see. Yeah, so this is whenever I did it with T-Bob. If y'all hear that. I think I can. Who did the Patriots just draft? Jack Jones. Interesting. Oh, we can't hear it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, it was. It was bad. It was bad. Oh my god. Hot girls and boys video chat. Brandon Smith, Penn State. Yeah, I hate that the Panthers got that because he's a good player. Let me see. Jack Jones went another pick by the Patriots where
they took a bad football player.
it took a bad football player way early. You said it's hard to make a bad pick in round 4. Jack Jones is a bad pick in round 4.
What is this chat that keeps going in the
I don't know.
YouTube chat?
All right. Well, I'm literally about to have to leave in a couple of minutes, Brandon. So
I know you are not recording this.
No, I'm not.
oh, she's definitely recording. She should be. I mean, Brandon, it's
It's
already
recorded
gonna be on the screen.
Oh man, I saw online that they were like, oh hey, like don't touch it with your fingers if you touch your eyes a lot, and I touch my eyes a lot.
Do not touch it with your finger. I ate it. I just ate it via the plastic bag.
I took a little tissue in my hand.
You're doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, my stomach literally hurts right now just remembering what I went through.
Thanks, Dylan. You are fucking recording. I look over and I just see.
Oh, you were going. Where are you going? I was playing the video of whenever I did it.
I know. I saw. I was the one that had to click to share it.
Oh yeah.
Fuck me. You're cracking open a drink. You need one. The napkin is discolored. The tissue is discolored from this chip.
I wouldn't look at it too long. I would just get it over. Just do it. Just get it over with. My.
Zimmer White got trapped. Oh my god, that's fucking awful. Oh my god, good lord. Oh. It's not, oh my god. It's not only super hot, it's fucking terrible.
Yeah, it tastes terrible. It was probably stale.
Fuck me. Oh my good lord. I also saw you're like not supposed to drink for a few minutes because then it just spreads the heat. So I'm trying to not fucking drink, but I'm gonna die. Oh my god.
It was probably really stale, wasn't it?
Oh my, yeah, it was fucking weird. I think they do that on purpose. They have to keep chewing the fucking thing in order for it to be able to swallow it. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was stale whenever I did it like 6 months ago.
Oh my god.
Into the same package.
it's the same. They processed it at the same time. Oh my god.
They probably did.
Whew. Oh holy shit! Just like the whole sides of my mouth right now are just on fire. Whew. Oh my lord! Oh my god! Oh, my throat hurts. What the fuck?
You should put passes your throat.
Oh my good lord! Whew. Oh my god! I like licked my lips, and so now I have the heat on my lips. Like
yeah. It took me about 30 minutes to get over it the first time. Well, I mean, the only time.
I was gonna say first time you did this.
Never doing it again.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're a fucking. Oh. I hate you drinking something right in front of me.
I'm thirsty.
Oh fuck you. Oh Jesus Christ. You know, I was gonna play me doing this in like my episode on Monday, but now I can't because I've dropped so many F bombs.
you gotta bleep it out.
Just gonna go beep beep in my whole third segment. Oh my god. My whole third segment is just gonna be me going, what the
Beep,
fuck?
beep, 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 beep.
Beep, beep, beep. It's gonna sound like Morse code.
I was gonna say.
Oh, Chargers took another running back, Isaiah Spiller.
Oh, man. Free my mans.
Oh my god, that's 3 years in a row now with the running back for them, right?
3 years in a running back, yeah.
Kicker gone, Cade York.
Let's go! Let's go!
Drink my milk. Oh, my body is hot right now. Oh my god. Oh god. Zamir White went. Oh my god. So Zamir White, Isaiah Spiller, Cade York. Got it. Oh my god.
Who did the Raiders pick?
Zamir White, which is interesting because they didn't pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th year.
Yeah, but I don't think Zimmer White's.
Oh my god. Oh, my nose is running. Oh my god.
And now, Brandon, I have to leave. I'm going to join on my phone, though.
Okay. Oh my dear Lord. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. Oh wow. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Thanks, Jashawn, for telling me push. I feel like I'm giving birth right now. My stomach is on fire. Oh. Oh my god. Oh jeez, and now I'm alone doing this show where I'm dying over here. You know how they say like when you like focus on something, you could push through. I'm gonna try to do that. Oh my god. Oh, what pick are we on? 124. Yeah, Browns. Oh, I mean, all we pretty much know. I don't know, Jashawn. I don't eat spicy food. I generally don't eat spicy food, so I don't know. I'm more of like a sweet or a salty person, so spicy is not really something that I usually go for. Oh my god. It's about to it's gonna come right out. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, no, I don't generally eat spicy things. So for me, that's like, oh my god, the worst. I need to keep like stopping every couple of minutes so that I could every couple of words so that I could like catch myself again. So Brown's on the clock at 124. We pretty much just know that they're going to go young. They're going to go young, and they don't take someone with less than like a 6 relative athletic score. So usually, so you go, oh, my lord. This is now the NFL draft and me trying to not die on YouTube. Oh my lord. Yeah, I need an edible after this stream. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, just Sean, we're gonna figure it out. But I have a feeling it's not going to be great. Oh god, my stomach is killing me right now. Like, or not even stomach, like the bottom of my rib cage right now is just on fire as it's coming down. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Like, I've made some poor decisions in my life. But that is, oh my god, my nose is running. Oh. Dolphins took Eric Ezukanma. So Eric Ezukanma got drafted. He's a big-bodied X-type receiver that's going to the Miami Dolphins now. He's not gonna. I don't think he's a high ceiling player. I have him as my 20th receiver. Could beat press. Does a good job of just going vertical. His routes are very bad, and I don't think he's ever going to create on his own consistently against man coverage. He lacks the tempo to switch up his routes, or he lacks the tempo in a route running. Like, he doesn't switch up his route tempo. Sorry, I'm trying to think and not die. Can make contested catches. Suffers from the easy, like the occasional easy drop. Josh, I drank a glass, but it was oat milk, so I'm not sure if it's gonna have the same effect. Carbs, I always eat carbs, so that's not a problem. Acidic foods, not a problem either. Someone just joined and left instantly. There we go. Hi, Dylan.
How you doing, Brandon?
You sound awful. I'm okay.
You good? You live? You live?
Yep, I'm good. I'll be fine. My stomach is starting to hurt now, so I'm at that point where that fucking sucks. But holy shit. Okay. As for who was it? I forgot who said it. Tater Buddy said to eat acidic foods. That's like when I walked away to go get the banana. To get the banana, I went to also eat. I went to eat. When I went to get the chip, I ate 2 bananas. Because it was like I saw that like acidic food will help the gastrointestinal stuff, but it ain't doing a good job right now. I'll tell you that much. Oh my god. Uh, whew. Oh god. Oh my throat and my stomach hurts. Like my mouth is just like hot, but I'm fine with that. Like that just is. My mouth is hot and like dry feeling right now. I'm okay with that.
Mhm.
Raiders just traded up again with the Vikings. The Vikings traded down yet again. Oh, Dylan, that's I removed you for a minute just because that was. Can I lower your volume? Yeah, okay, I'm lowering your volume
Okay.
because there was like whatever there was like whatever noise that like you have a window down sounds like that. My God, but yeah, it's my like just like my esophagus going down to my stomach is killing me right now. Almost like the like right here specifically in my throat is just hurting like a bitch. Um, my stomach's starting to fucking hurt now. You know it's really good for spicy food pain? What, Justin? What insight do you have? The Raiders took Neil Farrell. Um, so LSU players going here. Um, Neil Farrell
I
was
like
my
No Farrell.
13th. Yeah,
He's
13th
really,
defensive
really
line.
good at run defending.
Yeah, that wasn't higher because he's just a nose tackle. I don't think he offers much as a pass rusher, really. Like, I don't think he's going to be the type to even push the pocket that much. But I think he's going to be great when you're just like, hey, we need to stop this fucking run. But yeah, I mean, and that's what he is. You're grabbing a guy who in the fourth round could contribute to your team at any point, and guess what? That's a good fucking pick at that point. Jesus Christ.
Draft analysis while suffering through. I respect it.
You will not get this anywhere else.
But you will not, probably.
It specifically says lemonade. I don't have lemonade. Justin are telling Brandon to harm his well-being right now. See, Jashawn, Justin can tell me what he wants, but I live near him. I'll beat his ass.
Yeah, tell Justin, why don't you just bring him some lemonade?
yeah, Justin, get your bitch ass over here and bring me some lemonade. And yes, Justin, I know the reference to Step Brothers. He's going for if you lick my butthole. Pretty sure that's what it was. Oh my god. Dear Lord. Who are we at now? The Patriots. They just took Pierre Strong. So I know that sucks for I don't know how many people that are in the chat right now were in the chat last night, but I know that a lot of the chat was asking for Pierre Strong Jr. to be there for the Saints came up to pick. That is not the case. He went almost a full round before the Saints get up again.
It looks like the running back run is going.
Yeah, no, we're at the running back run, which also, like, because we were talking about the running backs, my rankings compared to the other ones before. Pepto Bismol should sponsor the stream. We were talking about running backs before, like my rankings compared to the rest. One of the reasons that I have Treston Ebner as so high as a running back is partially because he's such a good special teamer. Like that helped me with Velus Jones and with Alante Taylor. Is like you're getting at the very worst a special teams contributor. So that's one of the reasons that I had Treston Ebner higher. But it's also like he's a good runner and receiver. So he I think he just does a lot, but he doesn't do anything amazing except return kicks. But I think he does a lot, so I think that's something where it's like, well, we're getting a guy that's going to contribute to the offense here. Also, Ross is telling me that when I did the lockdown bit right before joining, that they were when they asked me about the running back run or like their lack of running backs being taken, and I started naming, like naming some running backs that you're gonna get like valuable contributors out of. Ross then went into like he's like in the control room, so he went through his mic once I finished, and he was like, "By the way, once you started naming running backs, we started going ape shit." He's like, once we started naming running backs, we started going ape shit. We were like, "Yes, name those fuckers." But which running back is left that would be a good fit for the Saints? Dylan, do you have a running back left that you think would be a good fit for the Saints?
Tyler Beatty.
Tyler Beatty would be nice. He's my 11th back, which means he's going undrafted. If you're top 12, you're going undrafted. Simple as that. But I like Tyler Beatty. I think he's.
I think he's my best available back.
I think his best trait is just like his vision and patience are like good. And it's like I think if you're a running back that you're patient and you have solid vision, then you have a very high floor in the NFL. Because you don't usually lose that. Like you don't lose vision and patience. I think he's a solid pass catcher. Charlie Kohler has gone to the Baltimore Ravens. Holy shit!
They keep doing it.
He's going to be 6 to 8 touchdown guy at some point for them.
They keep doing it, man.
Those might be his only catches, but he's going to be a 6 to 8 touchdown guy.
Hey, if your only catches are touchdowns,
yeah, I don't think they give a fuck. But yeah, with Beatty, he's a good pass catcher. I think he's a terrible pass protector, but I don't know personally how much the Saints ask their running backs to pass protect, so I don't think that I don't know if that matters.
Yeah, I mean Jerry Ely is a great blocking running back.
Yep. Jerry Neely is one of the better ones. There's not like just when I was watching this class, I was like, there's not a lot of good pass protecting running backs.
Yeah,
like it's this year. There's just not a lot, and I get it to an extent because so much nowadays like focused on like getting your guys in space and letting them make plays, where running backs don't practice that too much. But I mean, that's one of the reasons where I'm like, if you could pass protect, like that's going to help you a ton. Like that's one of the reasons I liked Dameon Pierce. Like that, and that's one of the reasons I didn't like some other guys, like like James Cook. Don't like him as a pass protector. Oh my god, my fucking don't like him as a pass protector, but he's a fantastic receiving back. He's just not a good pass protecting back. Oh, Dylan just got disconnected, I guess. Pine nuts are underrated. I don't think I have pine nuts. Oh my god, my stomach is fucking killing me right now, guys. Oh yeah, I don't think I have pine nuts. Yes, Jashawn Farron, interior defensive lineman. Travis Jones got drafted to the team that's won the draft so far, the Baltimore Ravens. In the 3rd round, he got drafted like mid of the 3rd round last night. So yeah, he got drafted, so he's gone. He's a fantastic pick. He should have been a 1st rounder. I don't care what anybody says. And then we just got another pick that just came in. Who was that? Jake Ferguson, the tight end out of Wisconsin, pick 129 to the Dallas Cowboys. That's okay. I as a Giants fan, I don't hate that. I'm not super high on Jake Ferguson. He's my 10th tight end. I think he's got soft hands. What is this? I think he's got soft hands. I think he can threaten vertically, but he's a bad blocker, which is something you don't usually say about someone from Wisconsin, but he's not a good blocker. I think he'll be like a 4, maybe 500 receiving yard guy at his ceiling. So, I mean, that is what it is. If you like that, you like that. If you don't, you don't. But yeah, so there's that. Which again, if you like it, you like it, and so be it. I ain't gonna fault you. I ain't gonna fault anybody for taking a player now, unless it's a very bad pick. Which again, this one, not a very bad pick. This is a solid pick right now. So I mean, I'm cool with it. The rest of this draft, the rest of this round, we've got the Ravens again, Titans, Packers, Bucks, Niners, Chiefs, Bengals, Patriots. Yeah, Chiefs, Patriots, and then we have 6 compensatory picks. So we'll see what happens there. But so yeah, back-to-back tight ends, which means we could start seeing tight ends come off the board here, tight ends and running backs, which is a bad look if you are the Saints. If you're losing just any pass catchers, that kind of sucks here. Also interesting to note, we've still got Carson Strong, Sam Howell, Bailey Zappi, Skylar Thompson, all still available quarterbacks. Obviously, there's more quarterbacks as well. There's Caleb Ellaby. There's a few guys still out there, but it's interesting to see where they go, because at this point, like you're not drafting someone who's going to start for you now, maybe ever. You're drafting backups. The Ravens are selecting up. I got another notification and I covered it up. Kicker Jordan Stout. That's a kicker and punter. It's a kicker and punter, Jordan Stout. I don't think that means anything for Justin Tucker. I think Justin Tucker's still going to be the kicker, obviously. But I'm kind of disappointed. I wanted Jordan Stout to go to a team that would use him as the kicker and punter. We'll see what happens with that. Obviously, that's not going to happen with the Ravens, but we've seen players get drafted and cut that same year, especially on day 3 as specialists. Okay, got a notification again. Someone joined, and then there was nobody here. So that's cool beans. Oh my God. My mouth is fine now. My mouth is fine now. My stomach is on fire. And my throat kind of hurts, but that is what it is. But yeah, no. Jordan Stout, we're coming up on the tail end of the 4th round here. We're at pick 26 of the Tennessee Titans. They've already taken a QB, so they're not taking one here, unless they want to pull Washington from 2011 or whenever it was they took RG3 and Kirk Cousins. But one of those was a first round pick, and one of them was a day 3 pick. So don't know about that one, but yeah, gotta be interesting to see who goes here and who goes where. It's been a great draft so far for a lot of teams, and I feel like that's not something that we usually say. Like, I feel like there's usually one team that's winning, and it means a bunch of teams are losing. But that ain't happening right now. Very much like what's happening. Yeah, it's good stuff. Yeah, we're looking at a solid draft where there's a lot of players still available. Hokie Legend. Who is Hokie Legend? Oh, Jordan Stout, I guess, used to be a Virginia Tech player. Sorry, I'm going through it right now. Still, my stomach just killing me. We're going to see how it goes. We are going to see how it goes. But, you know, I mean, I really like Charlie Kohler going to the Ravens. I think that was a fantastic pick. I'm a little surprised that Matt Araiza hasn't gone yet, if we're seeing a punter come off the board here. That's interesting. I mean, that's a little confusing, I'll say. But there it is. Yeah, I think if you're taking a punter, you should have taken Matt Araiza, but maybe there's something about him where you could just go, he's not the guy. Which wouldn't shock me at this point. Like, the Ravens are always consistently good for a reason. So it wouldn't shock me if that's what happens. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me at all that they drafted a player who's going to work out better. The Titans selected Hassan Haskins out of Michigan. That is a nice one. Hassan Haskins is that powerful kind of running back. He is one of the biggest reasons, if not the reason, that Michigan was as good as they were this year. Sorry, I'm looking something up. I'm not just looking at my phone for no reason. He's one of the reasons Michigan were as good as they were this year. So that's big. He's obviously very important for this offense. Did I eat the chip yet? Yes, Mike. Yes, Michael. I ate the chip about 20 minutes ago. There we go with that spam bot thing again. That's cool. I guess. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at it and just we're hoping for the best at this point, right? But sorry, I lost my train of thought with Michael asking me about the chip. Yeah, I had the chip. You can go back and watch about 20 minutes ago. It sucked. I'll say that. I'll say that it certainly sucked. I did not like it. I did not have fun. But yeah, overall, it's just my stomach is on fire right now, and like just coming down is on fire right now. But yeah, I'm vibing. That's what I'll say. I'll say right now, that's what I'm doing. I am vibing. That's what I'm saying, Jashawn. We're 13 here. Stop it. Bestcams.fun. Perverts. God, they're the worst. But yeah, no, this is. Whew. I'm excited for the rest of this draft. Really, like I will say, I'm pretty excited for the UDFA phase because I like being the one to announce the picks. The Packers have selected wide receiver Romeo Doubs. Okay, they're adding talent here. I'm not a big fan of him, but right now when you're adding Romeo Doubs, and again, when I say I'm not a big fan, I'm not saying I hate the pick. I'm just saying of the player, I'm not a big fan of them. But Romeo Doubs is a height, weight, speed freak. He's a height, weight, speed freak that he can stretch the field. Struggles with press coverage, but he didn't play against a ton of press coverage, so that is what it is. I think he needs to kind of work a lot as a route runner to become someone who can really consistently play in that offense. So you need someone that can consistently play in that offense. And he's going to have to develop as a route runner. But at the same time, you have Aaron Rodgers, and you can just go, hey, man, you run deep, and we'll figure it out. And you could do that with Romeo Doubs instantly. So I'm cool with it. I have no problem with the pick. I'm not a big fan of the player, like I said, but like on round 4, on day 3, you were going to find me hard pressed to dunk on a pick. I think it's very hard to see a pick on day 3 and go, that's a terrible pick. Because there's just, at this point, it's a complete crapshoot. Like, you're just going with whoever you can. I will say that there are players that are going to be great picks when they get drafted. Specifically, Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum. They're going to be fantastic picks. They're my only top 50 players remaining. That's usually not what happens with me. We've got in the top 75 also, we've got Khalil Shakir, the wide receiver out of Boise State. We've got Calvin Austin III, the offensive weapon out of Memphis, and Tyson Anderson, the safety out of Toledo. So I think there's still talent here for sure. Some of these guys are more projects than anything else, which is obviously what's going to happen with players on day 3. Like that's one of the reasons where I'm like, oh, like you should take another punter has gone. It's Jake Camarda out of Georgia. Jake Camarda getting drafted is an interesting one. The Buccaneers drafted Jake Camarda. Justin Ross is still undrafted. Justin Ross is still available. He is. I think he'll still be available when the Saints get up again in the 5th round. So maybe not a massive fan of his, but I'm not saying that he can't be good. Just not a big fan of his. I think he's a backup, maybe low level starting receiver. He's one of those guys where he's got great size, but he plays smaller than that size, so it doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't know how to use that size. He's not physical enough against press coverage. He's not physical enough at the catch point. He's not physical enough as a run blocker. He's a field stretcher. He's surprisingly fluid for that size, but he's also someone who got injured late in 2021 and missed some time, and he got spinal surgery in 2020, so he's definitely got some kind of medical red flag attached to him, but he's probably someone that's going to outplay his draft position. It's just as simple as that, where when you're looking, I'll find out where I have him right now overall. He's somewhere in the hundreds. He's 124, which, I mean, at this point, we're at, pick 131. It's a good value if you get him here. Simple as that. So I think that's a fine pick if he goes. Bo Melton is someone that I like. Bo Melton is kind of someone that I prefer for the Saints. Someone mentioned Bo Melton earlier. Let me go back and find it because I want to give you credit for mentioning him. Someone early in the show. Oh, it was not in the YouTube chat. It was in the other chat. R Barley 18 said Melton could be a good slot, and I agree. I think Melton would be a good slot receiver. I think that'd be great, especially when you have the Saints. Spencer Burford just got drafted, which I'll talk about in a second. But we have Saints listeners, so I'm going with the Saints. But yeah, I think when you draft Chris Olave, and he's a fantastic route runner that can play inside or out, and you have Michael Thomas, who also could play inside or out. But then you add Bo Melton, who's a slot specialist, nothing special as an athlete, technician as a route runner. Press is going to give him issues, but that's why you play him in slot where press coverage is less uh, common, and so you play him in the slot, and you don't worry about him beating press, and you just let him be a little technician underneath. He could be that Hunter Renfrow type for you, like he could be a very reliable receiver. He won't get the volume that Hunter Renfrow gets, but he could be just as efficient as Hunter Renfrow is whenever he gets targeted. So I like Bo Melton. I think he's going to be a good player. I knew the whole time, knew the whole time that he was going to be a day 3 pick, but I mean, that's not surprising. Technicians go like that. Again, first 2 days, a lot of times people get drafted for their ceiling. Bo Melton doesn't have a high one, but he could still be a very good contributor. Yeah, Bo Melton is someone that I like. Who are we going to talk about next? Spencer Burford was going to be the guy. They listed him as offensive tackle. I think he's going to be a guard at the next level. But he's someone who, he's a great fit. The 49ers took him, right? Let me just double check that. Yeah, the 49ers took Spencer Burford. He could play tackle for them. He's a long, lanky athlete. I think he's better at guard, but he could play tackle. He's a long, lanky athlete. He needs a lot of work and a lot of refinement, but he's got experience at guard and tackle. I think he's better at guard, but he's more about out-athleting players than anything else. And in that wide zone scheme, he's a great fit. He is. That's one of those things where you go, player, not a massive fan of, but that's a great fit, and you're going to be a big fan of the fit, and that's exactly what we're looking at with Spencer Burford. He's my 99th overall player, so this is great value for them. And again, most of the guys that we're going to talk about that I haven't watched, I watched or evaluated 202 players. We're going to talk about players that I haven't evaluated, and later on day 3, we're probably going to talk about a lot of the guys that I have, because pretty much from 202, so from the bottom of my list all the way up to 130, there's maybe 6 names gone. So we got a lot of people to talk about. But there's also, I think, at receiver, a lot of guys that could contribute available right now. You got Khalil Shakir. You've got, if you want to play Calvin Austin, as I listed him as an offensive weapon because I think he's a backfield guy, a slot guy. You do whatever with him. So he's an offensive weapon, but Khalil Shakir, Calvin Austin is here still. And then who else do you have a receiver? You have, what's that? Nope, that's not the pick. You have Bo Melton, who we were just talking about, Reggie Roberson Jr. from SMU, Justin Ross, who we were just talking about. You've got Kyle Phillips from UCLA is another very good slot receiver. Eric Uzukama actually just got drafted, so I'm gonna mark him off my big board because he is gone. You got Jalen Naylor, who Michigan State is just a vertical threat, a field stretching type. You got Braylon Sanders, who has elite straight line speed. He's very fast. Romeo Doubs just got drafted, actually, so we will cross him off the list. Mike Harley from Miami is going to be, I think, a solid slot receiver. I don't think he's great, but he could be there. Charleston Rambo from Miami also could be a solid slot receiver. Charleston Rambo is my last receiver. So there's about 10 receivers left that I in-depth evaluated. Other guys, I'm just I know what their general skill set is. From just watching them, but those are the guys that I evaluated and graded. But yeah, no, I think that the Packers got a guy who's going to be a big fit for them. And that's the thing also, when I talk about I have this player ranked here, this player ranked here, oh, that's a good pick for the Chiefs. When I have this player ranked here, this player ranked here, I don't rank them for a specific team. I'm not saying this team should take them on this pick because every team values positions and prototypes differently. So I'm not saying that any team should take them there. That's just where I generally rank them in this draft class. But the Kansas City Chiefs, did we miss any picks in this time? Spencer Burford, Kansas City Chiefs. No, okay. Joshua, I just touched my eye after eating that chip. Okay, this might suck. We'll find out if it sucks. Joshua Williams, the cornerback out of Fayetteville State. He's my 12th overall corner. He is now gone. He is just, I mean, the length for days. He's a great athlete, can match with anybody inside or out. I don't think you should put him inside. I think he's going to be best on the outside. But elite athlete. Love the length that he's going to bring to a team. He's very raw technique wise. Fayetteville State is not known for developing guys at the NFL level, but he's got all the tools to be successful. And so if you can coach him up and you can make him that guy, then you're getting a phenomenal steal at pick 135. By the way, we are now officially past the halfway point at the of the NFL draft total. So, woohoo! But that was a great pick by the Chiefs. They've been having a strong draft for a team where a lot of people were like, oh, like they've lost a lot of talent. They've lost a lot of talent. What are they going to do? He's also not the corner I would have taken. If I'm going for a very long athletic corner, I probably would have gone Tariq Woolen or Zion McCollum would have been another guy that I really like. But hey, is what it is. I think Zion McCollum might be the best of these project corners at the end of the day. As in when we're done evaluating their careers, I think that might be the best. Cordell Volson from North Dakota State just got drafted by the Bengals. They're just throwing talent at their offensive line. That's pretty much their strategy at this point, which ain't a bad strategy. I'll tell you that. It's not a bad strategy to take it all to just go, hey man, we're just gonna add the most talent we possibly can and just hope for the best. Which I dig it. I do. I dig that as a point of emphasis to just go add talent, figure it out later. But again, we'll see what happens with it. No, I see. Sorry, I need to see something real quick. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to set something up for the stream for later, so that we can get something cool going. But we will see. And then there we go with that one. Actually, let me switch that one up to change it. That one's not. Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to get things set up. I am trying to get things moving. Yeah, this is one of those things where I'm trying to add somebody. Has Jordan Humphrey been signed by the Saints? I don't know if he's been signed. We will see there. Let's look him up. Over the cap. Oh, my mouth just started hurting again. Oh my goodness. According to Over the Cap, Lil Jordan Humphrey has not been re-signed by anybody yet. He's still a free agent. Good change after the draft again. How many more for the Saints pick again? Let's see. We are on pick 137. So we're on pick 137. And the Saints are picking in the next round. We know that. We know they've got a fifth, unless they trade out for some reason, which wouldn't shock me, just because that's what they do. Let's see. Trying, people. I'm trying. Waiting for it to pull up. Sorry, my computer is just like the website is just not loading right now for the list of the fifth round pick, and you can't trust Tankathon because they don't update enough during the draft. feels so weird right now. Saints are up at pick. Ooh, Patriots just took a QB. Bailey Zappi, Western Kentucky. That's interesting. So Saints are up at 161, 137 just happened. So we're about 24 picks away. The Saints, oh man, the Patriots taking Bailey Zappi. It's pretty telling of the other quarterbacks as well, huh? Because Carson Strong, Sam Howell, still available. Bailey Zappi, gone. The thing with Bailey Zappi is I don't know if he's ever going to be more than a backup ever. I think he does a fucking fantastic job of getting touch on his passes, navigating the pocket. He does very, very well. I think his thing is just like he doesn't have a strong arm, but the Patriots don't give a shit about that. You know that. Damn, that's a good pick. Yeah, that's a damn good pick for the Patriots. As much as I hate them, that's a good pick. I mean, again, he I don't know if he'll ever be more than a backup, but if you're gonna have a team where you go, hey, you don't need a strong arm to be our guy. And Calvin Austin just went to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Wow. Okay, Calvin Austin going is great. He's an offensive weapon type. He is so small and so fast that he's a just dynamic playmaker with the ball in his hands. Yeah, he's there's nothing other to say than he is a baller. he is going to snatch ankles in Pittsburgh. I like what they're doing. You know, adding George Pickens on the outside, keeping Deontay Johnson as a slot. Having Chase Claypool be Chase Claypool. Calvin Austin can move around the formation. Put him in the backfield a little bit, have some fun with it. It's going to be interesting. You know, Steelers, we're going to see what they do. They got Kenny Pickett, and Calvin Austin can stretch the field. He's a fast player. So adding Kenny Pickett and giving him weapons, I like the strategy. I do. I think it's a good strategy. Yeah, I think it's a good strategy. Sorry, 1 second. I mean, I like it because when you draft a rookie quarterback, you got to go add talent for him somewhere in the on the team, and that's something where the Steelers have always had like a couple of second or third options, never a one, and I still don't think they have a one. I'm not sold on Chase Claypool ever becoming a good quarterback, good receiver. Um, but yeah, no, he's gone. Sam Howell still on the board, which is not surprising. Don't think Sam Howell is a good quarterback, at least on this side. I just don't. And I mean, I think that's also pretty fair to say for me to just go, hey man, like he's just not good. That's fine. There are people that like him. You know, Dylan likes him a lot. So yeah, Dylan likes him, and that's dope for them. But yeah, I just don't see a way in which. Yeah, I don't see a way in which Sam Howell is ever going to be really great at the next level. And that's kind of my concern with him. It's just like he ain't that guy, pal. Simple as that. We'll see though. You know, I've been wrong before. I will be wrong again. um, so we'll see. But yeah, no, I'm at the point where it's like I just don't view him as someone who's going to be really an elite guy ever, or even a good guy ever. Not to be rude, but that's just where I'm at with Sam Howell. I'm just not a fan. So we'll see, but yeah, I just I don't think he's good. Simple as that. But Bailey Zappi, Mac Jones, the whitest and least athletic quarterback room in the nation. But also, yeah, Ryan Tracy from Locked On NFL Draft had Bailey Zappi as his 5th overall QB. But he got all 5 first QBs right, just not in the right order. But he got Kenny Pickett as his QB1. Kenny Pickett went first. He had Matt Corral as his QB2, who went QB3. QB3. He had right. Corral went QB3 because he went before Willis, I believe. Yeah. You got Desmond Ritter as QB3. He went second. Yeah. I think it's good. And he had Bailey Zappi as QB5, who went 5th. That was a fucking nailed it. That was a great fucking pick. Who did the Bucks take with their last pick? Isaiah Likely to the Ravens, another tight end for them. They've now got Charlie Kohler and Isaiah Likely, 2 very different tight ends that are going to be used very differently. But again, this is an offense that for years now has used 3 tight ends consistently. And I think one thing that happened with them was, their fullback, Patrick DeMarco, got used a bit as a tight end this year. And he was like, well, guess what? If I'm going to play tight end, I want to get drafted like a tight end. I want to get paid like a tight end. And I guess they were like, well, guess what? Now you're not going to play like a tight end. So they kind of took that away from him. But Charlie Kohler and Isaiah Likely, my fifth and sixth tight ends respectively. Charlie Kohler is going to be a great run blocker, great red zone favorite, and Isaiah Likely needs a ton of work as a blocker, but fantastic pass catching option. And that's going to be big. I'm sorry, I didn't see who the Bucks' last pick was because someone just went berserk in a group chat with it. Jake Camarda, the punter. Makes sense to be mad about it. But yeah, so Ravens took a tight end, Isaiah Likely. We now have the Packers on the clock. Interested to see if they add another pass catcher or if they go. I think if they don't add a pass catcher, they go defense. They already addressed the offensive line. You could take someone like Tariq Woolen or Zion McCollum and develop them. You could take Khalil Shakir. There's a lot of guys you could add. And with Calvin Austin gone to the Steelers, that is my 68th overall player. You add Verone McKinley. Isaiah Likely's gone. Let me update that part of the board and remove him from it. There's a lot of good players still available. And I realize that's a very obvious thing to say. But it is what it is. That's where we're at with who. That's where we're at with these guys, and I'm glad for it. When we look at Bailey, like I have Bailey Zappi ahead of Sam Howell. I have him at 545, and Sam Howell with the grade 5.45, and Sam Howell has a 5.4. So it's very close, but I have him higher. My difference with the top 5 is I have Carson Strong as QB5, and Bailey Zappi as QB6. But damn, that's good. That's good. The Packers pick is in. Do we have it? Has it been announced yet? And I just haven't seen it. Zach Tom. Okay, they took offensive line, double dip on the offensive line. Okay, and they went Zach Tom, who is very talented offensive lineman. I think Dylan was talking about him before, saying he really likes him. But he's a reliable center that can keep his quarterback clean. Like that's what you're getting. Especially when you talk about, he kind of lacks size and strength. You're in a wide zone, so as a run blocker, you're not going to be asked to do that a ton. So you get kind of that advantage there, where you don't have to be great. You don't have to be a mountain of a man. You just have to do your job and pass and protect your quarterback that they pay millions and millions of dollars. I think that's important to say. Sorry, I'm just gonna adjust this, move it a little closer for me. I don't even think that changed anything here. There's a Bucks writer I know that is furious at them drafting Jake Camarda, which I get. Drafting a punter when you didn't win the Super Bowl. I get being mad about it. I do. It sucks. We're on the final 3 picks of the round. We have the Ravens, the Rams, and the Titans here. Interested to see who goes where. Ravens are clearly just adding the best player from their board. That's clearly what they're doing. They doubled it to tight end when tight end was already a solid position for them. So they're doubled it and they're adding players that are just talented, which I get. That's what good teams do. Like when you go, hey, our roster is good enough, we're just going to keep taking the best player that's there. That makes sense. I think when we talk about taking best player available or a player at a position of need, I think there's always room for mixture of it. But it's also like teams are usually scouting the positions that they think are a need. They're not just scouting every player in the draft and going, okay, he's the best player, he's the best player, he's the best player. They don't rank them the way we do. They rank them as they look at the players and they go, these are players we're interested in. They hit our thresholds and we'll scout them. And when they scout them, they'll figure out if they want to add him. But yeah, so that's a little bit different. But the Ravens, they're going BPA right now. There are teams that should be adding need more than others. I get people going, oh, always draft the best player available. It's like, well, sometimes the best player is available for 2 or 3 drafts in a row or on the edge or on the offensive line and your corners suck. It's like, well, then guess what? Then you got to take a corner. So I think that's what we could talk about when we go. It's not always the best idea to take best player available. Sometimes you got to just bend a little bit for your needs. Did we just get the Ravens pick? Ravens selected Demarion Williams. 6th pick of the 4th round. They made them all without trading, and they already had a great draft. They're fucking crushing it. They are just so good. We have the Rams to wrap up the draft, to wrap up this round, and then we have the Rams and Titans to wrap up the round. That is what we're doing here. I'd imagine that the Rams pick will be quick. They usually don't take too long with their picks. That's just where I'm at with it. But Marion Williams is gone. Cornerback, Ravens again, just adding talent. He's probably going to be more of a special teamer than anything else early on, which is fair. You need to just add talent, like I said, and special teams are a hugely overlooked part by fans. But teams know special teams is actually just as important, or maybe a shade less important than offense defense. But good special teams unit will help you win a championship. I'm also just so surprised about the Bailey Zappi pick still. I'm happy about it. I do like Bailey Zappi. I do. I think, sorry, what is this? Jashawn, have I been watching the USFL? I have not. Just during draft season. I haven't been. I've been cramming things over the past few weeks, so I have not been watching the USFL. But once draft season is over, so after today, I will be free to watch football, which I miss watching so much. Or miss watching for fun. Okay, bestcams.fun. Stop it. I miss watching them for fun. Sorry, 1 second. That is insane. So I like just quarterback going to the Patriots is also weird to me because it's like I would love to ban them, but I don't have that power here. I'm just gonna report them. That's what I'm doing. Pornography or special or sexually explicit material. Boom. Um, so yeah, that's what we're looking at with yeah, I'm a little surprised that a quarterback went, but yeah, I mean Patriots have been having a kind of weird draft anyway, but I mean it makes sense. Their general manager sucks. Which you could talk about Bill Belichick being a fantastic coach all you want. He's a bad general manager. It's as simple as that. The Rams are going to take like someone like Tariq Woolen or Zion McCollum or Khalil Shakir. Like they're going to take a skill position player, and we're all going to go, "Fuck! How do we let them get them?" And it's like, well, because people wanted to take a kicker and two punters, and so stuff like that is just like, guess what? You done fucked up, Ron. So I think that's what we're looking at, where great players are going to keep going, especially if teams are going to keep picking on. Especially if teams are going to keep picking kickers and punters right now. Like, and Matt Araiza has still not gone. The punter out of San Diego State. I don't know if he had to like bomb his interviews because I mean he's a fantastic punter. So I don't know what he bombed more, kicks at San Diego State or his interviews. But yeah, no, he's someone that's just a fantastic punter. Like the hang time he gets is ridiculous. The okay. The Rams, like I said, they're going to take a. I mean, it's not the guy that I was talking about, but I said they're going to take a high ceiling player. They just took Jacoby Durant out of South Carolina State. He's short, he's skinny, and he's grabby. He gets penalized, but he's got a very high ceiling. He's a very ball hawking type. You could compare him to kind of like a small Marcus Peters. Like he's that kind of ball hawk. Very quick. I think he's going to work at the slot more than anything else, especially because they just lost Darius Williams. But yeah, Jacoby Durant is gone, and the Titans are on the clock with the last pick of the fourth round. So we're about to get into the fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds. I feel like it's going at a slower pace than last year, but I feel like things usually pick up around the seventh round, or sixth or seventh round. Like they get faster as the draft goes on. Timer obviously shrinks, and teams just make their picks quicker because they know who they want to grab usually. But yeah, no, we're gonna see. We're gonna wrap up the fourth round right now. Titans have the last pick, and it's gonna be very interesting to see what they do. Ian Rappaport just yeah, that's a fucking sick draft. Oh, the Titans pick is in. Who's it gonna be? Ian Rappaport said a scout sent him notes and said, if I was picking a QB for my flag football team, my top choice, insanely smart, ball gets out of his hands so fast, will be a great backup forever. Yeah, that's cool. I want to see who's going to be this last pick of the fourth round. We know the pick is in, so it's interesting to see who it's going to be. I'm excited. Titans are just one of those teams that are going to keep adding team. We're about to be joined by Zach Cohen. Zach Cohen is with the Draft Network, so he's going to come on. We're going to talk about the picks as they happen still, but we're also going to talk about some picks that have happened in fantasy and dynasty, and just bring him on to talk about how the draft's been made. And Chig Okonkwo has gone. Okay, fourth round is done. Tight end Chig Okonkwo out of Maryland has been drafted by the Tennessee Titans. They added a tight end. I knew that they were looking at a tight end. I'm not a fan of his. Yeah, sorry, that chip. I'm not a fan of his. He's a fantastic athlete. He's going to play more H-back than anything else. He's got inconsistent hands. bad blocker, but it's going to be something that he's going to work out. But I think he's going to be an H back more than anything else. I do. I think that's more of his role at the next level than anything else. But we'll see what happens with him. I'm not going to rule anybody out, especially if you're a 4th round pick. I'm not going to go up. He's not going to be in the NFL long. But Chig Okonkwo, he going. We're about to get into some Florida talk too with Zach, because Zach is a Florida student. I obviously cover the Florida Gators, so we're going to talk about them as well. One second. Washington Commanders are on the clock now to start the 5th round. We're going to see who they go. It's going to be, again, interesting to see what they do. Again, as a Giants fan, I'm curious to see what they're going to go, where they're going to go with their picks. But we'll see. I think that they're one of those teams where you should add players, but just not like whoever is the best player available. I think that they should probably avoid adding like a D lineman. You've got so many fucking defensive linemen here. The pick is in. Do we have it yet? We do not have the pick yet, but the pick has been submitted. We know that. What can we add? What can we do? I'm trying to think of who the Washington football team could add right now. Washington Commanders could add right now. I only took online classes from Florida University, so not the University of Florida, just Florida University. That's what you did. I'm looking at who they could take and just like at where, and I mean, offensive linemen. I don't think you can go wrong there, especially if you are the Washington Commanders right now. But talent there. There's Rasheed Walker from Penn State, Gene DeLance from Florida. Dari Rosenthal from Kentucky is another option. They took Sam Howell to the Washington Commanders. Wow. Wow. Okay. Washington Commanders take a QB to start the 5th round. He's the worst QB of the bunch for the Steelers. Carson Strong not going yet. It's kind of weird. I know that Carson Strong reportedly had some character things going on with him, but Sam Howell is gone. So Carson Strong is the last of the remaining top 6 QBs available. Yep. Commanders pick up their QB. He'll eventually replace Carson Wentz, but for now, he's going to be a backup. And that shook it up a little bit, though. I like that they did it. I do. That's a fun pick. You took a QB who fucking sucks and has a high set. The Chiefs are in. The Chiefs pick is in. The Giants have back-to-back picks on the clock. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to get fun here. This is going to be a fun one. I don't know why. I'm just like, the Chiefs have been fucking killing it lately. They're always in and out. So we're going to see what happens with these picks, but it's going to be interesting to see where the Chiefs go. Again, Chiefs are one of those teams where you just add talent and you're just good at this point. Like they've addressed most of their major needs. I could see them going with someone like Khalil Shakir, just adding an NFL ready receiver right now. Just go, hey man, get the fuck out there. Tyson Anderson, an NFL ready safety that's going to probably be a box safety more than anything else. Just get him out there. Verone McKinley, same thing. It's gonna be interesting to see what they do. I don't think they go O line, which means they're going O line. They could go tight end as well. Just add depth here. There's not many tight ends left that I think are going to be really NFL guys for more than their rookie contract. So you can go Chase Allen from Iowa State. You can go Jamal Pettigrew from McNeese State is a well-rounded H-back I like. You can go Grant Calcaterra from SMU. You can go Jalen Weidermeyer from Texas A&M. There's a few guys you can go at tight end and get an instant contributor. I'm not sure if they do, but that's what I would do. I'd go tight end or running back if I'm the Chiefs here. There's a few guys still you could just add in and play almost immediately. And I think that's the important stuff there. I can say now, I don't think the Cowboys are going to draft a running back this year unless it's Malik Davis. I think that's who they draft or sign. They brought him in. I think they like him. He's small, but I think they like him. Chiefs pick is in. We knew that. Why do we not have a pick yet? We still just have the Commanders as the most recently made pick. What is going on, Dove? Announce your picks, buddy. I think the NFL is trying to speed things up a little bit because they keep getting picks spoiled by Dove. I think that's where we're at. Dove Kleiman just keeps spoiling picks, and I think they're trying to beat the Twitter spoils. But we'll see because we're at the point where the pick is in to Dove, and then we got this Chiefs select offensive lineman Darian Kennard. The Giants are on the clock. Darian Kennard's a good pick for the Chiefs. That sucks. Yeah. Darian Kennard is gone. Oh, who's here? Oh, hold on. I have myself maximized here. There we go.
Yeah, there we are.
What are you doing?
What's going on, dude? What's up?
I'm chilling. Just having fun with the draft. Just going through it all.
Nice. Yeah, I got it all pulled up right now. I don't know. How are you looking at the picks? Because I got a whole bunch of different things going on. I got the TDN stream. I got Twitter up. So I'm just
going through Twitter. I'm going through Twitter, and it's just like as a pick comes in, I'm fucking going with it. I'm not going to sit here for 10 minutes and wait for these guys to screen to make their announcement. Like there have been times where we've been like 3 picks ahead of like the NFL, like the network and ESPN. So I'm just like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to talk for 10 minutes about everything. Like, so we're going through it. We've been having people like cycle in through yesterday and Thursday, yesterday and today. So people cycling in and out. So you are going to be joining us for at least a little bit. Stay as long as you want. I don't care.
Yeah. I got no plans for the rest of the afternoon. I don't know how much my voice can hold up, but I'm here, man. Let's chat. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to hear from you also because our guy's gone, Damian Pierce. He's a Houston Texan. What does that mean? Because, and I'm going to have you on Locked On Gators to talk about this too. What does that mean for him from a fantasy standpoint?
Mm-hmm. Fantasy standpoint, he could be the best running back. It kind of depends on what Houston does with their, how do I put this, hodgepodge of running backs. Maybe that's a good word to use. Rex Burkhead, a little bit older, catches passes well, I guess, but he's not an every down back. Neither is Marlon Mack, who I loved. I mean, I loved him at USF. He flashed at times in Indianapolis. But you have to wonder if his time is up also. So Pierce can immediately come in there. I think they have Royce Freeman too. I think they do. At this point, they could have like the running backs, all of them. They have every single running back that you forgot is still in the league. But from a fantasy standpoint, look, again, there is that question whether Pierce is actually a 3-down back. We've seen it that he can be on the field and produce on 3rd downs, but whether he can do that consistently, we've yet to see. And again, a lot of that can be blamed on Daniel Mullen and his inabilities to properly put the right players on the field at the right times.
Yep.
But I'm pretty optimistic, and maybe we're a little biased because we love the guy so much, but he can immediately come in at minimum, be a great short yardage back, a great goal line back. He's a great pass blocker, so they already know that you can put him on the field for that. And the more you're on the field, the more opportunities you have to score fantasy points, let alone actual points. I don't know what his role will be immediately, but again, there is a path where he can be a pretty solid fantasy running back. If I had to guess, I think him and Mac will probably split some work like on first and second downs early on, and then Burkhead will take most of the bulk of the passing downs, with again Pierce possibly being a blocker, and he can catch. People kind of look at him like, oh, he's this big bruising back, which he is, but he can catch. He just wasn't asked to do it a whole lot. I think he had like 11, 12 receptions. It wasn't even like, see, it wasn't a lot. I prefer him more in best ball. I don't know how familiar you are with best ball, or for anyone who watches.
Best ball is like you have a roster and it takes your guys who have the best week that week, right?
Yep, exactly. So like there's going to be weeks where Pierce just pops off. He has like 2 touchdowns maybe, maybe both from inside the 5-yard line. But again, like he has that possibility to be really, really good. I like the situation there. It's not the best offense to produce fantasy points, but again, opportunity breeds points. So I think Pierce was put in a good situation.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. It's funny that like every time myself or anybody talks about Dameon Pierce not be like, we don't know if he could be a full feature back or a 3-down back. It's always us going, well, Dan Mullen was bad at his job last year and didn't put him on the field. Like I would be Locked On has a live draft show as well, and they had me on that earlier today, and they were like, hey, what do you think about what do you think about Dameon Pierce? Like, what can he be? And I was like, look, like the biggest question with Dameon Pierce right now is just like, can he play every down? And it's like, and because we've never seen him do it. Like we've seen him consistently produce when he's on the field. We've never seen him be on the field much. And I was just like, look, the issue last year was that Florida had a little bit of a problem called Dan Mullen, who didn't know how to do his fucking job at this point. And it's like last year was just bad. And it's one of those things. Jashawn Farron in the chat said, welcome, Zach. Nice to meet you. We got a lot of Saints fans in here. Just know that we have a lot of Saints fans.
Where is this chat? Where is this chat? I want to be able to see the chat.
Is on YouTube. The channel is Hudak Confessional. It is a primary Saints chat, but we've done them for a couple of years now. So we're gonna keep rolling with it. And they are fucking great in the chat. They've been great the first 2 nights. Last night they were like running backs. Like running backs, linebackers, name them. I did the 1 chip challenge earlier today. So that incredibly spicy chip.
No.
Did that like an hour and 20 minutes ago. My stomach is just all in fucking shambles right now. That was fun. I came last place in my fantasy league, so that's why I had to do it. We were like, hey, last place in the fantasy league has to eat a chip, and people were just like, the Rams trade for Troy Hill from the Browns. Okay. Okay. But yeah, nice. I did the 1 chip challenge. I was last place in my fantasy league. So they were like, hey, you got to do it. And then when we found out I was last place, they were like, you do media. They were like, you can do it in front of people. So
not my big fear, but I've kind of known this was going to happen for a while, is because I constantly make my fantasy football thoughts public. My league mates obviously see that, so they know who I like and who I don't. So I'm basically like, I know I'm never going to win my league again. It's just never going to happen. What I will say, and they haven't figured out yet, is that I always like have like some information that I withhold until after our draft. So like there's last year there was like 5 or 6 players I know I needed, I wanted, I loved, that I purposefully withheld from everywhere. I think it was even one player who like I didn't want, but I didn't, and then I put it out like there, like why he could be good and why he couldn't. I'm really good at giving out the information, but not giving my full opinion on it. But if people like were to ask me, hey, how do you feel about this player? I would either mitigate it, or if there was a private conversation, I'd be like, I love him, like take him. I'm not going to put that anywhere that I love him because I don't want you to take that player. So if they were smart, they would read between the lines. But I've basically given up. I'm never going to win my home league again. But best ball, man, oh my gosh, I won. I did 5 contests on Underdog last year. I did one 3-person that I didn't win. I don't think I placed in another one, but then the other 3, I either got first, or second.
Jesus.
And 2 of them were the best ball manias. So I advanced, and then I advanced to the next round in those 2. So I made quite a bit of dough playing best ball. So I think that's my MO. I always feel like I'm a walking ad for best ball. I have no reason to promote it. It's just so much better than normal like fantasy, which people call like redraft in the fantasy community, because you redraft. But oh man, I'm psyched. I'll have a lot more fantasy content. I have a fantasy article on deck for TDN, I think by Monday. So I'll probably do that tomorrow about like my favorite fits, the players I really love for fantasy. Number 1 will be Arkansas receiver Treylon Burks to Tennessee. Like a lot of SEC players actually had really good fits, but Burks was my favorite by far, mostly because he is so well suited to slide into the AJ Brown role. And again, I think people tend to do this a lot in the fantasy community. They say, well, there's a need, so he's automatically going to fill it. Like you look at Green Bay, like Devontae Adams is gone. That means Alan Lazard has to fill it. That means Christian Watson, who they just drafted, has to fill it. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but Tennessee essentially said, we're going to replace AJ Brown with Treylon Burks. And I think Burks has more upside, a little more versatile, probably not as savvy as a route runner, but in that offense, it can be fine. It's not the greatest offense for receivers to run routes in, but from a fantasy standpoint, I think Burks is my wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a ton of sense. Like, he's that like people pre-draft were very stupidly just like, Debo. And it's like, well, he's way too big to be Debo. And he's not nearly as elusive as Debo, but he's still a very good player with the ball in his hands. Like he's that dynamic player where he's going to kind of just create. And that's the thing also where we talk about Treylon Burks. It's like so many people like, he's just young AJ Brown. And you essentially traded for him. You traded AJ Brown and kept $57 million guaranteed, $100 million total. And you drafted younger, healthier AJ Brown in Treylon Burks. So, I mean, I don't see an issue with it. It's like you're going to get some. There is someone blowing up the chat right now.
How many people are in the chat? I wish I could see it.
There are 29 watching. We have people like cycling in. There's first night we had 3.7 thousand. Last night we had 1.7. I just sent you the link on Twitter, so if you want to like open it, you can just see what they're saying in the chat. Right now there's like 2 people talking, but one of them is blowing it up. Khalil Shakir. Oh wait, Khalil Shakir went to the Bills?
Yeah, I was just about to say that the Bills traded up and drafted him. I love that fit. I've been saying they should take another receiver, but that's a good pick. I like Shakir. I don't know why he's fallen up. Yep, there I am.
Man, I like him as well. Like he's someone that like you just get the ball in his hands and let him make. But like, and he's not he's not Calvin Austin or Treylon Burks. He's got a lower ceiling, I think, but he's someone that you could just get in play now, and I'm cool with it. Like I think he is someone who just runs angry after the catch. Like he runs like he hates the defender. So I mean, I'm cool with it. Khalil Shakir is someone that also like I said, like we have a lot of Saints fans, and they were talking about adding a receiver, and Khalil Shakir is someone that I was like, I love him. I like Khalil Shakir. I like Bo Melton for them as well. Just like adding people who can create underneath, and I think that's something that you'd be great with. But Saints kind of shot themselves in the foot with that Olave trade because I mean we were here on Thursday with Deuce Wyndham, who he runs this channel. And he's got a family thing today, which is why he's not here. But he was saying when they traded up, he's like, look, the Saints have been so good in the 3rd and 4th rounds. I don't like that we traded up to draft a receiver when we have so many needs. And now we don't have that 3rd or 4th round pick. And we were talking about Travis Jones, the interior defensive lineman, UConn. and we were saying that the Saints liked him, they could have taken him in the third round. Like they could have had him in the third round, but they traded their fucking pick. And people were upset with the Saints fans love the Olave pick. They love the Trevor Penning pick because it addresses a need. I hate the Trevor Penning pick. But everything else for them, I think since the Olave pick, it's just been downhill for the Saints. Like I don't like Trevor Penning. I just don't think he's that great. And I think that he's not able to operate in a wide zone that much. And so now you have to do that less if you're the Saints, which they did it with Alvin Kamara. They ran a ton of wide zone stuff specifically. So you have to do that less. And then they took Alontae Taylor, who what the fuck was that? They took Alontae Taylor, and like even yesterday we had Maddy Hudak, who worked for USA Today, the Saints Wire. What happened was they wanted Jaquan Brisker. Jaquan Brisker got taken, and they panicked and took Alontae Taylor. And it's like, well, guess what? You traded up for Olave, and you lost draft capital because of it. But Brisker got taken the pick before the Saints. It's like you could have traded up there and just jump the Bears. Because I think the whole time on this stream we were saying if Jaquan Brisker is there when the Bears pick, they're taking Jaquan Brisker. Like that is a clear Bears pick incoming. And Bears took him, and then they panicked and took fucking Alontae Taylor in the second. I don't know how you feel. I don't like Alontae Taylor. Like I don't think he's a very good corner. And it looks like Dove Kleiman is no longer tweeting out the picks, which is how I was getting the picks.
JPA football. At JPA football.
Got it.
They got, Cole Turner just went to the Commanders. That's a pretty solid pick. Saints draft. I predicted the Saints were going to take Chris Olave. So no shock there. I think I definitely had Trevor Penning as a possibility. I don't remember who exactly I mocked to. I had them moving up. You know what it was? I had the Saints moving from 16 to 9 to take Charles Cross, and then the Seahawks take Trevor Penning at 16. So I kind of flip-flopped it a little bit there. Alontae Taylor, I mean, definitely has some like upside. I don't think he's ready to start. He's going to be more of a developmental player, you know. I mean, playing against the Gators as not the best. The Penning thing's interesting. I think there's a lot of people who's torn on Penning. I agree with you. I think he's probably best in like a power run scheme. He's not the best mover, but I think a lot of the things that you could see translate to this this Sean Payton-less offense, I think it could be coached. I'd have faith in the staff. But the Chris Olave pick, like, you can tell me 3 years down the road, like Olave is one of the top receivers in football. I would believe you. He is so good, and he just complements Michael Thomas so well. I see a lot of people saying, "Oh, like it's the Ohio State offense. Like you're just adding another slant god." Olave can kill the slants, but he is mostly sufficient in a vertical offense. And Jameis Winston, I believe, I had the number in one of my dynasty articles, but he was like top 5 or top 6 in attempted in yards per attempt, I believe. So ADOT, average depth of target. But Olave is one of the best route runners in the class. Like he can just do so much in an offense that needed a little more flavor. Falcons taking Tyler Algier, BYU running back. Not bad. I like that. Okay.
I like it. Also, we have a Saints fan asks about DT Matthew Butler if he's still available. He is. I don't like him. I'll say that. I think he's just an athlete. He's an athlete with a motor, and that's all he is right now. Like his technique is a fucking mess. I think and I've said that about so many guys this year. I've been like, their technique is a fucking mess. And that reigns true here. Like their technique is a mess. Like I feel like this year right now, we're looking at a lot of projects and a lot of athletes. And that's what you see in football now. Like you see guys who in college, they're just athletes. They're out athleting guys, whether it's at receiver or along the defensive line or edge or whatever it is. They're just athletes. Yesterday we were talking about Oklahoma's defense specifically because in the past few years they've had Kenneth Murray was just an athlete at middle linebacker. He was just a chase player. Brian Asamoah this year, athlete, chase player. Nick Benito this year, athlete, chase player with great fucking bend. But they're more athletes than technically refined football players. And that's just what you're seeing now. Like there needs to be more coaching at the NFL level than ever before and more development at the NFL level than ever before. And that's what we're seeing. But with Tyler Algier also going to the Falcons, just pinball into that one with how fast this draft has been going at some points. I like it. Yeah, I do. I think he's got fantastic vision. I think he's one of those guys who I don't know if he's ever going to be a superstar running back, but I think he's going to be consistently reliable to pick up yardage. And I think that's what you're cool with. Like he's not a ton of athlete. He's not a great athlete. Doesn't have a ton of power, but the vision is there. He's going to consistently pick up yardage. And I think he's more creative than some of the running backs we've seen in terms of like with the ball in his hands. I feel like we've seen a lot of guys like Ty Davis Price, who I'm not a huge fan of.
Yeah, that was weird. That was
Yeah,
weird.
It was weird. I think he's a great athlete, can pick up chunk plays just with his acceleration, but like he's not a very creative runner. Like I just mentioned with Tyler Algier. I think Tyler Algier can create yardage where there's not a ton of yardage. We just had someone in the chat say safety Dellerin Turner yelled to Denver, which Oklahoma. I haven't seen that, but
yeah, I haven't seen that one either. I guess the chat's ahead.
yeah,
I
I'd
don't
like
even
to know
know.
where the fuck he's getting his information from.
Did Sam Howell get drafted yet? Why can't I remember who
Yep.
Sam Howell got picked by?
Commanders.
That's such a Commander's pick. Oh my gosh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, now we're up. Yeah, Thomas Booker went. Wow, what's with all the Tennessee and New Orleans connections going back to Butler? Like, I agree with you. He's just more of an athlete, but I don't really expect him. I mean, he'll be drafted for sure. I don't necessarily know if he's should be the pick there. Algier is interesting because again, like the fumble issues, like those can be fixed like so easily. He's
Seahawks pick Tariq Woolen. But
that's a Seattle pick right there.
Yep,
I like
okay.
that.
So, that's Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant to the Seattle Seahawks now. That's good. Okay. Sorry, you were saying Algier.
Oh, no worries. I think I accidentally for a second you muted out. By the way, I don't know has my internet been good? Because my internet today I've had no Wi-Fi.
You've been fine, yeah.
Oh wow,
you've been fine on my end. So Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant to the Seahawks. But you were saying about Tyler Algier and his fit.
Yeah, he's the fumble issues like that. That's fine. I do think he could be the most talented running back there. I'm not considering Patterson a running back. Algier can catch passes, but Patterson probably take that role from him. He's not like the fastest, he's not the most explosive, but those are plus attributes for him as well. He's not going to be the type of running back to really like change your offense, but he could be pretty solid. Like I like the fit. I really like the fit because Arthur Smith, they didn't have the best talent to really showcase it, but this is a guy who knows how to get creative running the football. I know he really only had to just hand it off to Derrick Henry in Tennessee, but the way that he created lanes for him when like you really don't need to, I'm optimistic about that fit. That's someone I'll probably be drafting in best ball drafts. Keep my eye on redraft. I think every year I take like 3-4 rookies in my redrafts.
Yep, I am always the guy that's like drafting rookies, and they're like, "Why are you drafting?" I'm like, "Cause I watch these guys in the fucking draft, and I know these guys, and I'm just like, they're gonna get volume, whatever it is. I like them in college. I like them in the draft. I'm fucking drafting them if they're in fantasy. Simple as that.
Yeah, my hit rate is really good so far for receivers. So last year, my guy was like Elijah Moore. Like I'm taking Elijah Moore wherever I can. This year, and Michael Thomas was my guy too. Back when the Saints drafted him, I was on record that year. Like, this is the guy. This is the guy who's going to be the receiver from this class. Like, everyone's got to go take him. And, who knows what his, like, future is in New Orleans. But he's still a very good, talented receiver. If he's on the field, like, I'll take a chance on him. There's room for him, Kamara, and Chris Olave now to catch passes and still be fantasy relevant. This year, it might be Sky Moore. Like, I don't want to like Traylon Burks will be my wide receiver 1, but I think Sky Moore could be my guy who I'm looking at heavy. I did like dynasty articles, dynasty fits for like all these players, and Moore was the guy I was like, well, he's not the biggest player out there. He'll probably have to be a slot receiver, but in an offense like Kansas City, that's not bad at all because one, he can play outside, two, he can move. You can line him up like wherever. I know they kind of brought Juju in to be like a bigger slot receiver, and that's fine. But again, Juju does have the size to play more on the outside. But if I'm trusting any offense to get the most out of a player, it's Kansas City. And this is something I said coming into the draft. Whoever Kansas City and Green Bay take, I will 100% be looking at him. So you already know I'm looking at Sky Moore. I can't even tell you how many times I've said like the sky is like the limit or whatever with him. I'm done with those puns. The Christian Watson one in Green Bay is interesting because we all know like how like dynamic he is, how great of an athlete he is. I love my receivers who run crisp routes, and I love my receivers who can go up and get the ball. Watson's like 6'4". That's an inaccuracy eraser right there, but you don't really need to erase any inaccuracy when you got Aaron Rodgers throwing you the football, you know? So I really, really like that. The hands are, exactly where you would want it. I think the thing that really is deceptive about him is you look at these like bigger receivers, especially ones who are like really lanky, like Watson, like he's 6'4", but he's not like a Drake London build. He's not like Michael Pittman build. But he can separate pretty well. So I'm looking at Moore. I'm looking at Watson. Anyone who in the chat who's going to play fantasy football, get out your notepads or something. I'm looking for a notepad right now. Get something to write down, like Christian Watson, Sky Moore, because their stocks are about to.
I got you. I got notes right
here. There you are. All right, you better write this down. And when they win you money, let me know. Oh, what?
The
Jaguars.
Connor.
What's going on?
That's Jaguars right there.
I don't even think he's in the TDN database.
You don't think he's in the TDN database?
Every year there's like one or two. I forget who it was
always
last
the running
year.
Backs. It's always the running backs with TDN.
I'm gonna
who was it? 2 years ago? Jamichael Hasty. I remember being like, why the fuck is this guy not in the database right now? And I was just like, I don't care. I'm going to fucking take him. I was like, I'm putting him in the fucking report.
He's not in the TDN database. So that's last year when we were in Atlanta all doing the draft and it happened. Shoot, I forget the player. But Kyle Krabs is like, it happened. We finally got one. Like the first one who's not in the database. I forget who it was. But man, Snoop Connor. Sure. Go you Jacksonville. Like,
yeah,
hell, I would have even taken like Zonovan Knight or something. Or
Sincere McCormick.
Where is Sincere McCormick?
I think with Snoop, the best thing you're getting is pass protection. But it's also like they have James Robinson and they have Travis Etienne, and now you just drafted Snoop Connor. This is one of those things where I've said a lot to like in this past weekend. I'm like, look, like rounds 1 and round 2 and 3, like I will kill a team if you make a bad pick. Round 4, I think it's hard day 3 to make a bad pick. We just saw a bad pick in round 5. Like we just saw a pick where this guy is probably never going to touch the field for you. Just simple as that. And it's like he's at best a running back 3. But I feel like there are teams that are going to get their running back 1 or running back 2 on day 3.
Right.
And you're taking a guy who you have James Robinson, you have Travis Etienne. I think they want to use, or they should at least use Laviska Shenault more as like a running back type role, as like that wide back. Like he could. Yeah. He's not Debo, but he could play that Debo role. Not as effectively, but I think he could do that role. And then adding Snoop Connor, like I said, it's very weird. You're adding a guy who his best trait that I have for him is pass protection, and that, like, yes, that's also relevant with Dameon Pierce. I think his best trait's pass protection. I think Dameon Pierce is the best pass protector in the class. But with Snoop Connor, you're also getting someone who has poor vision, who he's not a patient runner whatsoever. He's not an elusive runner, and he's not super powerful. So what are you getting other than a pass? Is he right tackle now? Like, what is going on here? Right? I don't get the pick at all with him.
Yeah, and look, I guess at this point you're just drafting for like one-dimensional things. So if you're getting him as a pass protector, go for it. Robinson's not the best. ETN, like, sheesh, if they tried out ETN to try and protect Trevor Lawrence, like, fire the whole staff immediately, Doug Peterson does like his, at least like what we saw with Philadelphia, which again isn't the biggest sample size in the world, but he does like to, rotate the running backs, try to get him in good situations. So I'm expecting like ETN and Robinson to both find their niche in that offense and subsequently in the fantasy world. Whether Connor does or not, I don't know. So sure. We'll say sure with this pick. Let's see. Cowboys took Matt Waletzko. That's not bad. But yeah, that's Seahawks Tariq Woolen pick. That is
I love
it's
it.
interesting because he's, obviously there were the traits. Like, you obviously saw when there was rumors after the combine, like, oh, he could be a first-round pick. Like, he's fast. But it's just another example of Seattle betting on athleticism and size at the cornerback position. So
the Browns just drafted Jerome Ford.
Who they draft? Who?
Jerome Ford.
Ooh.
Okay. But yeah, Woolen. We'll get to Jerome. We got time.
I'm here all day, baby. Yeah, it's interesting. It's like that could be my favorite pick, honestly. It's young. Let's see. They did Cross. Who was there? They took someone weird with the second pick, didn't they? Shoot, it all blend. Give me a day or two, and I'll be able to name them like all off the top of my head. But I can't for the life of me remember who else they picked. Let me look.
The Seahawks.
They
took, Cross was their first one. They took Abraham Lucas, I think.
They took. I'm kicking myself for not doing, and I am not a Seahawks fan, by the way. I don't want anyone thinking I am for some reason. I just have a Russell Wilson jersey. Boye Mafe, I like that pick a lot.
Kenneth Walker surprised me. Kenneth Walker was a weird one for me, just because I was like, you took, because again, this is hindsight. At the time, I was like, it's still a little weird, but like they took, the Seahawks took Charles Cross with their first pick. They took Abraham Lucas in the third round, and they took Kenneth Walker in the second round. And I was kind of just like, it's weird to me that you drafted two tackles who are pass protectors. Like they're not great run blockers. And then you drafted a running back who isn't a proven pass catcher. Not that he can't do it. He's just not someone that has proven to do it before. So it's like, it was just weird to me that it's like you're taking two tackles that basically say, hey, we're going to throw this ball. And then you take a running back that's like, hey, no, we're not. So it's weird to me. It's not bad. It's just like a weird combo. But like they took Boye Mafe and they did what we were talking about on day one. We were having a conversation where the Seahawks are one of those teams where you're in the toughest division in football, or second toughest now with the AFC West. So you're in the toughest division, the second toughest division in football, and you're gonna suck. That's just what it is. Like you're gonna be a bad football team. You got the Niners in front of you. You got the Rams in front of you. You got the Cardinals in front of you. They're all great teams, and you're going to be the worst one of the bunch. I think it's pretty safe to say that. So you're going to be the worst team of the bunch. Just take players who in 2 or 3 years can help like elevate you that much. And that's what they've done. Charles Cross is more ready than the other picks they've had, but they've got Boye Mafe, who's going to be a great developmental guy. I think he could play now, but I think he's going to be great down the line. I think his ceiling's insane. We saw them do it with Kobe Bryant and Tariq Woolen, where you're just taking guys with traits and just going, let's fucking make them good players. And I like it. I like it. It's weird, but I'm here for weird. That's where I'm at. I'm here for weird.
It's just so like now that like I got to pull up the Seahawks draft. It's such a Seattle draft. Like Boye Mafe just screams Seahawk. I do agree with you. The Walker one's interesting. When I was writing my Kenneth Walker Dynasty article about him, I was trying to see if like maybe there's another team I like because I didn't want. I'm not gonna force any teams on there. Like if I have to do 3 teams, that's fine. But I'd like to get another team in there. And I'm looking through the rosters. And I'm like, Seattle's interesting because we saw Rashad Penny burst onto the scene. He was a fantasy running back 1 through the final 8 games of the season, but what else is like? You're really gonna base it off that? And knowing Seattle when they took Penny when they really didn't need you to begin with, it's the same regime, same thought process. Bringing in Walker makes sense, but from a fantasy standpoint, and I guess just a overall standpoint, he fits exactly what they want to establish in the run game, which is just consistent 20 plus carries. Making the run game the focus of their offense, which will be a lot easier now that they have no one throwing passes. I will say the one knock on Walker, obviously, is he hasn't shown that he can be a good pass catcher. I call BS on that personally. There's been reports that he has. It's just that's not like what Michigan State really does. And if he's going to be a great runner, right, obviously feed him the ball more often than you pass it to him. This is not a Jonathan Taylor comparison.
I was going to say the same thing. I was like, when he was coming out of Wisconsin, we were saying he's not a proven pass catcher. That's the thing that I hate when people say he's a bad pass catcher. He's not we don't know that. We don't know if he's good or bad.
Right.
He's not proven. Yeah. That's all we could say. Like that's why I'm when I say it, I make very clear to go, I'm not saying he's a bad pass catcher. He's just not a proven pass catcher because he hasn't been targeted much. Like it's something where I hate doing this because it was such a horrible miss, but it was the player that made me think that when Jay Samaro years ago was going to the Jets at a Texas Tech. I was like, we don't know if he's a bad run blocker. He just wasn't asked to do it because Texas Tech didn't run the fucking ball when he was there. But it's like he's the player that made me start thinking like, oh, like, and it sucks because that he was that player because that's like that was my first year like looking at the draft. That's why I bring him up.
Right.
But it sucks. It's like he was terrible, but it's like we don't know if he was a good run blocker coming out because he was never asked to do it, and that's one of those things where he's not proven at it. Like I love Jason Morrow as a pass catcher, but we did see just now Zion McCollum went off the board, so he has been drafted. That is a good one. I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took him, which I like for them. They've got some contracts coming up in that defensive secondary where Zion McCollum could kind of help ease that transition to the next stage. But I mean, you're getting an elite athlete. That's what he's just an elite athlete. He's an aggressive football player. He's got to work a ton on his technique, but I mean, it's a great athlete that you're adding in the 5th round, which is like at that point you could just take whoever you want. And unless it's there's very rare cases where we're going to say it's a bad pick. This is a great one, I think.
Mm-hmm. I'm more interested in the pick after that because we're talking about the Seahawks and they go and pick Tyreek Smith, the edge from Ohio State. I don't really think many people expected him too much to be a 5th round pick, probably a little earlier. It's probably got to be the medicals, I would assume. But that is another instance of you're getting a high upside athletic player. Smith probably... I think was probably hurt by the amount of talent on the Ohio State defense because I think you're left wondering if he could have done more. But when he was on the field, he was doing a whole lot. I think he fits that defense well. Again, the injury things that is, and we've seen that this draft maybe more so than any draft I can remember in recent years where teams really are getting scared of the medicals, aside from like a couple top players like David Ojabo and Jameson Williams. But you're looking at like Nakobe Dean falling to the 3rd round because of medicals that may or may not actually be an issue. I think that's been a common theme of like the day 2 and day 3. But look, Smith, he's twitchy. He's surprisingly versatile too. Like he can back up and play coverage. Wasn't asked to do it a whole lot. But that's there at Ohio State. So I like that pick a lot. The Colts took Eric Johnson.
Yeah. And also with you just mentioned, I'm glad you mentioned it, with Tyreek Smith being able to drop back into coverage. That is something Seattle does with their edge rushers. They drop them back. They run, and it's fun because I've spent the past 5 months now talking about Patrick Toney in Gainesville. And I'm saying like he likes creepers. He likes dropping defensive linemen into coverage. That's what Seattle likes doing too. And I hate that there are still parallels between Seattle and Florida, but defensively, but they like to do that same thing of dropping a guy into coverage. And Seattle's going to do that. We're seeing a run on defensive lineman go here apparently with Eric Johnson and then Otito Ogbanaya to the Chargers, which is great because the Chargers especially needed to add some kind of talent on the interior defensive line. I thought that I'm glad that they took Zion Johnson in the 1st round But when we were talking yesterday, I was like, I would love to see them just trade whatever to move up and take Travis Jones when he was falling. Like I think that would have been great for them because they fucking suck against the run. And adding someone like Travis Jones, they do. That's just what I remember every week.
You're right.
Last year, I'd go, who's playing the Chargers? I'm taking their rushing yard over. And that's what I would do. And it worked effectively because guess what they sucked at? Defending the run. So I was like, oh, get Travis Jones. And you have Khalil Mack. You have Bosa on the edges. You have Travis Jones eating up blocks and just let Kenneth Murray run fucking wild back there. But I mean, you're adding a defensive lineman here that's going to help you because, again, yeah, they were horrid at it.
Mm-hmm. I was a little surprised that Darian Kennard lasted this long. I grew up a Dolphins fan. I don't like go around preaching I'm a Dolphins fan because like I think it kind of distracts from one, the all around work that I do, and two, at this point in my life, I'm more interested in like the NFL as a whole than the Dolphins. I will gladly sit on the couch watching Red Zone with like 3 other TVs up, then go to a Dolphins game. But I really wanted them to take Kennard, and so that is a pick the Chiefs took at the top of the round. And it's a Kentucky guy. He was great. Him and Josh Pascal. So 2 years ago when we played Kentucky, I called that game for the student radio, and Josh Pascal was a stud. Like he was a stud. And then this year coming back around, he had like the best game of his career. So I knew right away. But Kennard also had a really good game too. So to see him go to Kansas City, I love that fit for him. That may be my favorite value pick of today so far. Just going to Kansas City. He's long. I wouldn't say he's the best pass protector, but like for the type of system that they run there in the run game, I love that fit. So I really think Kennard could be something special in Kansas City. And of course, he's an SEC guy from down south. So hopefully some of the audience has a little connection to that as well.
Yeah, and then we're now sitting at the point where I want to talk about Jerome Ford in a minute, but I think that right now we have, like I said, we have a lot of Saints people in here right now, so we got to acknowledge them at least. And the Saints,
they're up
on the clock. The Saints are on the clock. There's still a lot of talent available. Like Zion McCollum was my best player available when he just got drafted by the Bucs. Just because I've said it multiple times before. This year I adjusted my grading scale to kind of account more for guys with potential, which is why they're higher. Like Malik Willis, Zion McCollum, Tariq Woolen, they're all higher to go. And because I changed one of my grades to just go. I forgot what the first part of it is, but it goes / high risk, high reward player, or like / boomer bust player. And so Jalen Ramsey trying to get Tyrann Mathieu to the Rams.
Saw that. You're on JPA football now, are you?
Yeah. The Saints fans in this chat are going to lose their fucking minds if Tyrann Mathieu does not go to the Saints. But I would like to see here, like I'd like to see Bo Melton or Khalil Shakir go here. I'd also like to see someone like Tyson Anderson or Vernon McKinley, like a safety that can kind of come down into the box, play high, do a lot of things. Because this is a team where you got some glaring needs. I mean, they lost Malcolm Jenkins, they lost Marcus Williams, they lost 2 safeties, and they took Alante Taylor, who they said they're not going to play at safety. He's going to be a corner. I think that makes the pick way worse than it was before. But I would like to see someone like Khalil Shakir, like Bo Melton, just step in and be a reliable slot guy, at least early on in their careers. Because, I mean, I think that, you added Olave and he could play inside out and Michael Thomas can move around the formation. But I think if you add a guy who you could just go, hey, man, like you're just going to be that savvy route runner underneath. Like even Kyle Phillips from UCLA. We're in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Just add a player that can contribute from the slot. I think that's what they should do here. Did they make it?
Yeah. They completely disregarded everything you said and took DeMarco Jackson, linebacker from Appalachian State.
I know that Ross Jackson, host of Locked On Saints, loved DeMarco Jackson as a fit for the Saints. So I know that's great because I know he's been talking about it for months now about loving DeMarco Jackson. I will say I do not share his same his same feelings about DeMarco Jackson. I think that DeMarco Jackson is a plus athlete. I think he's got solid cover skills in man and zone. He is a nightmare against the run. I forgot. Yeah, Khalil Shakir got drafted by the Bills too. I realized I was just talking about him. Yeah, I forgot.
I was about to say it. I mean, I don't blame you, man. I was just trying to think like who drafted Nick Cross, but I couldn't.
So I'm going through my big board and I'm like crossing out names as they happen, but shit gets lost when we're having conversations and we're doing all these things. But yeah, I don't like DeMarco Jackson, but again, he's someone who can contribute at least in passing downs at the very least. I think he's terrible against the run. But you're getting a guy who can contribute at some point on day 3. So I'm hard pressed to kill you with that.
See, I'm not as familiar as you are with Jackson. I will concede, but I know the fit probably there. Yeah, like I would imagine he'd fit well into that team. He's not the tallest, he's not the biggest linebacker. He moves all right. I know they used him, but they used him as a blitzer a lot. So I guess like already they could use him in like different packages. He screams special teams to me, as most players should in round 5. But I'm fine with the pick. Going back to the receivers, I would love Melton. Kyle Phillips was the guy who I was going to bring up. I guess I wonder if there's something else going on in the back, because this is another player who I thought should have been well gone by now, but he's another guy who could be right there with a slot receiver. And it's interesting because let's say they do take a slot guy like Melton or like Phillips, then suddenly you have 3 players who can effectively play in the slot. Not saying that Michael Thomas is only a slot guy, that Chris Olave is only a slot guy, that Phillips or Melton would only be slot guys. But to have that type of versatility, and then you got Thomas and especially Olave who could win down the field, that's a scary offense, because at the end of the day, if for some reason all 3 receivers are blanketed, you still got one of the best receiving backs in the game in Kamara. Speaking of that, wouldn't be surprised if New Orleans added some running back depth there, but I also would have been I'm fine with them going defense here, I think is what I'm trying to say. But I wouldn't be surprised if they go take another running back or another receiver at some point, especially with the depth of this class. This is something I feel like not many people have really talked about. And maybe you have. I know you've been doing a whole lot of work the past couple of days. So kudos to you, my friend. But go on a vacation. You deserve a break. But think about like when COVID happened, and then how many players decided to take that extra year of eligibility. You're getting guys here going in the 5th round that in most years might be a 3rd, maybe even a 2nd round pick. So teams like the Ravens, who have a plethora of picks on this day, are truly winning the draft, because you're getting great value in comparison to other years. And I think you can kind of see that happening, especially with the depth of this wide receiver class.
Yeah, and speaking of this wide receiver class, we just saw someone who it's well noted. We are Florida people. Someone who had a great game against Florida earlier this year out of Samford.
Yeah,
Montrell Washington. That's a good fucking pick on day 3, the 5th round, to add a guy who, I get it, he's a small school player in Samford. He had a great Kyle Phillips just went. But he had a great game against Florida. That was kind of the only time that I remember seeing Samford playing against a Power 5 school, and he had arguably his best game against Kaiir Elam and that very talented secondary that Florida had. Shit defensive scheme, but fantastic game against fantastic players. I'm admittedly very high on Florida's secondary more than I think anybody else, but that was a great game for Montrell Washington. So that is great for him. And yeah,
if I'm not mistaken, I think he threw a pass too.
Yeah, he did.
I think he did. He did. Yeah.
He threw a pass, he ran, and he receives.
Oh,
he
my
is
goodness.
An offensive weapon.
Oh, yeah. He scored 3 touchdowns, right? Oh, because he had the kick return touchdown. That's oh my goodness. Sure, that's a good pick for Denver. I like that a lot. Yeah, why not? That's my go-to my secret weapon in best ball, and if you want to do dynasty or like DFS too, is kick returners, because there's going to be like a week or two where they just score a touchdown and bang, right there's the value. So even if they decide to give them like the Trendon Holiday role, go for it, But I like that value a lot. I like that versatility. Denver's receiving cores, not shabby. I would have said this before Washington. I'm now saying this after Washington. They took a tight end. Who was it? I don't know. I'll look that up.
Denver took Greg Dulcich.
Say that again?
Greg Dulcich out of UCLA.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember I hated it. I love him, but Russell Wilson just doesn't throw enough to his tight ends. So like it seems like a fucking waste to me to take Greg Dulcich. For the Broncos, it seems like a waste to me to add Greg Dulcich, unless they're going to be like, hey, man, throw to the middle of the fucking field sometimes. Then sure. But unless you're in the red zone, he doesn't throw to tight ends often. So that's why I'm just like, I didn't like it for that reason. I think Greg Dulcich was great value when they took him. I just don't like it there. I like Kyle Phillips. We've spent so much time talking about Kyle Phillips over the past 10 minutes, and then the Titans are listening. Titans are listening here. That's what it is.
Who's in the chat? John Robinson, you in here? What's going on? Well, you should. Well, I was gonna say you should take Kyle Phillips, but hey, you did. I love that pick. I really do. I mean, he was doing a lot of different things at UCLA. Not the biggest. I think there's definitely concerns with him being able to add on any more weight. But again, if you use him in the slot, that's not too much of an issue, especially if in the Tennessee's offense, because they have been consistently good at like what they did with AJ Brown, right? You put him on the outside, he's probably getting press man, whatever. But you put him on the inside, as they consistently did with Brown. A lot of times you're giving him that 5-6 yard cushion. I think that's where we saw Phillips win a lot at UCLA. He's really nice after the catch. It sounds like boring just going with the word really nice. Let's go with like, I don't know. He's just like, he's just creative. Good. He's creative. Yes, thank you. I was trying to think of something else. I was thinking like Kadarius Toney in my mind. What's the word?
Joystick. You mean joystick?
Yeah. He gives me like those vibes in the open field. I think he's a reliable guy. Like that's a really good compliment to what they have going on there. Robert Woods will 100% be their
I forgot they even had him. I forgot they even had him. So they have Robert Woods, Treylon Burks. They drafted Chigga out of Maryland. They have Kyle Phillips. They were drafted. They're just like Ryan Tannehill. I think they're smart because they also drafted Malik Willis. So I think now they're just adding weapons and they're going, hey, Ryan Tannehill, you're on the fucking clock. Like I think they're going, you've got the weapons now. You've got Derrick Henry. You've got a good O-line. We traded for Robert Woods, who whether or not, I mean, he's obviously not in his prime anymore, but he's still a talented football player that could contribute. We added Chigga, who's going to be kind of that H-back role. That's how I view him, as at least. I wasn't super high on him. I was just like, look, this guy's an H-back, and that's what he's going to be best used at. And the Titans have found success with H-backs. They had Delaney Walker was a fantastic H-back for years for them. You've got Treylon Burks. You've got that versatile guy there. You've got Kyle Phillips who can go inside out. And I think that now it's kind of like, hey, Ryan Tannehill, people have been saying you're the reason that we haven't made it further, like that you're holding this team back. Defense is good. Figure it the fuck out. And now with Malik Willis right behind him, I think we spent a 3rd round pick on a guy who's either going to light a fire under Ryan Tannehill's ass or replace Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, it's a great situation for me because I was out celebrating last night, graduating. So when naturally the Malik Willis pick came on the TVs at the bar, thank you. Nice little cap, nice little.
There it is
to commemorate it. But when the Malik Willis pick happened, I'm like, I love that. I love that. I think, and the reason I kept the Titans off of most, not all of the dynasty quarterback articles, I had Desmond Ridder, but I had Desmond Ridder to Tennessee, was that Tannehill isn't really like contractually and both based on his age. They don't really feel that pressure to move on from him yet. But if you got a guy like Willis who could take 2, maybe even 3 years to sit behind Tannehill, and who knows how that'll end up working out, but it's a good situation because this is an offense that has shown they don't need a quarterback to be good, but they need a good quarterback to be great. And
Yep.
Willis has the potential to be a good quarterback. Tannehill is kind of the median, right? I think if you have a quarterback better than Ryan Tannehill, you probably have a good quarterback. If you have a quarterback worse than Ryan Tannehill, you probably got no quarterback, you know? So I obviously, look, great pick. I love what Tennessee has done. Going back to receivers, by the way, real quick, my guy Nick Westbrook-Akina, I really like him as like a wide receiver 3.
Yeah.
So I can see they got solid weapons. Not great, especially looking at what some of the other teams in the AFC have done this offseason. Probably not in the top 50 percentile of the conference, but I like it a lot. I still think Tennessee could easily win their division. That's all you really need, right?
Yep. You just got to get to the playoffs. And as long as you match up well with those playoff teams, which I think they do, because I think when we look at all these playoff teams, run defense isn't a strength for them. Like you look at the AFC West and it's like, well, they're going to throw the ball a lot. Like, so they've been focusing on that. But if the Titans match up with an AFC West team, I don't think you can outshoot them. But if you can just keep their offense off the field with Derrick Henry and run the ball a ton, I think you could do that. They also just drafted Hassan Haskins. So it's like we have power run.
Yeah.
We have power run out the fucking wazoo in Tennessee. So they could just do it. And then the Rams just drafted a running back in Kieran Williams out of Notre Dame.
Saw that.
Yeah. I think it's okay. I think he's another guy like Snoop Connor where I'm like, your best trait is pass protection and you don't have another great trait. Like I think, like I was saying with Dameon Pierce, your best trait is pass protection, but you have another very good trait in your power running. But with guys like Snoop Connor and guys like Kieran Williams, I think you're a great pass protector, but I don't think you have another trait that I go, I want you on the fucking team. And also, I will say someone that I am very high on, and I have not seen anybody else very high on him, but I will continue to say that I am, is Treston Ebner out of Baylor. He's a runner, receiver, multiple kick return touchdowns in the past couple seasons. I don't know why a team hasn't just been because like here's the thing also, we talk about all these guys where you even said it before with DeMarco Jackson. You're like, if you're taking a guy, at least he's playing special teams. Treston Ebner is a fantastic fucking kick returner, like and punt returner.
Yeah.
Like, you take him and you know you're getting a return. I get the Rams not taking him because like the Rams specifically, just in this case, because I don't want anybody to think I'm targeting the Rams with this. The Rams have Brandon Powell, who we know him as a Gator guy.
Oh yeah.
He's also been a very productive returner over the past year. Like he was not great prior to that in his career. But then this past year with the Rams, he kind of took over as a great return man. So I don't want to fault them with that. I get adding a pass protector, I guess, but I don't think Kieran Williams is ever going to be more than a couple 100-yard a year guy. So I'm not a big fan of it. But again, also it's day 5. You take a guy that you think could contribute at some point and just hope for the best. The Vikings pick is in. We don't have the pick yet, but the pick is in.
I got it.
Oh, who is it?
Sezi Otomewu. Otamu. Jesus. Sezi Otomewu, the D lineman from Minnesota.
Okay. I was like, there we go, buddy.
Why not? Sure, why not? Going back to the Williams pick, though, there was a lot of buzz at a certain point in the draft community. They're like, oh, he could be, like a second-round pick. And I'm like, whoa, no, let's slow our roll there. Now that I've given me like a minute to process it, I really, really like the fit in LA. And at first I'm like, really? Like another running back? Like, look, Cam Akers can catch passes. They even re-signed Sony Michel's even on that. I don't know. But I think what they brought him in, I think he's still there too. Like he can, but he's not great at it. Akers is probably the best one. Henderson's solid. But now that I think about it, where Williams can succeed is how in this like creative of an offense, right? Because he's a bigger guy for his size and he's a good pass catcher. I think we can all agree. He's not the fastest, not the most explosive back out there, but we don't really need that. And I think what would work really well, especially in what Sean McVay does, is how he schemes his running backs in the backfield, not just the motions, but just like how you can be like a shotgun formation and suddenly bang, Stafford's under center and you got 2 running backs in the backfield. You got another guy playing slot that can move in. This is something they did so well in their playoff run this year is that they would have like Kupp in the slot, have a motion backfield. Stafford would be under center. And then they got one running back in the back. And not only does Kupp moving, help show what exactly the fuck the defense is doing. I can't believe I just dropped my first F-bomb on the air. That, of all things. Yeah. Woo! Yeah. Burn it all down. But it allows the running back to have a better ability to read his holes because suddenly Kupp, gives a sleight of hand to what the defense is doing. And I think that's something that, like a situation that Williams would thrive in because I do have questions about his ability to find the right holes. But I'm also just excited. I don't want to use the term like gadget player because he's far from a gadget all around player, but I think the Rams get really creative with how they use Williams because his skill set is different from Akers, from Henderson, a bit more of a power runner. So guys that like can go through the tackles and really create for themselves. Williams isn't necessarily that type of back. From a fantasy standpoint, like maybe PPR, he'll have some best ball value. I'm probably not going to touch him, to be honest. But if I think anyone could get the most out of him, it would be Sean McVay. So sure, another sure. Why not go for it?
It's day 5. I mean, it's the fifth now. Like, why not?
Yeah. The Bears are going to be up soon, and I am. Again, no affiliation with the Bears, just someone who wants to see Justin Fields succeed. I'm praying that they take a wide receiver. I just need it to happen. Like it's getting ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I just saw in the chat someone said congrats to you.
Oh, thank you.
That was Jashawn that said congrats, and Jashawn has been here. Jashawn spent all 3 days with us, just asking me when I was doing the one chip challenge. So he's great. Also, I'm kind of mad at him because he keeps asking me to do the one chip challenge. And it's like, what you got against me here? But yeah, DeAndre Bailey just said, "What's this linebacker about? We just drafted." I guess he wasn't here when the pick was actually made. He can blitz the A gap. He's solid in coverage. A mess against the run. He's athletic. He can do all these things. He's a special teams dream, and he is a right now situational linebacker, or at least I think. So there's that. People saying still need running back depth. Saints are taking that undrafted free agent. I don't think they're drafting a running back because they have one pick left. I don't think they use it for a running back. I could see receiver being the pick if there's a solid receiver available. But again, at this point, we're a few picks away now. This is the 5th round. Oh, Tyson Anderson just got drafted by the Bengals. Woo! Okay,
oh, nice.
Toledo, baby. That's what we care about. Where's the helmet?
Yeah, there you go. Let's go.
I like that. I'm a little confused by it because they took Daxton Hill. They have Jesse Bates. They have Von Bell. And so they're stacked at safety. Tyson, I like that he gets to stay in Ohio because he is an Ohio kid. Like he's from Toledo, so I like that he gets to stay there. He's just driving a couple hours south. But it's also a little weird to me because it's like with Daxton Hill, Jesse Bates is on the franchise tag. So does that mean that Jesse Bates is going to be gone and Daxton Hill's taking his spot? Von Bell has 1 year left on his deal. Does that mean that they're going to let him go and keep Tyson Anderson? And they're just going to be like, fuck it, we can replace our safety with our Lou Anarumo scheme. We could just replace safeties fairly easily. It's a little interesting. Don't know how I feel about it, but again, if you're planning for the future and you're getting, at least with Tyson, we know you're getting a special teams player. He's someone who Toledo has done a great job of producing special teamers specifically, and Tyson I think will be better than a special teamer. I mean, he's a long athlete. I think he's going to be a box safety or a big nickel. I think eventually, at his ceiling, he can be someone who you can match up with tight ends and just go fucking take him out because he's got insanely long arms. He's already tall. And if you didn't know this, in high school, 1 year he blocked, I think it was 9 kicks in a year. And he's been effective in college as well. So I like that. But yeah, Bengals taking Tyson Anderson is certainly an interesting one. I like it.
It's not bad. I think what they're really trying to do, at least first, is something that for Lou Anarumo. Okay, I'm slapping myself over that because he was a Dolphins assistant coach for the longest time, and I only
know it because he was
the whole week of the Super Bowl. I spent so much time like See, there you go. We know him all like that. I spent so much time leading up to the Super Bowl studying like the defenses of these teams, and something that they've done really surprisingly well in Cincinnati is utilizing their players in like different sub packages and consistently like subbing players in and out and making sure that their linebackers have more range, which puts a lot of pressure on the D line. So you see guys like Hill, especially Trey Hendrickson too, who can back up into coverage, playing a little more at the line. But what I really like about the Daxton Hill and Tyson picks were Hill. Is Hill the free safety of the future? Maybe, maybe not. I honestly, if I had to flip a coin today, I say Jesse Bates is not a Bengal long term, just based off pure money. For as good as he is, I don't think Cincinnati's going to want to pay him. Hill can be the free safety, but I think right away he could be a nickel back. And Mike Hilton wasn't a bad nickel back for Cincinnati, but he also does have a little more experience on the outside. So if they decide like Eli Apple, Chidobe Awuzie, like aren't the guys, our dude VH3, yeesh. If they decide like these aren't the players for them, they have a lot of different options versatility wise. And that kind of goes back to Tyson too. I think more than anyone, he's a guy who could play closer in the box. He could be like your de facto extra linebacker there. So you got Daxton who can, be your free safety, and Tyson who can be your strong safety. But at the same time, they can play a little more out of traditional position and help out in different aspects, maybe help bracket off certain receivers because that's the type of skill set that they have. So I like it. Should they take, another offensive lineman? I can't even tell you if they've drafted an offensive lineman.
They drafted one. They drafted one. I don't remember who, but I remember they drafted one because they drafted him, and I was like, they're just fucking throwing people at the offensive line and adding talent. I will also say, because you mentioned Tyson kind of out of position or at this new position, we interviewed him for a whole 9 last week, and we asked him like, how do you describe your skill set to an NFL team? And he's like, I'm a money backer. Like he knows. He knows what he's gonna do at the next level.
I like that. That's perfect. It's exactly to do with the money backer. Coin that, the Todd Grantham defense. I pulled up the Bengals draft so far. Cordell Volson, the North Dakota State offensive lineman, not
also, Bengals with a big W drafting 2 sides for me, a Gator and a Rocket. So yes. I'm a Bengals fan now. That's what we're doing now.
That Zach Carter pick is interesting because I think there could be some questions about what type of position he would be, whether he'd be more, inside or outside, but he's perfect for like what they do in Cincinnati. He'd probably be more of a 3 tech. Maybe at that point could use a little more weight, but he moves so naturally for his size. Actually, last week, so I interviewed him at the UF Pro Day, and he gave me a whole list of teams that he was interested in. It was like 10 teams, I think, or teams that were interested in him, of course. Cincinnati wasn't one of them. So, again, not surprised that one of those teams didn't draft him. But I saw him last week when I was getting early dinner at Midtown, and he and a couple other guys walked by, and I'm like, oh, look at these players. I'm like, oh, shoot, that's Zach Carter. And I had to do like a double take because I'm like, I was literally just interviewing you like a month ago, and I'm like, all right, whatever. And now like you're in person surrounded by all these people who are vastly smaller than you. And I'm like, Jesus, like, is he really that big? My goodness. You kind of forget. He like kind of like gives me like Eric Armstead vibes in a sense, just like this. He's not like the widest player by any means. I think some teams will look at that and say, can he really add any more? Like, does that mean he's limited in what type of position he can truly play? But his frame, especially like how he's built from his lower body down, is it's a lot of upside you could pack into one body, man. I don't know how else to I don't want to keep describing Zach Carter's body, but dude, I mean, that's a guy that can immediately come in and like do some damage in the right system. And I think Cincinnati is a good fit.
We saw him in Mobile, and I went up to him just because again, like I cover the Gators, but I'm in New York, so I don't get to meet these guys often.
Right.
So I saw Zach Carter, and I was like, I'm fucking going up to him. Like he was coming off the podium doing like a little press thing, and I saw him, and I was like, I'm gonna go up to him. And so I went up to him, I introduced myself, shook his hand, and I was like, this dude's hand was like, I have not shaken a player's hand that big and that noticeable since Mohammed Wilkerson. Because the New York Jets, when I was in high school, the New York Jets they built my high school's field. Because we were playing on literally like fucking carpet. Like I have scars on my arm from getting tackled on that field. Just getting tackled because it was just like carpet. So you
Wow.
just so they bought us and like 6 other high schools like a new field. And Mohammed Wilkerson came to the like opening day, and I shook his hand, and I was like, "This dude's hand enveloped." And I have big hands, like so I don't see people often who completely envelop my hands. Mohammed Wilkerson and Zachary Carter are the only 2 people, and I don't even know how big their hands are, but it's like big, meaty fucking hands, and they just completely envelop mine. And Zachary Carter did that, and I was like, I stood next to him, and I was like, I feel like a bitch. I was like, he is. I was like, I feel like a bitch. I was like, okay. Also, the Vikings just drafted Tyson Chandler, the running back from Tennessee and then North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. I might flip that around, but Tennessee, North Carolina running back Ty Chandler has been drafted. I like his pass catching ability more than anything else as an immediate contributor, which is good because Dalvin Cook, he's taking oh my God, the Texans just drafted Tegan Quitoriano, Oregon State, Oregon State tight end. But with Ty Chandler, like I like what he can do as a pass catcher and in an offense where I'm not a big fan of Alexander Madison. I don't know what it is. I'm just not a huge fan of his. But then Dalvin Cook, you got to get ways to keep him healthy. And the best way to keep him healthy is get him off the field a little bit more and let other people contribute. And Ty Chandler could kind of be that screen guy. The Vikings love those screen plays and not the films, but actual screens. And I think that if you can get him off the field and you can get Ty Chandler on the field a little bit and kind of just give Dalvin Cook a fucking break at some point, then I think that's I think that's a big W there.
Yeah, if Dalvin Cook's coming off the field, it's for Madison to do exactly what Cook could have done, or for Chandler to do it. Neither of them do as well. I mean, look, Dalvin Cook's is fine, but you're not gonna say let's scheme passes to Dalvin Cook out of the backfield. You can totally do that with Chandler. You could I think that's really it. Like just pass catching. He wasn't. I like consistency issues with him early on, especially more at Tennessee, which again might have. You were right, by the way. It was Tennessee, North Carolina. Tennessee was a little more versatile with how they used him, but Chandler as a pass catcher, like that's really all you're getting out of that. I do like him in that system because that's kind of. They really asked the running backs, like, all right, you got like one cut, then go. Like, find your hole and go. I think that's the type of offense that Chandler can really thrive in. So that's a good pick. There's going to be 100% fantasy people who are like, well, let's just get Chandler right now, and he'll be the heir to Dalvin Cook. And I don't know where Brandon went, I'll be completely honest, but I'll be I guess spewing for a little bit. I can't see the chat also, which like really, really stinks. Luke Wattenberg, Broncos just drafted out of Washington. So here's hoping Brandon comes back on. He was looking a little laggy to me. I don't know if it was looking a little bit laggy to anyone else, but I expect him to be back in a second. There he is. Oh, what's up? You changed your shirt or something? I'm kidding.
No, so I have a window right here, and the sun is like starting to shift, and this light was getting really weird. So I was like, I'm just gonna close the blinds and put my ring light on and stuff. So I was like, I'm just gonna make stuff fit there. But nope, same shirt. There's no point in changing a new shirt to sweat into. It's hot as hell in here. We're just gonna keep doing this one. But yeah, sorry. Who just got drafted?
Luke Wattenberg, the Denver Broncos O lineman from Washington. I have a question.
Never dunk on an O-line pick this late.
Yep. I have a question for the Broncos. Jesus, the Saints fans in the chat. How do we feel about Jameis Winston as quarterback? Because to me, I think like remember watching it back, like all right, it's fine. Like They're winning games. It's good. Then he got hurt, and the Saints season kind of just went shoop, you know. But looking back afterwards, and really like taking into account exactly everything New Orleans tried to do without Winston, like with Ian Book and Trevor Siemian, I think he's fine. Like he's more than fine. Like I'm glad that New Orleans didn't go and take a quarterback, especially when they brought in Andy Dalton too. I think that signaled like we're not going to take another quarterback. Like if anything, we have Ian Book as a project for another year or two. But they are in a decent enough situation. Not next year because they traded their first round pick, but the year after to go and get a big fish at quarterback. But I think they realize they're in a win now mode, and I really, really, really am content with Winston as their quarterback. He definitely wasn't bad. Dare I say he was above average. Not consistent, but I think what New Orleans did so well was help to mitigate his mistakes, especially with the ultimate mistake mitigator in Alvin Kamara. Like you can't hit your first, second, or third reads. Bang, Kamara in the backfield, you know? So I'm optimistic about Jameis Winston. I don't know if anyone in the chat, Brandon, shares my sentiments or if they wanted another quarterback.
Jashawn Farron said, I love him. Definitely he's an above average quarterback. I do want to talk about something real quick. If this is true from someone in the chat who has been accurate, Josh Patout. I don't know where he's getting his information from, but he's ahead of us usually. But cornerback Samuel Womack has gone to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah.
And I like it because guess what? That's another Toledo player. But I will say, honestly, I was not high on Sam Womack when he was coming out. I evaluated 202 players this year. Sam Womack was number 192 for me. So not super high on him. The grade that he ended up getting is like a 50-50 chance to make the roster. He's that kind of player. He's very smart. He plays with his eyes in coverage. He knows how to utilize them. He's a fluid athlete. He is very small. And he's just been very inconsistent throughout his college career. But I do like for the brand that a Toledo player has gotten drafted again. I think that's big. And I also know that from my incessant pestering of Jim Nagy that the NFL was higher on Sam Womack than the entire media was. That's something where Jim was like, look, like we liked Sam, but there weren't enough corner spots to give him an invite. So I know that the NFL, I know that Jim Nagy and the NFL liked Sam Womack more than media did, and more than I did because I wasn't super high on him.
I am sure you just spit some insane knowledge there, but that entire time I had the little message that said, oops, like your stream connection was really bad. I heard you just sounded like a robot the whole time. And then at the end, like, yeah, I think Sam Womack was a good pick. You want to sum all that up for me real quick?
He's small. He's small. He's smart. He's a willing tackler. I wasn't super high on him. I watched 202 players. He was my 192nd. So not super high on him. But I spoke to Jim Nagy about him quite a bit, and Jim Nagy was like, the NFL is high on him, or higher on him than media is. Senior Bowl was higher on him than media was. So it's as simple as that. And Jim Nagy, by the way, dope fucking dude. Like I went up to him in Mobile because this is my third year going, and every year I just make sure I go up to him and just like thank him for everything that they do. And I went up to him and I was like, "Hey, Brandon Olsen." He's like, "Oh, the Toledo guy." And I was just like, "That's my fucking identifier." I was like, "Hey, man, as long as if he recognizes my name, then I'm cool with it. I don't give a fuck what his identifier is."
That's awesome. Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about him from the TDN staff, getting to meet him. Hopefully I'll be up there next year. I won't have anything like impeding my schedule. I can't imagine. So naturally I'll have a lot more time to travel. It'd be nice to get down there. The Bears are on the clock again. I think they keep trading down. They took, who was it? They took Braxton Jones earlier. It's not a bad pick. He's got some traits that could really, really set his ceiling up high. But again, I'm still here. They took Velus Jones Jr. earlier, and I completely forgot that they took him. Some people have. I don't really like him either. Like I am sure
project rookie.
Yeah, I'm sure someone out there, multiple people out there have gone, there's your Debo Samuel. He could be your next Debo. And I'm like, stop it right now. I'm not an overly big fan of him. I'm still hoping that they draft another receiver. Who are some wide receivers that haven't been taken yet? Roberson hasn't gone yet.
Robertson
Justin
hasn't-
Ross, interesting. Mike
Justin Ross,
Hartley.
I think he's going to be solid. My biggest issue with him is like he's a pretty big dude and does not play as big as he is, which
Yeah.
is a little irritating. But I also think like he doesn't play as big as he is, but he also plays like he plays more fluid than he should be able to play. So it's like he's just a big dude that plays like a smaller receiver, and that's still fine with me. Just looking at guys that we still have available, there's not a ton of receivers that I've watched like in depth that are available. There's Jalen Naylor, Braylon Sanders. There's
Bo
two
Melton.
guys that I have. Bo Melton. There's two guys that I have as like slot projects that I'm not sure if they'll ever be anything.
Oh.
But it's Mike Harley Jr. from Miami and Charleston Rambo from Miami. They're both guys from like I can see them being okay in the slot. I actually like Mike Harley more than Charleston Rambo just because I think Charleston Rambo is a slightly better route runner, but I think Mike Harley has a higher ceiling, not a high ceiling to begin with, but a slightly higher ceiling just because I think he's clearly more of a vertical threat. He's very fast, very thin and wiry, but I think he's got a higher ceiling. He's not someone that I think is going to get drafted, though. Neither of them are people I think that will get drafted, but it's one of those things where 7th round, fuck it. Why not just go for it?
Slade Bolden's still on the board, too. I honestly don't think he'll be drafted, but especially with just like how little he actually got to produce at Bama, but there are definitely some people who think he could be a guy for them. Hayden Winks is the biggest, like, you got to get Slade Bolden to New England for obvious reasons, you know? I like Rambo, though. There was a point last year, I remember, where people were talking about him as like a day 2 pick, like a lock to be a day 2 pick, or like back in Oklahoma. And then like COVID happened and, you know, he transferred to Miami. Wasn't probably could have produced more, but he definitely looked like a more complete receiver in Miami. So I'm with you on that. I'll take Rambo in the later rounds. I'm surprised you didn't mention your guy Bo Melton. He wasn't drafted, right? Did I miss something?
Nope. I just when I was rattling off names, he just didn't come through because we've been talking about him so much and it just went through. The Bears did take Dominique Robertson, or Robinson from Miami of Ohio. So they did take a receiver, but they took a receiver that moved to edge rusher. In Dominique Robinson. So, hey, a receiver did go. It just wasn't the guy. I mean, obviously, receiver that moved to edge rusher plus athleticism, fluid fucking guy. But he's right now just a complete project to me. I remember right when I was writing a scouting report, I was just like, he has like no pass rush plan. Like he just runs out there and he's like, I'm gonna get around the edge, and that's his pass rush plan, and that's not an effective one to have in the NFL. Unless you're like elite at it. I don't think he's elite. I think he's a plus athlete, great first step, but I mean, fucking Dante Fowler Jr. has a great first step too. We've seen him not work out. So,
I guess you just like looked like line Robinson up back at receiver. I guess you know why not?
Hey man, we need some fucking help here. Just do it.
I don't
like the pick.
It's not bad. I just like, geez, they're really gonna do Justin Fields dirty like this. Like he needs that type of help. Like he wasn't gonna come in and be like a starter day 1. He needed time to develop. Like we all knew that. And as much as I love Darnell Mooney and as much as I like Cole Kmet, it's not enough. Is Jones Jr. going to be the guy? Probably not. Like that'd be a pretty big shock. Already they're going to be in the fantasy community saying, "Oh, draft Jones Jr. be the wide receiver too." But you don't even know what this offense is going to look like. Like,
yep.
I think my biggest pet peeve is when people look at teams that need receivers and say, "Well, automatically that's a relevant player." When my biggest indicator of the opposite is look at Tennessee last year. I mean, it's Julio Jones, so I said that no team should trade for him. I thought he was washed, to be honest. Like last season, and then he goes, what?
I said you weren't wrong for thinking that.
Yeah, no, I got so much flack for it. I'm like, guys, like, you're just not that good anymore. And going to Tennessee, a team like that doesn't throw the ball as often, they're still going to be a run first team. And that could still be the case in Chicago, in Philadelphia. I love AJ Brown. I think he's probably one of the perfect most he's pretty darn perfect for Philadelphia because look, if Hurts can't develop as a passer, at least you got a guy who is one of the best receivers at winning like 5 yards deep from the line of scrimmage, right? It's the Tua thing too. It's this guy. Where's wrong thumb? This guy over my shoulder. If Tua doesn't develop, at least you got guys you just give the ball to like 2 yards away from you and bang, they're taking off downfield. That's all you need. In Chicago, that's exactly what you need because Fields isn't going to. He can create. He's a good passer, but he's not complete enough yet. You need to see him in the right structure. And just because you add receivers around him doesn't mean that it's going to make them take that next step. It just might make them look good. But there's a difference. There's a big difference right there. As Saints fans probably have noticed, without Drew Brees at the helm over the past few years, just because you got receivers, whether it's, Marquez Colston or Robert Meacham or Devery Henderson or Kenny Stills when he was like still young and breaking out. And then back to Michael Thomas, right? Just because you got receivers doesn't mean it's going to make your quarterback take the next step developmentally, like everyone else aside from Drew Brees, who ever played for New Orleans. It just means that they might look good for a little bit and then bang, what happens next? Nothing. So I'm really disappointed that Chicago hasn't done more. I love what Philadelphia has done to help Jalen Hurts. I love what Miami is. Obviously, I love what Miami has done to help Tua, but that doesn't mean that they're going to take the next step. It just means they might look good for a bit, and then they may never be enough. Kind of like Ryan Tannehill, I guess, in Tennessee too. So that's my quarterback wide receiver rants. I don't know if you have one to match it.
I definitely can't match it, or I can go on a rant, but I can't match that one, I'll say. But I also will say that Matthew Butler just went to the Vegas Raiders.
Oh, there you go.
So the Saints fans that were asking about him, don't worry about him. You ain't getting him. It's as simple as that. But again, I'm not a huge fan of his. I just think that I think he's just a project right now that doesn't even have that high of a ceiling. So I think I'm not going to say it's a bullet dodge because it's the 5th round, but I will say that maybe you get a guy with a higher ceiling later on. I'm just not a massive fan of Matthew Butler, which is fine. Raiders took him. Raiders can deal with him, and they can keep doing their thing. Cowboys, Lions, Cowboys, Packers are on the clock to end the 5th round of the NFL draft.
Jeez, it's already coming to an end. I think I will probably sign off here after the Packers pick, but this has been a lot of fun. I'm glad we finally got to have a nice, good live.
Is
he me on Locked On Gators? Got you. But yeah, a few more.
We're gonna have you
left
on
like Green Bay. Yeah, hell yeah! And you're coming. I'm still gonna be in Gainesville next year, but I'm seeing you at the Utah game.
Yes, you are. I have not bought the tickets yet, but I'm still trying to figure out where I'm going to sit. But we're going.
Oh,
I'm still trying to figure out if I want to be really close. I'm still trying to figure out if I want to be really close or if I want to be like somewhere higher up, and I could actually I'm trying to think, just like because I think the atmosphere is going to be dope wherever I'm at. I just I've always been the type where when I go to a sporting event, I like sitting front row. So it's just a matter of where I want to sit, or I just like being close to the action. Where but I haven't decided, but we're going. We are absolutely going. We are already planning things around that trip so that we're not interfering. There was a concert that we want to go to in September, and we were just like, okay, it's not the same weekend, right? Like we can go to this one. Okay, cool. Because there's a stand-up show in June when we are going to be in Europe, and I am going to. And but there's a stand-up show in New York that I want to go to. And so I can't go see the stand-up show, but I'm like, hey, whatever, we're in Europe. I don't know why someone just came into the chat and said, happy birthday, Brandon. It is not my birthday. It's one of my friends just coming in to say shit and get people to go, happy birthday, Brandon. It is not my birthday. Um,
I do that all the time. I'll be in like a group chat and just be like,
Happy
"Happy birthday!" It's like someone, and everyone else will be like, "Oh, happy birthday, man!" I'm like, "It's not my birthday."
Yeah,
That's
but
funny.
yep, I get it.
Where are you gonna be in Europe?
We were going to Portugal. I have never been to Europe at all. She already speaks Portuguese, so it's like easy to just go to a country. Like it's not like going to like Germany where it's like we don't speak the language. But yeah, we're going to
Nope.
Portugal for 10 days, but people will still
Sick.
be able to get Locked On Gators 5 days a week. I'm
Ooh,
just going to
nice.
pre-record 10 episodes and just release them.
Wow.
It's gonna be
What
fun.
are when are you going to be there? What dates? Because I have a lot of friends who are going to be in Europe at various points this summer. I'm sure I know a couple people who are going to be in Portugal. Not like you'd want to meet up with them. I just coincidence. No, it was like, hey, like, yo, go meet like this guy
Um,
Brandon. Like, he's super cool. He and his girlfriend in Portugal. But
we're
where?
going June 20th to June 29th.
Okay,
We're going to
nice.
2 cities too. So we're spending a bit in Lisbon, and then we're spending a bit in like some like beach, like a beach city,
Some
beach town, whatever. Where we're just like,
beach
hey, like,
town.
okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we got a bit where we go, hey, like we're gonna, yeah, we got a bit where we're gonna go, like, hey, like we're gonna go explore, and then another bit where I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna get shit faced and just hang out on the beach.
I saw Damone Clark just went, by the way, the LSU linebacker. TDN, I think, had him pretty high. I
I
think
mean,
Keith
he's a
Sanchez was
good
really
player.
high on him.
He's a good
Yeah.
player. I like him. It's just a matter of he got spinal surgery last month, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
he's gonna miss this year. He's gonna
Mm,
miss this year with a spinal surgery. So I think that's why he
yeah.
fell so far. I think if he didn't, I feel like if he was fully healthy and his medicals checked out, I think he would have been gone in like the third round. I think he's such a good athlete. But yeah, I think he would have been gone earlier. Just because he's such a good athlete. Like I have him as 82nd overall player.
Yeah.
I like him. He's a plus athlete. Like he is a chase
Yeah.
player right now. He's got to work on his instincts and develop a bit there. But I mean, at this point, you're getting someone who gets a year to learn how to play your defense and gets a year to get healthy before he's asked to
Mhm.
really do anything. I think that's kind of important with it.
That's such a Dallas pick. Like
It
just the
is.
LSU guy
LSU
who's going to take a year off. But
with
yeah.
a medical injury, like with a medical concern.
Yeah. Yeah, it obviously it'll take some time there, but they could use some of the depth for sure. Who did Dallas? Oh yeah, Tyler Smith. Ooh, I made some people some good money by telling them Tyler Smith was like 2 weeks ago. So hopefully they buy me a drink next time we're all out together. Uh, it's definitely like the wildest draft I've seen in a few years, right? Because like I know it's like the top of the draft, like for most people, is like the big selling point. And while there were definitely some things that were like, oh, okay, like wow, Drake London was a Falcon. Like they did take Sauce Gardner at 4. The second half of the first round was bonkers.
Yep.
Bonkers.
Insane.
And not just because you see Hollywood Brown and AJ Brown both taking their talents elsewhere. It's just my goodness. And I'm there sitting at graduation, like, like, all right, this is great. Like it ended before the draft, but then I got to go to dinner to watch the draft. So in the car ride over, and then the whole time at dinner, I'm like on my phone while my parents and like my other family are like congrats. I'm like, oh cool. Oh wow, I can't believe they did Tyler Smith. Exactly. But it's been a nutty draft. It's been super cool to just like be a part of the whole draft community, especially. And I'm dipping in the fantasy community, of course, too. Being a part of TDN, like they've been doing a great job at their draft house up in Vegas. I really, really have like the most insane amount of FOMO ever not being there. But I did get my Vegas fill about 2 months ago, I think. Spring break, went to Vegas. So
there it is.
yeah.
The Lions have selected tight end James Mitchell. If you don't mind, I'm going to be back in 1 minute. I'm getting a phone call right now that I have to tell them that I'm doing the live stream. So
Oh,
if
good.
you're cool with it, I'm just gonna let you man the ship for a minute.
Yeah, cool. I'll do that, and then when you come back, I'll say my goodbyes. Again, has anyone talked about anything in the chat or not? Cool. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone wants to like follow me.
They're just talking about the picks that have happened. They also said D tackle John Ridgeway just went to the Cowboys.
Oh yeah, I see that. Oh wow, they got 2 picks right there. Then Green Bay is about to get up. I'm hoping Green Bay takes another receiver. But I'm kind of with like Brandon on this. Not many great receivers left. Ridgeway is an interesting pick because I don't really think nose tackle was a huge need for Dallas by any means. He spent a couple years at Illinois State, I believe. Look, obviously my SEC guys, I got a soft spot for the SEC guys. I'm assuming we got some Florida Gators fans also in the chat, but Brandon did tell me it was a New Orleans Saints sort of thing, which is cool. I got nothing against the Saints by any means. There was actually a point in time I owned an Alex Anzalone Saints jersey. He was a Gator. He was a Saint. It was a funny story because I was just like hanging out in my college dorm when he was a Saint, like doing work downstairs, and this girl was just carrying out like this whole batch of clothes. She was about to donate them, and one of them was an Anzalone jersey, and I'm like, is that an Alvin Kamara jersey? Because I couldn't see the other number. She's like, oh no, some Gator player. Holds it up. I'm like, that's even better. I'll take an Alex Anzalone Saints jersey. So I had that for a while before I gifted it to my cousin. But kind of back to Ridgeway, I think he could be like I know he kind of was for Arkansas. I don't really the best in a 3-4 scheme, so I guess Dallas has got something going with that. He could definitely be a starter like day one. I do wonder about his ceiling. He's obviously very strong. I like his violent hands, which is always good to have at that position. Special teams is always a possibility again with this late round. Green Bay. Kingsley and Agbare. Okay. So many SEC guys going off the board. Wow. You see Green Bay's pick? They picked Kingsley and Agbare.
I like that. Kingsley and Agbare is a good fucking pick for them right now, especially after losing Darius Smith. Just adding an edge rusher that you can kind of help. I like that. Fucking hate them, man. They're so good.
Yeah, the mixed emotions really start coming in on round 5 when it's like, to most people, it'll be like,
and I'm fine acknowledging that it's jealousy.
Well, what do you think about your team's draft, man? Not too shabby. Honestly, I predicted that Neil would be the pick at 5 or 7 or something, so that wasn't a shock. But Tibbs, there was that rumor saying that they thought he was a bad interview, and then look at it.
It's fun that they finally fucking played the media to their advantage after years of fucking that up. I love the Kayvon Thibodeau pick. I love the Evan Neal pick. I have no problem saying that Kayvon Thibodeau is my number 1 player in this class. So I love getting him at 5. And Evan Neal was my number 5 player in this class. So getting him at 7 is obviously phenomenal for me. So I love that. I got a little confused at certain point, like Wan'Dale Robinson when they drafted him. I was like, okay, so Kadarius Toney's gone, and then they were like, no, Kadarius Toney's not gone. Yeah, they said no, Kadarius Toney's not gone. We're going to build around both of them. That's hard to do because now you have Kadarius and little Kadarius. So that's what you have to deal with now, and trying to build that offense. Where I think it's great if you can treat them kind of like Rondale Moore, where it's like get them hitches, do whatever, get them involved, crossing routes, just get them in open space. And try to just let them make plays with the ball in their hand because they're both so dynamic. Like both of those guys, I didn't grade as receivers or running backs. With Kadarius, I created an offensive weapon category where it's just like that gadgety type player. So my evaluation has both of them as offensive weapon. Cordell Flott, confusing to me because last year they drafted Aaron Robinson. And the year before that, they drafted Darnay Holmes. And all 3 of those guys are guys that are best at the slot. And it's like, well, what do you do now? Because now you've got 3 guys that you've invested fairly early picks in to take them, and they're nickel DBs. And so that's a little weird for me. Josh Ezeudu was the first guy that I did not evaluate at all. Day 3's been hit or miss. I feel like they're taking guys that are just like they fit our scheme or they have potential to become eventually like rotational guys. I feel like they haven't taken anybody that I'm like, he's going to be a starter. Maybe Daniel Bellinger, the tight end out of San Diego State. I think he's a good inline guy. I think his ceiling is like a tight end too, but I wouldn't. I mean, 12 personnel is something that NFL teams do quite frequently, and injuries happen. Where even if he's your tight end too, I don't hate him being the low level tight end one, and we got a punter off the board, another punter
Not
off
a punter, not a punter, the punter.
the punt
Wow.
god has been
Matter raise. Oh man, there's the Bills are having one of my favorite drafts.
the Bills are fucking.
I mean, obviously the Kair Elam pick is perfect. Elam, I tweeted it that Kair Elam could be the best cornerback from this class, and that tweet's still blowing up right now. I think because you retweeted
I
it.
retweeted it as well.
Yeah, it's still blowing up. Let's check. It's got
it's a fantastic
tweets.
pick.
326 likes. Jesus, yeah. I'll be freezing cold takes if that doesn't pan out, but yeah, I love that pick.
Eric Crocker from Locked On NFL Draft and Locked On 49ers. He played NFL corner, and he was like, Kair Elam to the Bills is a fucking awesome. Like before the draft, way before the draft, he was like in his mocks, he had Kair to the Bills, and it was something that I love too because I've been making fun of people for so long when they talk about Kair Elam because they always say he's a press man corner, he's a press zone corner. It's like he's a fucking press corner. Just let him play press and do whatever you want with him. Like he's a versatile guy, and I really like it for the Bills because coming out of college. Trey White was thought of as like a press zone guy, and they've used him excellently, but they've tried shifting more man and zone mixes in there, and now you can do that. Like you have Trey White, who is a very well-rounded, talented corner. You have Kair Elam, who's a very well-rounded, talented corner. Like you're adding guys who are going to play instantly and are going to fit whatever you're trying to do defensively.
Yeah. I'm with Crocker, by the way, too. And me and Cole Topham for months, my co-host on the Breakout Football podcast, and just an all-around great, smart guy. We've been saying Kair Elam to the Bills for months now, too. I had that in my mock draft as well. It's a phenomenal fit, not just from a player standpoint, from a team standpoint. That is exactly what they needed, especially with the receivers that they're going to be facing next year at minimum. Like that's going to be a tough time for that defense. I've been on record multiple times saying the Bills are my pick to win the AFC. I think they're going to the Super Bowl. They are that good. Adding Elam and now the punt god. Oh, cherry on top. That's a great draft.
Yeah,
I'm going to head out.
Yeah, I was just going to say after Terrell Bernard got drafted, I have a friend on the Bills, and I texted him, and I was just like, "So you motherfuckers are just built different up there, right?" And he was like, "Hell, fucking yeah!" He's like, "We're fucking going for it this year."
Hell yeah! No, Bills Mafia should be really
and
happy
before you head out, let people know where they can find you and where they can find all your work and everything.
Yeah. Sure. I'm on all social media. I really hate Instagram, so you're not going to get anything out of me there. Twitter at Zach Cohen FB, same things. If you at me, reply to my tweets or whatever, I'll always respond. I try to respond to most of my comments. I'm also on TikTok too. That has surprisingly become the breadwinner of the social media for me. It's really weird. I did a draft recap like immediately after the first round. I got home in time. I had like 27,000 people on there, and it was just like, this is my life now. During the season, fantasy Sundays would be like 30 to 40K. It's so weird that like I always hated TikTok, but you can follow me on TikTok if you have it. Same handle at Zach Cohen FB. All my work, is on the Draft Network, mostly fantasy football based. You can follow my podcast. I'll have some fantasy football recaps coming up this week. The Breakout Football Podcast on all platforms, brought to you by the Believe Network. That's really it. Yeah, dude, I appreciate you asking me to come on. It's always a fun time to chat with you, bro.
Yeah, no, we have a blast, and yeah, we're gonna link up for a lot of shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. This ain't the last time we collab for sure. It'll be fun, man. All right. I don't how to leave, so that's what I'm gonna be it. But
you could just
peace, everyone. Perfect. All right, I'll catch you later, Brandon. Everyone.
See ya. All right, everybody. Looks like you're stuck with me again. It's cool though. We've got some people that we're trying to get set up. It's gonna be a little fun, and by a little fun, I mean it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, we're working on getting some stuff. And don't forget, after the draft, it's looking like we're going to have some UDFA signings that we're going to get to break the news for, which is going to be really awesome. Yeah, I mean, there's some players where I don't know how the hell they haven't gone yet. Wouldn't shock me if they started going here. Just there's a lot of players where I like them as special teamers at the very least. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I'm excited for it. There are a lot of prospects that I like that as these late day 3 guys who I thought would be gone earlier, but that ain't the case. And yeah, there's people that fell and people that got drafted way higher than they should have, if we're being honest. But just looking at even the list that NFLnetwork.com has available for, or NFL.com has available for guys that haven't been drafted yet, it's so confusing to me how some of these guys are still there. It's definitely interesting. Kieran Johnson to Philly, really? Wow, that's upsetting because he's good, and Philly just keeps adding good fucking football players, and it's incredibly frustrating for me as someone who hates Philly. It's very frustrating that they keep adding good football players, and I hate that, and I hate them for it. But that is what it is. I hate them so much. I hate that they're having a good draft. That's what I mean. Like Kobe Dean was a good pick. Kobe Dean was a fucking great pick. Yeah, I hate that they're so good now, or that they're getting so good and have the potential to be so good. I mean, there are also some players. It's like Baylor has a lot of good players, and I don't know why they're still available. It just doesn't make sense to me. Rev Deuce has a family thing today, so he is preoccupied. I don't know if he'll be here. He didn't say he won't be, but he didn't say he will be. So that's where we're at with that. Really, Beavers to the Giants. I like that. I like that Josh is just out here, random. Oh. I might have just gotten some not good news, but I might have just gotten some news right here for you. Because there is a player that I like that has not been drafted yet. And I didn't know anything that would have kept him out. But that's interesting. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm 11 more before we get to see which non-safety running back player the Saints draft. Okay, hold on. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me catch this. Jashawn, do you mean guys that I want them to draft, or guys that they did draft? Matt, 11 more before we get to see which I'll tell you what, let me know which position you guys want. If you're a Saints fan, let me know which position you guys want the Saints to draft. Let me know which positions you want the Saints to draft. Let me know which positions you want non-Saints to draft if you're not a Saints fan. Let me know, and we'll talk about this. Like we'll get into this, and I'll give you some guys that I think could fit what they'd want to do. Sorry, there's an agent thing. I'm setting up the UDFA bit. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, okay. So safety is so you guys really want safeties, strong safety in particular. Okay. We could talk about some strong safeties. Let me pull up the list of guys that I have. The worst thing for me right now is that I have these pulled up, but I don't have it clicked where I'm like automatically marking guys when I go to my position rankings. Um, there's a lot of safeties available actually that I like. We've got Verone McKinley the third is a small safety. He wins with his eyes. He wins with his IQ. He's that versatile player. I think he's going to be kind of relegated to the nickel spot, which means he's going to be around the box level. He likes to hit people, but he's small, so I'm a little worried about it. Tremendous ball skills. I think that you can play him in the deep middle and be perfectly fine with it. Uh, I know that Saints fans and that the Saints system is, hey, we're going to have versatile safeties. We're going to move them around the field. I think Verone McKinley is fantastic for that. Smoke Monday is someone who, I'll be honest, I don't really like him. He plays like a bat out of hell. His motor's moving and he loves hitting people, but he's just not good in coverage. That's what worries me. Joey Blunt is someone who was asked to do a ton at Virginia. He did so much for that defense. He was also like the commander of that defense, high IQ, always finds a way to get around the ball in the running game and the passing game. Not a great athlete, but he's got the IQ. Similar situation with Trey Sterling from Oklahoma State. I think he's been very productive. He dealt with injuries this past season, and that's one of the reasons that I think he's fallen so far. But he's a great robber, great in robber coverage. He's great in man coverage against tight ends. Greg Eisworth from Iowa State is a straight box safety more than anything else. Elite football IQ. He's been productive for years. Great in zone coverage. Great in run defense. Man, bad. Don't ask him to do it. Colby Harvell-Peel out of Oklahoma State, not a great athlete, but his IQ is plus. Trey Sterling and Colby Harvell-Peel are both insanely smart safeties that have been falling a bit for whatever reason it might be. And then I'm going to shift away from safeties. We got more if we want to talk about them. But defensive tackle, there's not many guys left that I'd really like. There's not many guys left that I have draftable grades on. Right now, it's actually just Haskell Garrett. I think that if you guys wanted a nose tackle, you missed out bad with Matthew Butler, Neil Farrell, Travis Jones, Ayomo Waziriki, who got listed as a defensive end, but he played defensive end in the Iowa State defense. I could talk about Bell in a second. Don't worry about that, Jashawn. I can. He was literally next on the list of safeties. I think if you need a nose tackle, I think you take. I think you sign a free agent, not even undrafted free agent. Just sign a veteran free agent to be your run stuffing nose tackle. We also got running backs and wide receivers. You guys want to talk about? We'll go running backs first because that's just closer on my list. Tresson Ebner, big fan of. Inconsistent vision, that is fair, but legit threat as a runner and receiver, just a home run hitter and a great return man. Trying to think of who else is available. Jashawn Corbin from Florida State, jack of all trades, master of none, but you're not going to get a great football player right now late in this draft. So there's him. There's who else do I have on the list that I think would be good for a Saints player? Bryant Koback from Toledo could be that guy. He's not a great athlete. He's quicker than fast. He doesn't have great vision. Soft hands out of the backfield, solid pass protection. There's CJ Verdell, who to me is just he's just a guy. I don't think he's someone that you're going to really add that contributes. Oh, Keontae Ingram also is someone that I love. He's well-rounded, doesn't wow in any one specific area, but he's been consistently effective and consistently productive for years with two schools. So I really like the possibility of him being a Saints player. So there's that. What else do we have? Wide receiver. There's wide receiver. There's a lot of guys left, but there's not a lot of guys that I like left. Let's see who's the top receiver that I have available right now. It's still Bo Melton. Bo Melton's the guy. If he's there for the Saints, I think you have to take him. Outside of him, there's Jalen Naylor, Braylon Sanders, Mike Harley, Charleston Rambo. I think they're all guys who can contribute and play early on. I think you're going to find hard pressed to find a guy who can contribute immediately this year. Who else was it that we were looking at? We had, you wanted to hear about Marquise Bell from FAMU. Marquise Bell is someone who I have him right now. He's my 16th overall safety. Of the safeties available, he's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. safety. He's long. He plays angry. The reason that I dropped him down is because he plays physical. He's long, but I think he might be a little wiry, a little thin, and I'm a little worried about that for stepping up to the next level of the NFL and trying to play with that same weight and that same size and trying to be as physical as he is. Can eat up space in a hurry. His change of direction is worrisome. I think he's going to be a box safety. I don't think he can really do much else. I think he's going to be I wrote down in my scouting report, I was like, he's a money backer or he's a big nickel. I think those are what he can do. And that's what he can do well. Saints are trying to be cute to catch Butler in the sixth, or they're comfortable with I think they're comfortable with their defensive line. I do. Josh, I think the Saints are very comfortable with who they have along your defensive line because, and the way that I look at it is we talked about this earlier, Dylan and I, where we said, you've got your defensive line. You had Travis Jones was available in the second round. Travis Jones went in the third round. I think he was a first round talent, but he was available at the second round. And guess what? He didn't get picked by the Saints. Instead, they took Alontae Taylor, who everybody hates. If they wanted Travis Jones, they would have taken Travis Jones. Matthew Butler could have taken him in the fifth. Didn't. Now he's gone. So I think there are quite a few people where we keep saying from the outside in, we keep saying we need D tackle, we need this. It looks like they're comfortable with their defensive line, at least at this point. I think that's the biggest takeaway right now, is that the Saints are comfortable with who they have. Yeah, Peyton Turner can play inside, but he's more of a 3-tech. Everybody that Saints fans have been listing as people they want is more of a nose tackle, one tech kind of thing. So I think that's what we're talking about. I don't hate Taylor, but I just don't get the vision. Yeah, it's weird. I'm not a big fan of his. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Alontae Taylor. I think he's a big project, and I don't think you take a big project like that in the second round. But again, I feel like I'm lower on him than most. So there's that. The Patriots took another running back. They took Kevin Harris out of South Carolina, who I do like. He's one of those guys where I think he's going to be the Damian Harris replacement when Damian Harris is gone. He's not a creative runner, runs with power, runs with purpose, has just great contact balance. Again, not a ton of acceleration, not a ton of wiggle. He's got solid vision. I don't think he's going to be a contributor on passing downs. I think it's as simple as that when you look at someone like Kevin Harris out of South Carolina. I think he's incredibly productive, though, and he has been. Sorry. By the way, that chip still killing my stomach. Still has me all kinds. 50 shades of fucked up. That's what I am right now with that one. Sorry, I'm still trying to work on this UDFA thing that I'm pushing. But yeah, that is what it is. I mean, tackle Zachary Thomas to Chicago. Okay, adding O-line help. Thank goodness, because you need it. Onyemata can play inside. Yeah, Josh, I get it. You have guys that can play inside. But right now, you're looking like you can't just have one guy that can do it. Like, you need multiple players who can do it. Yeah, Matt, that's what you mean when you're saying like, oh, like Alan said he'd be a core special teamer. He's a special team. He's fucking phenomenal on special teams, for being honest. But the second round is not when you take a core special teamer. Second round is when you take a core contributor to your team. First 2 rounds, 3 rounds, if you can, is when you take a core contributor to your team. Simple as that. At the very least, you take a depth guy in the third round, but even then, you still want a guy who's going to contribute to your team this year. Ain't been the case with the draft so far for the Saints. I mean, I love their first pick. I do. I don't like the Trevor Penning pick. I don't like the Alontae Taylor pick. And again, that could just be me being a little more strict with things or a little more pessimistic with things, but that's just where I'm at. And I ain't gonna lie to you guys, okay? Any UDFAs for New Orleans? I don't know, because I'll be honest with you, there's quite a few guys that are still on my board with draftable grades that look like they're not going to get drafted. Verone McKinley is fucking tumbled for where he is on my board. I have him as 79th overall player, and we are at pick 188 now, and he's not been selected. So that's where I'm at with that, where it's like, well, that's a little bit of a weird one for me. I don't think he should be there, but here we are. He's there. Who else is on my board that could fit the Saints. Or that could fit a need for the Saints and a want for the Saints. Tristan Ebner is someone that I will live and die by. Bo Melton, I think he should be the pick in the 6th round if he's there, because he should have been drafted by now. He's a technician, and if you can take a technician, you take a technician. Now, the Saints have built their passing attack with technicians. Maybe they're saying, you got Traquan Smith, who I don't think is a technician, but Michael Thomas, you've got Chris Olave now, just phenomenal route runners, and I think that's what you're looking at is just going, damn, they're good. I think that's pretty cool. 1 second, sorry. I realize that I'm looking at my phone while also speaking to you guys. Like I said, I'm trying to set up the UDFA thing, so when UDFAs get signed, we get to break the news here. And I think that's a pretty cool thing that we do here sometimes. So, and I think there's at least one player that we're looking at where someone just get drafted from Baylor. I feel like that list just changed. Christian Benford from Villanova is a cool pick, by the way. Villanova is not really thought of as a football school, and they're not a football school. They're obviously a basketball school. It's a really cool pick to see a Villanova player go. Maybe that's just me going, I live up here, so like a local kid is a cool thing to see. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, see, the way that I set this up is that I get agents to agree to be like, hey, when we have players that go undrafted, we'll let you know, so you can break the news. And it's a really cool thing. It gets a ton of engagement. It's really fun. Or players that go undrafted. I know them. I just talk to them and I go, hey, if you go undrafted, can you let me know where you signed so I can break that news? And we got players, we've got agents that have agreed to it today, so that's going to be really cool. I also, like, in the 7th round, I'm going to have to start setting up the tweets to just get ready to fire it off. I have never even heard of that name, Josh. I'm not going to lie to you. There we go. There's the first name that I've never even... Oh, the Fordham guy. Okay. Yeah, I didn't look into him. But cool, again, to see a local kid get drafted. Local. I don't know where he's from, but I know he played local. Because Fordham is pretty close to where I live, actually. So that's pretty cool. Let's see this. Yeah, no, I'm not. Actually, I'm not going to text this agent because I'm pretty sure none of their clients are getting undrafted. Big time. Yeah, I'm not going to text that agent. That's a big agent, and I'm pretty sure all their clients got drafted. Do with that what you will. Oh, fuck. Malcolm Rodriguez went to Oklahoma State. Went to the Detroit Lions. Obviously, went to Oklahoma State. Went to the Detroit Lions. That is, I'll tell you, that is what we call in the industry a good fucking pick. It's as simple as that. That is what we look at and we go, well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what we look at and we go, that's a good fucking pick that they have there. I love him. I love that Malcolm Rodriguez pick so much. Like, you are not going to find you're not going to find a better linebacker in the NFL draft right now than Malcolm Rodriguez. He lacks the size. Yeah, sure. He's built like a fucking tank, but he's short. Not an elite athlete, but IQ is there. Instincts are there, and you can't teach instincts. Sound tackler. If he gets his hand on you, you're done. Strong hitter. He's going to need to get more comfortable in zone, but see ball, get ball player from day one. You can just go, hey, man, chase that motherfucker with the ball. And that's the approach that you're taking with him. So I love that Malcolm Rodriguez pick. That's a great one. That's a good pick from Amari Barno. Just went to the Panthers. Okay, you guys, I know you're Saints fans, so you hate the Panthers. That's a good pick for the Panthers. I regret to inform you that Amari Barno is a good pick for the Panthers. He is a freaky athlete, and I think you're going to be maybe not concerned with it, but I think you're going to recognize that he is a very, very talented player. Yeah, Tim, that's yeah. You've been subjected, if you're not reading, whatever. Dig where you're coming from as a Saints fan. We've been subjected to a decade and a half of Saints always take BPA propaganda every year, only to be forced into 2 first-round position picks. Look, Matt, I get where you're coming from. Where you go, I don't hate it. And again, here's the thing: when you look at the draft and you look at draft evaluation, I evaluate players every single year. I don't do it to cover a specific team. I'm not a Saints fan. I dig the Saints. I do because Drew Brees is my favorite quarterback of all time. So I dig the Saints. But and we were saying this earlier. You can look at BPA. You can look at drafting for need. Usually, when you draft for need, it ends up that you reach for someone, and that's what the Saints did with Trevor Penning and with Alontae Taylor. I feel like you panicked a little bit, especially with Alontae Taylor. I don't like the Trevor Penning pick. I cannot stand the Alontae Taylor pick. I think that was one of the worst picks of the draft, just because you drafted him so early, just for him to not work out. I think that's a really bad thing to do. I think that's a terrible decision to make. And yeah, that's pretty frustrating. If I'm a Saints fan, I'm mad about that pick. Simple as that. It is legitimately as simple as that. If I'm a Saints fan, I am mad about that draft pick because I think it was a bad pick. I was referring to Panthers, by the way. Which one? Amari Barno? Oh, you don't hate the Panthers because they don't pose a threat. I thought you were saying you don't hate Elm so much as the picks that Tim Fry was talking about, and that like the team doesn't pose a threat right now, as in like you think that you guys aren't that close. Not even trying to trade back. You should have traded up and skipped the Bears because we know that the Saints were interested in Jaquan Brisker. That's a fact. We know that the Saints. I'm reporting this bot every time it says anything. Just so you know, we know that the Saints were interested in Jaquan Brisker. We knew that the Bears were going to take Jaquan Brisker if he was there. That was very easily the thing to just say, well, he's going. Like if he's there, he's gone. And we knew that would happen. Yesterday during the stream, we started talking about that when the Houston Texans took Jalen Petrie, because we were saying the Saints, Jalen Petrie, Jaquan Brisker. That's who it should be, and that's who they want it to be. Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Petrie went at I think 38, if I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head, 38. So there's that, and then Jaquan Brisker went the pick before, but the Saints never should have been sitting there. They should have traded up. And that's the mistake they made. Okay, Justin Schaefer to Atlanta. All right, that's a whatever pick. That's a depth pick. That's what you're getting. You're getting a depth guy at that point. And again, that's the thing when you talk about the 6th round now. When you talk about the 6th round now, and you're like, oh well, these are depth picks. Most of these guys, the average NFL career is 3.3 years long. 3.3 years long. If they don't go, then that's something where it's like, or if they don't last, that's something where it's fine. I also just realized that Josh called them the Carolina Panties. But yeah, if they don't last, then that's fine. You're at a spot where you got 53 roster spots that are active. You got 46 guys that play or 46 active players every week. If you can get a guy here that contributes at all, even for a year or two, it's a good pick. A lot of undrafted guys end up contributing. A lot of first-round guys end up contributing on other teams. A lot of guys changed it. Ooh. Jalen Naylor to Minnesota is a guy. Jalen Naylor is a guy that I spoke about where I said the Saints could look for him. But no, he's gone. Just elite acceleration. Like there are a few players in the class that accelerate as fast as he does. He's a solid route runner. He can create separation at all levels. That's one of the reasons I liked him. Strong run blocker for a receiver. Love that. But here's the thing with him. Press coverage fucking erases him from the equation. Press coverage kills him. It's as simple as that. Press coverage kills him, and he's had multiple injuries over the past couple of years. I'd imagine that he was off teams' boards for that reason. Yeah, I mean, hey, Jashawn, I'm here with you. Where I'm like, hey, like, give me Bo Melton. I want to see Bo Melton be the pick. Might be, might not be, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when Saints pick comes around, which is happening next because we have tight end Andrew Ogletree and the Saints are on the clock. Tight end Andrew Ogletree out of Youngstown State has been selected, so we got that. Yeah, that's a big one. That's is a big pick coming up. The last pick of the draft for the Saints. Undrafted free agency is going to be very fun, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that, but we are going to have a blast with it. Like, that's just something where genuinely we're going to have some fucking fun with this thing. And I'm excited for it. I'm very, very excited for it. Because, yeah, like I said, we're going to have fun with it. Sorry, 1 second. Just doing my thing again. You know, you guys know what I'm doing. I'm not just ignoring you. I'm trying to set some things up. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Devin Harper from Oklahoma State went to the Dallas Cowboys. New Orleans Saints are on the clock. I'm with you guys. Come on, Bo Melton. That is who I want to go to the New Orleans Saints. They are on the clock. I'll tell you this. If they could get 2 picks today, I wouldn't hate trading back. If you could trade back to 198-ish with the Eagles or 200 with the Patriots, I wouldn't hate trading back and just going, we're taking the best players available at that point. Because this is your last pick. Got to be a little weary about it. And yeah, I think that if you could do it, you do it. I think it's a good pick. There are a couple of guys that I would like it up. The pick is in. We're about to be getting this pick very shortly. The New Orleans Saints. The pick originally was the Indianapolis Colts and then Philadelphia Eagles and then New Orleans Saints. So pick 194, the last pick of the draft for the New Orleans Saints in the 2022 NFL Draft is in. It's coming in. We should have it in probably 30 seconds to a minute, hopefully. I'm very interested to see what it is. If you guys have a guess, go ahead, throw it. It doesn't have to be who you want, but if you have a guess, go ahead and throw it in there. I'm hoping Bo Melton, so I'm going to guess Bo Melton because I want it to be Bo Melton. Like, I have talked about Bo Melton to the Saints for 3 days now, basically. And it's like, I want to add it. I'm a little hesitant to think they add another receiver in the draft because they added Olave, but I'm a big fan of double dipping at some points. And I think this is a position where 5 people play. You could double dip and be cool with it. The pick is in for the Saints, and I need to know who it is. I'm getting jittery over here. Looking for who it is. What is this? Oh, was it Bubba Bolden? If it was Bubba Bolden, I like it. Bubba Bolden's one of the safeties where I'm like, I dig it. I have him right below Marquise Bell, tall, athletic safety. He needs to work with his IQ. He struggled with injuries. He's going to be a special team beast. Ross Jackson from Locked On Saints just tweeted Bubba Bolden. Or about Bubba Bolden. So I'm not sure if it's Locked On Saints and the Hudak Confessional. Yeah, so I'm not sure. Yes, it would be safety Bubba Bolden if that's who we're going to get. If that's who we see, I'm even talking like you guys now. If that's who the Saints draft here, if it's safety Bubba Bolden, that's a good pick. I want you guys to know that. And I'll talk you into it in a little bit. But if it's Bubba Bolden, you should be happy about it. If it's Bo Melton or Bubba Bolden, you should be happy about the pick. It is Jordan Jackson, defensive tackle out of Air Force. Look. I don't like it. I'll be honest with you. He's someone who, because when we've been talking about these defensive linemen, we've been saying we need someone who's going to be I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to hear this for you guys. You need someone who is going to be a contributor as a nose tackle. That's what we're looking at, right? Like, that's what we've talked about this whole time. We've said we want someone who could be a run-stopping nose tackle. That is not what he is. That's not what Jordan Jackson is. Yeah, Tim, I agree with you. That's a UDFA pick right there. You just drafted an undrafted free agent. Congratulations. Way to go. Maybe Bubba Bolden ends up going undrafted and you can add him. I do like Bubba Bolden. I like Bo Melton. There's a lot of picks now, though, that are gonna kind of fuck some stuff up. They must have called Sean Payton for advice. Maybe. Maybe, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm confused. I am. I am absolutely confused. Also, Carson Strong is still available, the quarterback out of Nevada. I just realized that. Yeah, that's a little. It's interesting. That's certainly interesting. Yeah, it's day 3. If you can get a contributor, you get a contributor, and I don't think the Saints just drafted a contributor. If we're gonna be honest. These bots, man. I'm just gonna keep reporting the bots, and I encourage you to report them as well. Maybe it's genius, but it's also probably not. I'll tell you what, Josh. I like to make a joke where I go 50-50. It's either a fantastic thing or an awful thing. I think it's an awful thing, but we'll see. But here's the thing also, because I get it. I get that it's like, hey, we want to add players that can contribute right now. Yeah, I get it. You guys want to contribute right now. You want to get a player that's going to contribute right now, contribute somewhere down the line. I'm not saying he can't. I don't think he will. But at the same time, yes, it's a head-scratching pick because I don't think he was a draftable player. Sorry, locked on thing just happened. Second round pick has embittered me. It has nothing against the players who I obviously wish the best, but Loomis and coaches seem exceptionally lazy this year. I don't think you're wrong, Tim. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think that the Saints had a really, really good first pick. I think it's been relatively dog shit since then. Because this brings us to the point of going, Dylan and I spoke about this earlier. We spoke about it a few minutes ago, where we were saying maybe the Saints are good with their defensive line. Because if they wanted a defensive lineman, could have taken Travis Jones. They didn't take him. We were like, okay, then they're just going to wait. They're just not going to draft one. And then they do this. I could say this. Ross Jackson just tweeted. It's a defensive tackle. Jordan Jackson of Air Force is the pick with the Saints. 6'4", 294 pounds, 495, 40 time. 10.5 career sacks. He's been playing for 4 years, so that's not a ton. 37 career tackles for a loss is pretty solid. Stop me if you've heard this. Splash special teams play in 2018 with a blocked field goal, which is great. And Ross said, as a Jackson myself, I am pleased to see 2 straight Jacksons drafted by the Saints, which is dope for you. That is great for him. Bro, they need to hire some guys from Twitter. Deshaun, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about it with Dylan, but he was saying that that's what the Houston Rockets did, that they added a bunch of draft Twitter guys and then had one of their best drafts in years. I don't know. I don't think that works in the NFL as much because the NFL is much more about scheme. We'll decide if a player is successful. But like I said, hey, if you're getting a special teams contributor here, I think that's a big win. Honestly, if he contributes on special teams, I think it's a win. I think it's something to be happy with. Jamari Salyer just went to the Los Angeles Chargers. They are continuing to add offensive line talent. I like that. I know there were some people who were very high on Jamari Salyer. I wasn't. I'll be honest with you. He is not someone that I really liked. He was my 12th interior offensive lineman out of Georgia. Not a great athlete. Played all 5 spots on the offensive line. Powerful blocker. Leaves a lot to be desired as a pass protector and in the wide zone. Stiff athlete. That's what I have written down for him. That's what I'm at with. Okay, sorry. I don't know what that was. Sorry. Oh, I'm good, Josh. I won't contribute to it. It is what it is. Is it still a B minus or mid C? I'd give it a C minus at best. Honestly, it's a great first pick, but I mean, the other picks were bad to me. Simple as that. And I think you could weight it heavily towards the first pick, yeah. But guess what? You had 2 first round picks, and one of them wasn't good, in my opinion. You had a second round pick, and it was awful, in my opinion. Tyler Beatty just went to the Baltimore Ravens. Gregory Jr. Oh, from Wichita Baptist University, the corner that was at the Senior Bowl. Okay, all right, I'm cool with it. It's been a draft, guys. Had fun. See you in August, bitches. Oh, you're not even gonna hang out for UDFA's. You don't know if the Saints gonna add if the Saints are gonna add one of them. This guy's typing a lot right now. Yeah, that's typing a lot. I wish we could draft prospects swap like the NBA and take. That'd be cool to see, but again, I think with the NFL, there's just so much that goes into it and so much scheme based where guys are like, well, there's not many other players that fit our schemes or fit our thresholds, so we can't give them up, which I get. I understand it. It's an alright thing to happen. It is what it is. Where are we looking at? Sorry, I'm just looking for tight ends that are available. That's what I want to see. That's also weird that they didn't list. I'm assuming they just listed him as LSU. I am looking for a specific player. Yes, I am looking for McNeese State and LSU alum Jamal Pettigrew. I'm a big fan of his. I like what he can do. We'll see what happens with him. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I also want to see what happens with Mackenzie Milton, quarterback out of Florida State that used to go to UCF. Like, I want to see him get drafted. The man is intangibles. That's what he is. He is intangibles. Yeah, no, I mean it's been a draft, Saints fans. I'm sorry that you had to deal with multiple bad picks in a row. It sucks. Um, it also sucks. Like the trade up did really hurt you guys. Like it did. I again, the pick was amazing, but trading up for him kind of hurt a little bit. It did. Oh, the Eagles are up. Great. Can't wait to see how this one goes. Can't wait to see who they draft now. Let's see what's going on with this. Grant Calcaterra, Southern Methodist University. That's it's a good pick. I'll tell you what, Grant Calcaterra is someone that I've kind of liked for a couple years now. It's also weird. I was just talking about tight ends, and Grant Calcaterra goes. He's a smooth route runner. I think he could create a little bit against linebackers, maybe not safeties, but he's a smooth route runner. But again, against safeties, he could probably just catch the ball over them. Not a solid blocker. He's not. He's a bad blocker. I think he's inconsistent hands. He's a body catcher a little bit. My biggest thing with Grant Calcaterra is he has been concussed a lot. Like he retired at the end of 2019 because he kept getting concussed. That's something that's just a fact. That's what happened. And then he retired, and then he he retired from Oklahoma, and then he came back at SMU and enrolled and went on to have a solid year. But yeah, that's a solid pick. I think that bad prints. Yes. Little scrambled eggs. But no, that's the thing where you're adding a guy this late in the draft. If you can get anything from him, it's a fine pick. That's what it is, guys. Like you could hate the Jackson pick all you want, but valid pick by just adding someone that can help. The Jordan Jackson pick, not the DeMarco Jackson pick. You will get value from DeMarco Jackson. Yes, Jashawn. Yeah. You could probably test him right now and get a positive result from it. And by positive, I mean a negative result, but the answer would be yes. Sorry, what do you think about the DT we took out of Air Force? I don't know, Michael. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know what I think about it. I think that I briefly watched him and I was just like, this kid's a UDFA. Like he's not a guy. He's not gonna be anything special. Deshaun, they cleared him to play because he chose to retire. Like it wasn't a situation where they were like, "Hey, you have to medically retire." It was a situation where he got concussed a couple times, and he was just like, he's like, "Well, I'm going to retire and become a firefighter." And then I don't know what happened. He then chose to come back to SMU. That's what happened with Grant Calcaterra. But yeah, Michael, I don't know. I think it was a bad pick. I'll say that. That's all I could say about it. Really, I don't know what else I could argue with him or argue for him with. We had Cade Mays from Tennessee go. solid, reliable player. He's been playing for a couple years. I don't think he's really going to be a guy that sticks around too long. But here's the thing also, if you play a position where you never have to play in game, and as long as you do okay in practice, you're going to have a multi-year career. Should we have taken linebacker Dean in the second? No. I think if the medicals were as bad as people say they are, or if the concern is as bad, like if the shoulder's as bad as people say it is, I think that you shouldn't have taken him. I think you should have taken Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of Connecticut that went in the third round to the Baltimore Ravens. I think he's a first round player. I think the Saints fucked up by not taking him. Yeah, Michael. See, here's the thing. I'm glad that you said that, Michael, because the thing when you and also hi, I remember you from last year. The thing with just the draft is we can shit on these picks all we want. We could say fuck them, fuck them, fuck them all you want. Hi, yes, Matt. I am the Locked On Gators host. Have a good night. Have a good weekend. Stay safe. Have fun. Michael, when you talk about I trust our D-line coach and defensive coordinator, that's what you should do. Because when you look at the draft, you're going into the draft and you're going, any player that's on our board, we think that we can get the most out of because we trust our coaching staff to maximize their potential. So I may hate Jordan Jackson, but the Saints clearly liked him enough to draft him. And so that's what they did. They drafted him. They're like, look, we can make this guy a contributor in our defense. And if you can do that, even if he's a 5 snap a game guy on defense or even special teams, that's a good pick. Like if you can get anything from a 6th round pick, it's a good pick. It's as simple as that. Right now, we could look at it and say it's a bad pick. He's an undrafted free agent. You could have gotten him later. You could have traded back. Like I was in the middle of saying, like you could have traded back. If a team would offer you 2 7ths or a 6th and a 7th to move up, you could do that. But yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I am not a fan of the draft so far for the Saints, or not even so far. It's over. You guys have no more picks. I wouldn't rule out them trading into the 7th again or the 6th, or the 6th again or the 7th, just because the Saints have done that before a few times. Give up a future 6th or a future 7th, and you get in there. So I wouldn't rule it out. I think that the Saints are a team that has always been pretty aggressive in doing things like that. So it wouldn't shock me if they did it. Patriots pick is in. Let's see if they make another head scratching pick. Hey, at least you're not the Patriots. At least you're not taking a ton of just head scratching picks. I'll say that. I want to know this Patriots pick. I'm curious because they've made a lot of picks where I'm like, what the fuck was that? That's just what they've done so far. Jashawn, you and I both want Bo. I'm a Giants fan, and I don't even care about Bo Melton coming here. I'm just like, Bo Melton, I want him on the Saints. I've spoken it into existence on my own. Bill thinks mad different from everyone else, but guess what? He has not been a good GM for years, before Brady even. He has not done a good enough job. We've always talked about Brady not having enough weapons because Bill always fucks that pick up. I agree with you, Michael. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba will be better than Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. I do. I share that same sentiment. I think he's already an insanely talented player. I think he'll be, because here's the thing. If he could be as good a route runner as they are, I think he's already more athletic than them. So if you could become as good a route runner as either of them and you're already more athletic, like you've got so much potential to be a better pick. I think that's what we're looking at. Oh, I get what you're saying, Deshaun. I'm not saying that you think that he was like in the right or anything. I'm just saying that he thinks different, but he's not a good general manager. Bill Belichick would be way better if they brought someone else in to make the picks and they just took Bill's opinion on these things. But that'll never happen. So we have the Patriots pick is in and the Cardinals pick is in, but neither of them have been announced yet. Cool. Keontae Ingram to the Cardinals. That is a fun one. Okay. I dig it. That's a good pick. That's a good fucking pick for the Cardinals. Keontae Ingram is someone that I talked about being maybe a UDFA, maybe being the Saints pick the last time that they came up in the sixth round. Maybe going, hey, like this could be a guy that is a player for the Saints, a solid running back option. Like I said, he's been productive for years. He's my 10th overall running back. Well-rounded, won't wow. Like I've said that. He's very balanced, though, and he's very consistent, I'll say. He can be a pass catcher out of the backfield. He's a solid pass protector as well. That's something you don't see enough. But he's also very creative with the ball in his hands. Like he creates something out of nothing, and that's something that will always be impressive from running backs. That's something that we will always look for. And we will always say is really great to have, especially if you can get that on day 3. Cleveland Browns pick is in. Are we cooking with fire now? Mike Woods, Oklahoma. Wow, that was a bad pick. Okay. Not that it is a bad pick. He's just not someone that I had a draftable grade on. I would have just let him go to UDFA and just say bye-bye. Simple as that. Quarterbacks have not gone as much as we would have thought. Like even as backup options, they haven't gone. Mike Woods is someone that, he was at Arkansas before that, if I'm not mistaken. He's not a fluid mover, I think. I don't think he's very fluid. I think he's got below average route running ability, and when you're taking a receiver and he's not a route runner, I think that's a bad choice unless he's a speed demon, and guess what? Mike Woods ain't that either. The Bears are on the clock. We're at a point where Bo Melton has not gone yet. We have 60 picks remaining in the draft. Bo Melton could go. Bo Melton could not go. And this is officially the Bo Melton show. He's going to go now that I said that. He's going to go this next fucking pick. Pick is in. Is it going to be Bo Melton? I'm dying over here, y'all. I got heartburn out the wazoo from that fucking chip. It's bad. It's hurting. This is gonna be great. And I'm letting you guys know now, when we get closer to the end of the draft, I'm gonna be here, but I'm not gonna be speaking as much because I'll be getting ready with the undrafted free agent tweets that I want to send out. Just letting you guys know that, like when I'm sending them, that's what I'm gonna be sending them. That's how it is. That's just what it is. It's gonna be fun because you guys get to be here and hear what the signings are as they happen. But yeah, so what I'm gonna do is like I'm just gonna go through my Twitter and I'm just gonna go to like into my drafts and I'm gonna type this player has signed with this player. I don't even want to say the players yet because then I'm gonna jinx it, and I kind of want them to go undrafted because I think when you get to the 6th and 7th round, as a player, from his player standpoint, it's better to go undrafted because then you get to pick a wise spot for you. That's what happened with Marvin Wilson, by the way. Marvin Wilson, the defensive lineman from Florida State, who's now at Cleveland Brown. He went undrafted last year. He is someone who, yeah, thanks, Jashawn. I know. I'm just being sassy because I'm sassy. I'm Marvin Wilson last year. I know for a fact that teams called in the 6th and 7th rounds and they wanted to draft him. And he said no. He was like, nope, you didn't want to draft me here. I don't want to play for you, so I'm going to sign a free agent contract. I'm going to sign an undrafted free agent contract where I want to go. And it ended up being the Cleveland Browns. And that's really cool. That's a lot that happens a lot more than people think. Where players like, no, I'm going to go undrafted, or they're hoping for going undrafted at that point. Happens a lot more than you guys think. I want to see a fullback go, by the way. Can we see a fullback here? Treston Ebner, baby. Chicago Bears. What a fucking pick. What a fucking pick. Treston motherfucking Ebner. You guys know I love him. He's my 8th overall running back, insanely talented as a kick returner, as a receiver, as a rusher. He's fucking good. And Theo Jackson from Tennessee just went to the Tennessee Titans. I don't give a fuck about him. Treston Ebner to the Chicago Bears. That is adding a weapon for Justin Fields. And I get it, you're adding a 6th round pick 203 overall. Like, you're not going to get someone who's a superstar, but you're getting a guaranteed special teamer. He's going to play special teams and he's going to be good. Look up Treston Ebner's stats. Look what he does on returns. He's fucking good, okay? He's a damn good player. So I'm looking at the right because I'm looking at the chat and I'm reporting all of the bot messages because I don't have the control to remove the bot from here. But no, like Treston Ebner is a good fucking pick. Like that's how you fucking hit in the 6th round. That's how you hit on day 3. Like that is exactly how you do it. That's what I'm talking about when I say that's a good fucking pick. Simple as that. It's a banger. All you can say about it. That's a good ass pick. I will say that. Like that is what I'm talking about when I said good fucking pick. That's such a good pick. And I realize I'm being excited over a 6th round pick because it's a little hard, or not even a little. It's very hard to hit on a 6th round pick. I think the Bears just hit it out the fucking park with a 6th round pick. That is a great one. Yeah, that's a phenomenal pick. That is a good fucking pick. It's a good fucking pick, man. I'll tell you that. That is. You talk about hitting the nail on the head. That's it. That's how you fucking do it. Like that is a good motherfucking pick. Like that's. I'm sorry. I realize that I'm quiet now. It's because my fucking throat is killing me. But in actuality, like that's how you make a good pick. That is what you do when you're making a good pick and you get to do that. That's it. Oh my god, my back is 50 shades of fucked up too. I realize I used that phrase before already, but Austin Deculus. I'm assuming a lot of you guys are LSU fans as well. If you have a college that you support, can you let me know? Just because I'm curious. But assuming that you're LSU fans and you would care that Austin Deculus just got drafted, which is pretty cool. He's not someone that I'm super high on. It's just, he was never really like, he's always been a project for me, and he's still a project at this point. DeAndre, I would fucking love that. I would love it. Like, I love the draft. I hate the 6th and 7th rounds of the draft. Like, I'm fine with 1 through 5. I think those are cool. But then once we get there, it's like, well, guess what? The draft has been going on for 5 hours today almost. LSU and Baylor. Okay, Deshaun, I'll fuck with you. But yeah, no, it's like I like undrafted free agency more than I like the 6th and 7th rounds. So there's that. I need to know what that makes no sense. Sorry. I just read something about Austin Deculus, and it's like that's not how fucking things work. They said he's a plug and play type. He could play in a year. He's a plug and play type. He could be a backup or a starter, and it's like, or he could be a backup or eventual starter, and it's like, then it's not plug and play because you can't plug him in right away and play. But yeah, sorry. Yeah, I love undrafted free agency. I don't give a shit about the 6th or 7th rounds. LSU and Baylor. Okay, so Baylor. So Treston Ebner just went. So I'm assuming you're happy about that. Abram Smith. Still waiting for Abram Smith to go. Also, can we talk about how surprising it is that Kalen Barnes has not been drafted yet, the cornerback out of Baylor? But I could let you guys in on a secret, and I didn't tweet this out. I didn't tweet this out because I don't want. I just didn't. I don't want like the person to search his name and get like that said about him. But I will say, Kalen Barnes is falling because of a medical. That's what it is. His medicals did not check out. That's what a source told me. That his medicals. Yeah, it's his medicals that are keeping him from from even being drafted by this point. I think he's a great player. He's just apparently got some medical issues. We'll see. This pick's been traded a lot. San Fran to the Jets to Houston to the Chicago, and the pick is in with Chicago now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with it. They're coming up on their last picks. And that's an interesting thing to talk about. Jordan Jackson has deferred commitment from the Air Force so that he can play for the Saints immediately. So it's not like he's going to have to wait 2 years or anything. Jordan Jackson got the call from the Saints. He initially thought it was a prank. He said it was Assistant General Manager Jeff Ireland on the line. He told his family and friends it wasn't real, but eventually he got convinced and the Saints picked him. That's a fun little tidbit there. I'm waiting for this pick to come in for the Bears. It says the pick is in, but nothing's been announced yet. I'm a little curious about it. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm still waiting for this pick. I want to know what it is. Like, I'm excited for this shit. I am. Like, this is big for the Bears because you're building a team. You have to win on day 3. Jashawn, you were hoping for Jalen to the Saints. I was hoping for Jalen to the Giants as a Giants fan. You root for the Texans. All right, so at least you get that. I wanted Jalen to the Giants. He's a fucking beast. He's a phenomenal safety. I think he was the second best safety in the class. I have him tied with Kyle Hamilton. That's the best safety in the class. That's the second best safety in the class. My first safety was Daxton Hill. But even then, Daxton Hill was listed as DB for me. So, yeah, Tim, it's awesome. Like I've had a couple guys that I know end up like getting drafted and going pro, and they've said like that it's just like just talking to them after is so fucking sick. Um, it's cool, and like there's been a couple guys where it's like I've like been cool with but not close with, and then like they end up making it, and it's like that's just awesome. As long as they keep their head right, I don't give a fuck. That's what I'm about. As long as they keep their head right and they don't fuck up, it's cool with me. Doug Kramer, center, Illinois. Of course they did that dumb shit. The Bears just took a center from Illinois. That's what the Steelers already pick is in. Steelers just trade for 208. I thought the Chiefs were on the clock. Did the Steelers just take it? Connor Hayward, Michigan State tight end. I dig it. Sorry. I'm dying over here. It is so hot, and I am frankly exhausted. But Connor Hayward just got drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's really cool. Taking a tight end. He's a fullback. But he just got drafted, and he gets to play with his brother, Cameron Hayward. Luke Tenuta, the offensive tackle out of Virginia Tech, just got drafted, and we are now with the last pick that's not a comp pick for the 6th round. We got to sit through one more round of this. It's probably going to take another 2 hours, if we're going to be honest. I'm about to just kick up with my feet up and vibe. Sorry, it's just like the group chat right now. It's just so stupid. Yeah, I'm about to just kick my feet up and vibe and relax because we got 7 rounds. We're almost through 6 of them, so at least there's that. Chasen Hines, the center from LSU, has been drafted by the New England Patriots, so we got an LSU guy. Yeah, I mean Connor Hayward going to Pittsburgh is different. I'll say that. It's fucking awesome. Like he gets to play with his brother, same team his dad played for. The Steelers do the Haywards right. Like they do right by him. Someone just said the Ravens took someone I went to high school with. That's pretty cool. Someone that you guys can know this. Someone that knows Tyler Beatty is the host of Locked On Ravens, and obviously he covers the Ravens. And Tyler Beatty got drafted by the Ravens, so it's pretty cool that someone he went to high school with just got drafted by the team that he covers now later. So that's pretty cool. What is this? Yeah, Geis and Edwards-Helaire from high school. My high school has never had a player drafted into the NFL draft or NBA draft, and they didn't have a player drafted into the MLB draft until 2013. My junior year of high school, they had someone get drafted into the MLB draft. So that's I guess pretty cool if you care about that. I'd imagine it was fucking sick to hear guys in Edwards-Helaire's names called and they got drafted, just being like, "Oh my god, I know them." I lose my shit when people that I interview get drafted. And I know them for a couple months, and I've spoke to them a few times. Sorry, chat going crazy. Oh man, how you guys doing? Anything that you specifically want me to talk about? Like I'm ready to fucking own this shit with the draft. I just need a little pumped up. Like if you guys want me to talk about anything specifically, I'm going through my board right now to remove players that have been drafted. Just to cover that up, I'm gonna look through this again to see if anybody's coming right now. The Rams pick isn't. Are they gonna? I feel like they might take like Lacita Smith or something like that from Virginia Tech. It's a player I like, and I think he fits that wide zone scheme. He's an athletic guard, could play either spot in a pinch. We could see Carson Strong go. We could see a quarterback get drafted here. Or maybe not at this specific pick, but just like in the coming picks. I think that'd be pretty cool. Quentin Lake, safety at UCLA. Okay, I'm cool with that. I'm not a massive fan of his, but like it's cool for him that he got drafted. Connor Hayward just got drafted, my 118th player. It's gone. Let's see. Jamari Salyer is gone, so we have him gone. I'm glad Connor Hayward went first fullback. I have 3 on the board, so cool that he's gone. There's a few players I like and have drafted grades on, but I don't think will get drafted. Just because that's how the cookie crumbles at times. They get missed. Simple as that. Yeah, it's as simple as that. Where guys just fall through the cracks. Jalen Naylor got drafted, so he's off the board. Because I remember saying that, I don't remember who drafted him, but I remember saying that I wanted the Saints to. He was a guy I think the Saints could take. Jake Ferguson got drafted. Sorry, let me check if there's anything in the chat. Oh, hi, Godfather. I told you we gave up too much for Olave when we could have got Burks or another receiver at 16. We screwed the draft again by reaching early, then I'm okay. You know what, Godfather? You're fucking right. That you are exactly right. Yeah, You said they gave up too much for Olave. Deuce said the same thing. Deuce said they gave up too much for Olave. And then second round happens. First round is fine, whatever. I love Olave. I think Penning is good. I don't think he's great, but or not even that. I think he's good. I think he's a second round player, and you took him 19th, where a lot of teams were like, "Hey, there's 14 first round players in this draft," but guess what? There's going to be 32 first round picks. So yeah, there's that. Could have got Burks at 16. Yep. Third and fourth are peanuts. Not really when you consider that they completely bungled the second round by taking Alontae Taylor. Third, we know that they wanted to add a defensive lineman. They added a defensive lineman. You could have added Travis Jones in the third round or late second or trading up somewhere later. But you moved up 6 picks to take a receiver in a very strong receiver class. I get it. I get being mad about it. I do. I don't blame you. If you're cool with it, you're cool with it. That's wonderful for you. But I get being mad about it. Like, I think if you're mad about it, then there's nothing wrong with that. It was a bad decision long term, I think. We'll see if it ever works out or whatever might happen, but for now, it's a bad pick. I get it. Like, I fully agree that it's a bad pick right now. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever. Nobody knew about Taylor. I knew about Taylor. I have a bad grade on Taylor. Like and it's not nobody knew. Saints fans that don't cover the draft might have known. But if you cover the draft, you knew about Alontae Taylor and you didn't like Alontae Taylor. Simple as that. Get ready to see Tebow 2.0 running the ball with his busted up knees and BYU haircut. Told you we were going to be lucky to win 5 games. I still think you'll win more than 5 games this year. I don't think you're that bad of a team to begin with, or a bad draft is going to make you lose games all of a sudden. But I will say that, yeah, I think that it was a shitty draft for the Saints this year. Simple as that. That's not like you could take that as you will. I don't think it condemns you, but I think it's a bad draft. Or I think it's a bad draft for the Saints in a year where we've seen a lot of good teams have a lot of good drafts. Again, do with that what you will. That's fine. That's fine, Fred. You could disagree all you want. People are totally entitled to their opinions. You ain't hurting anybody by disagreeing. It's just, yeah. I disagree with you disagreeing. How about that one? Samuel Womack is gone. I forgot about that. Is he my worst player that got drafted? Nope, Jack Jones. I think Jack Jones is terrible. Just how I see it. Yep, no, time will tell, and right now we can overreact all we want, we can underreact all we want, we can react however you want. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Darian Kendrick from Georgia just went to the Los Angeles Rams. It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Yeah, he's someone who you're adding a guy who started at 2 great Power 5 programs. I will say what I question about it, because I don't think he's a good player. I am very low on him. Yeah, I have him at 182, but again, right now you just picked him at 212, so that's fine. But yeah, I mean, I think with him you're getting someone who's capable of working in. Sorry, I was reading the chat. John Fitzpatrick, tight end to the Falcons. Okay, Georgia boy. But yeah, with Darian Kendrick, I mean, you're getting someone who's shown that he could work in multiple coverages, but at the same time, he's a bad athlete. I don't think he's a special teamer. He's had off-field issues throughout his entire college career. Might need to work exclusively in the slot, which they already drafted a guy who's going to play exclusively in the slot or mostly in the slot. So that's solid technique, but he's really a bad athlete. He's been straight targeted a lot of times by good teams. There's a reason for that. It's because he's not a good athlete. And it's because he's not a great player. Like he's one of those players where you don't want to kill someone for not being a good athlete. Michael, I have no idea. I don't. You don't want to kill him for not being a good athlete, but it shows up on tape that he's not a good athlete, and it shows up that not being a good athlete has hurt him and hurt his team. And so I think that's where I'm like, I think it's a bad. I think he's not going to be a pro player for long. Is where I'm at with it. Yeah, I mean, Chargers pick is in already. It was a quick one. Cardinals are back on the clock. We are in the compensatory rounds, by the way. We have been since Quentin Lake was taken 3 picks ago. So compensatory spots are going here. We have 36 through 43, and then it's the 7th round of the NFL draft, which is 41 picks long. So there's that going on. Yeah, that's a great super chat, Godfather. Just giving money. No, David Barber. Nobody has picked Carson Strong, which is intriguing. I like giving you guys a little bit of feedback or a little bit of inside taste here while I'm here. I'm flying solo. There's only 18 of you here, so we can say some things here. I've been told that Carson Strong fucking bombed his interviews. I've been told that they really, really hate his interview. That he really like he really fucked those up. So do with that what you will. I'll say that. Yeah, you can take that as you'd like, but that's where I'm at with it. I think when you look at, yeah, you could look at that, but yeah, I think I've been told he bombed his interviews just horribly. And there was already the knee issue, and he's already a project as it was. He's a big arm QB. He's got one of the best arms in the class in terms of being able to accurately place the ball and get the ball downfield. But mind-wise, he's not NFL ready. On the field, off the field, not NFL ready. And he's got that knee injury that's been hampering him for a bit. Jasir Taylor from Wake Forest just went to the Los Angeles Chargers. I did not evaluate him. I've seen him play when I've watched Wake Forest, but that's it. And when I watched ACC players, I hope the Saints pick him up. I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't. I don't like when people say he's a statue in the pocket or anything like that. That's just not true. That's just lazy. Like when people say statue in the pocket, they don't mean that he's actually a statue in the pocket, that he just stands there. They just mean that he's not mobile, but they phrase that poorly because he's not a statue in the pocket. He's not mobile, but he's not a statue in the pocket. Just for Carson Strong, I think his ceiling is absolutely better than Ian Book. I did not like Ian Book last year, so his ceiling to me absolutely better than Ian Book. Like Carson Strong is someone that if you can put it together, good NFL quarterback. Like he could be average to above average, and I don't think Ian Book can ever be that. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know if Carson Strong will ever be that, but I think he's got better tools. And yeah, if he's a UDFA, you see what you got. Simple as that. But yeah, you were saying, but 5 wins, come on. Our schedule's all right, but it's but no games you can argue we can't win, and the division has been as competitive as 26. Yeah, I mean, if you say 5 wins, you're just being super pessimistic. You're just being egregiously pessimistic. Lacita Smith has gone to the Arizona Cardinals. I like it. Lacita Smith is he's my second best player available. I had him as a top 100 player still. So to get him at this value is fantastic for the Cardinals. He's an athletic guard, doesn't have a ton of power in the run game, but guess what? They don't need that. What he is very good at, the screen game. He kills it in the screen game, and they're going to run a lot of those, especially with their roster changes that they've made. I could expect a lot. I could expect a lot of changes. He's going to play either guard spot in a pinch. He's got to develop technically, but for now, he's vibing. Yeah, David, you could say, like, worst case, especially as a UDFA or as a 6th round pick, if you could add someone that, even if he comes in for the quarterback battle and doesn't work out, then at least you maybe pushed another QB to kind of develop. And I think that's one thing where you have to look at it and go, it ain't the worst thing in the world, because honestly, like I've said, like a 6th round pick, a 7th round pick is probably never going to really play for you. They're not. That's just how things work. So at that point, why not just go, fuck it, we're going to add someone. And yeah, DeAndre, signing Honey Badger would make the draft be much better for you guys, but we're at the point where don't know if that's going to be a thing that happens at all. And I think we should consider that. I am going to be right back. I'm going to go grab water because my throat is killing me. So I'll be right back in like 45 seconds to a minute. Just so you know. Okay, and we're back. Just had to grab some water. Sorry. That's where we're at with it. Just had to get some water, and okay. Just had to get some water, and now I'm rolling all over my charger. This is just a fantastic day, people. I'm just rolling all over my charger, which is something I don't want to be doing. So I want to know from you guys. Like, do you really think Honey Badger has something set up with the Saints already? Because I don't think he does. And even if he does, like Maddy brought up multiple times, who's to say that someone won't come in and snake it? You know? Curtis Brooks, D-tackle from Cincinnati, just went in the Lions pick is in, too. Wonder if Peyton Turner will be any good this year. I don't know, man. He's someone I wasn't super high on when they drafted him last year. I've been wrong plenty, though, so we'll see. I've been doing this for 4 years, 4 drafts. Yeah, this is my 4th draft, if I'm not mistaken. No, Saints avoid local products like the plague. Oh, for Tyrann. We'll see. I mean, he seems like he wants to go there, but he could just be using the Saints to kind of help bump his own stock up. I want to see Verone McKinley III go. Verone McKinley III is my last top 100 player available. That's all I'm saying. I mean, if the Lions took Carson Strong, I wouldn't hate that. Where's my phone? In my pocket. Okay. I was gonna say if the Lions took Carson Strong, I wouldn't hate it whatsoever. I think that'd be a solid pick, honestly. We'll see if they do, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see what does happen with it. Because you never know, right? Coach Prime gets a pick. Oh, James Houston. James Houston. Let's go. So we now have a player from Jackson State getting drafted. It is James Houston. Did he just go to the Detroit Lions? Yep. Okay, James Houston, Jackson State edge rusher. That's big. That is big. That's a good pick. I like it. I'm not the type to just be like, oh, it's a Gator, it's a good pick. But I like James Houston. He left because the coaching staff was shit, and he could be more successful at Jackson State, which he was more successful at Jackson State. So I like it. We could have got Burks, Willis, and Penning if we didn't trade up. Well, I could have got Burks, Willis, or Penning. We could have gotten Jermaine Johnson. Yes, that's a true thing. Mark Moritz, Saints passing on Willis like Mahomes will haunt this franchise. Titans Super Bowl year 2. We'll see. I'll tell you that. We'll see. I mean, Malik Willis was my QB1, and I have no problem saying that. I was clearly wrong, but we'll see. And by wrong, I mean in terms of where he'd get drafted. I will not say I'm wrong on the evaluation until it happens. And even then, I don't think I could be wrong in the evaluation because part of the evaluation was that we don't. Part of the evaluation was if you get the best out of him, then congrats. Like then you got the best out of him and you got a franchise quarterback. But if you don't, then he's going to be terrible. Do you think your Giants will have a more competitive season than last year? Yeah. I think they'll be more competitive than last year. I think they're still going to be a bad football team. I do. I think we've talked about it I talked about it on Thursday. It was Thursday's show that we talked about it because the Jets did it. And I was talking about when you're building a franchise, you want to be strong at you have 5 focal points. And you can look at their quarterback, corner, wide receiver, edge rusher, cornerback, quarter, wide receiver, offensive tackle, pass rusher. The Giants, if you got Kayvon, you got Kayvon. If you got maybe 2 tackles and Evan Neal and Andrew Thomas. Corner, you have James Bradbury right now, but rumor is he's not going to be there much longer. Then you got QB, you don't have one. Receiver, I don't think you have an elite receiver, so you're only 60% there. So there's that. That's one of the issues that we're going to talk about. I just saw the 219th pick, but I haven't seen the 218th pick. Every time that a small school player goes, the NFL.com site fucks up putting the name out there. So it's as simple as that on there. The Rams traded 218 to the Bucks for 235 and 261. Okay. So let's see who they drafted. Coke-hyped Minnesota tight end. Okay, I don't know who that is. Or well, yeah, I don't know who that is. We're at that point. We're at the point where there's going to be players. I don't know who they are. They get drafted. So 49ers are on the clock with their final 2 picks. But yeah, it's like we were saying. So looking at building a franchise, you got those 5 focal points, and the Giants have 3 of them, or maybe 4 players at those 3 spots. Like you could look at the Saints if you want to. We could look at the Saints. We know you guys have the wide receiver and corner in Michael Thomas and Marshawn Lattimore. We know that you have the pass rusher in Cam Jordan. Then there's QB, which is a TBD. We'll say that. I don't care whether you like Jameis and think he could be the guy or don't think he's going to be the guy. It's TBD. We don't know where he's at. And then tackle, you have Ramchick. So you guys are 4 of the 5 things. It's just the most important one is still up in the air. So I think there's that to be concerned about. I'm going to get to your chat in a second, Godfather. Also, Godfather, you could save your money. Like, I'm responding to everything. You don't have to super chat it. I'm going to respond to pretty much everything I see. I appreciate you, but you don't have to do it. McShay said Willis will be the 3rd most dangerous quarterback in the NFL once he starts. So Yuri Malik being number 1 is not wrong. Meanwhile, Saints keep drafting players from community college. I like it. Yeah, no. Again, Malik, if he develops, will be the best quarterback from this class without a doubt in my mind. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And if you don't believe me, like I'll tell you what. There was a game that was so bad on film that I could tell you to look at the box score and you'll know how bad it was. Just go look up the box score. The box score. You don't have to look at the film. Look at the box score from Liberty versus Louisiana this year. It was the Liberty Flames versus Louisiana Raging Cajuns. Look it up. Look it up. And just see, because that is what you are getting at the floor with Malik Willis. Simple as that. That's what worries me. Like, that's why I will say, if he develops, he's the best quarterback in the class by a fucking country mile. But if he doesn't, then you got a clean-cut bust, and that's why he didn't get drafted in the first round, because he's a lot of work. If he becomes that, awesome. But if he doesn't, bad. Georgia is now has 15 picks this year, which is the most selections from one school in a single draft in the modern era. Fuck them. Sorry, I realize that we're at pick 220 now. I'm just going to search San Francisco 49ers since they have 2 picks. None of them have been announced yet. They still haven't even announced a Bucks pick online, so that's bad. I don't know if this is an announcement or if that is just them guessing. So I'm not going to say. Yep, Kalia Davis, defensive tackle, UCF. There it is. He's gone. Chance Campbell, Ole Miss went to Tennessee. It's cool. Looking for the San Francisco pick because they're back-to-back and we're wrapping up the 6th round, which is really cool. And then we've got 221. 222 is how we started, which is awesome, by the way. Just straight 222 is an awesome way to start the next round. So it's Kalia Davis, Central Florida. Got it. That's pick 220. But again, they are back-to-back. If it wants to load, that would be beautiful. You know who wouldn't surprise me? I think I mentioned his name before, but like it wouldn't surprise me. Jean Delance or Jean, Jean, whatever it is, wouldn't surprise me. Just want to throw that one out there. Jags are on the clock, it says. So we have the 221st pick. It's just not been announced yet. Tariq Castro Fields. Okay, that's a player that I do have ranked and I am not high on. So there's that. That's going to be real fun. Where do I have him overall? Overall, he's my 181st player. He's an inconsistent player. What's this? Okay. An inconsistent player. I think he's going to be stuck on the outside. I think he's terrible in press coverage. He's terrible in zone coverage. He's got traits and nothing else. I love you, Godfather. I like that you went 20-10-5 too. Are you going to do 250 next time? Is that what you're going to do? It's not even that I'm saying you're blowing your money. It's just like, I'm going to read it anyway, man. Like you could give your money to whoever you want to give your money to, but I'm going to read your chat anyway. Do as you please. Pick is in for the Jaguars. I get new life at the start of every round. I get excited for it because now we are at the first pick of the last round of the 2022 NFL draft, and it is pick 222. I'm excited for it. I just want to keep seeing. I just want to keep seeing these things happen. I just want to keep seeing these good picks come in. Good picks. Their last pick too, so it's gonna be interesting. But again, it's the last pick here. Pick is in. Browns are on the clock. I'm refreshing Jacksonville Jaguars on my phone. I just want to know the last pick. Last pick, right? If I'm not mistaken, it's their last pick. Yeah. Tariq Castro Fields has been officially announced. I'm waiting too. I'm surprised this pick hasn't popped up yet. Like, I'm sorting by latest. Yes, Jashawn. We just finished the 6th round. I am fucking exhausted, big dog. I'll tell you that. We are 6 hours and 19 minutes into me streaming. That's what I'm. So we got Monterica Brown out of Arkansas is pick 222. But no, I'll say, like, worried about the Saints draft room. Here's one thing I'm saying. It would not surprise me if the Saints traded up again. It wouldn't. It just wouldn't surprise me if the Saints traded, and if they took, like, if they got into the 7th round at all. So yeah, I'll say that, where the pick is in for the Browns, by the way. So we know that the Dolphins are on the clock. And this is going to be probably a much quicker round. Like we could get through this round in 45 minutes to an hour, if we're being honest. So we don't think it's going to take too long. That's also why I'm telling you that I'm going to be a little distracted with these things. 223, Isaiah Thomas. That's a good pick for Cleveland. That is, they're beefing up their defensive line. That's good, because they were the type where it's like you got Myles Garrett and then a bunch of question marks. So they're beefing up their defensive line. That's nice stuff there. Tim Fry said they give up a 5th or a 6th for a 7th now. All I'm saying is that if you want someone in the 7th and you give up a 6th, I think they'd do it. Not that I'm saying they should, but it wouldn't shock me. Godfather said Saints will trade up for a DT or running back that will never see the field. Too little, too late. Well, they already drafted a DT that's never going to see the field, so that's fine with that one. That's just where we're at. If we're talking shit, we're talking shit. That's where I'm at on it. But now we're looking at the Miami Dolphins. I'm legit typing in these teams' name and just going to latest and I'm refreshing incessantly. The Dolphins are on the clock. The pick's not in. I'll refresh it when the pick is in. I need to start getting these tweets ready to go. Yeah, we knew Isaiah Thomas at 223. Who is at 224? Also, Godfather, I respect that you are just always a fucking hater. I don't think I've ever seen you come into the chat and say a positive thing. Jashawn, I'm excited. I'm not watching the USFL tonight. Maybe next week, but I need a fucking day break from football. I'm at that point where I just need a day off. Just one. Just one. That's all I want. All I want is one day where I don't gotta talk about football. Did Cam? I'm sorry. I'm realizing I'm like speaking out loud. I'm like, did Cam ever send me this? Yeah, he sent me those too. There hasn't been a get drafted since then. Is it Cam good? Yeah, Cam Good from California is a Miami Dolphin. That's a good ass pick. Yep, that's a good pick. You're adding an outside linebacker that can get to the quarterback, and in a defense where they're gonna fuck around with it. Yep, I like it. That is a good pick. Let's add in talent wherever there's talent to be added. Pittsburgh Steelers. See who they add. I dig it. I'm chilling with the fucking draft right now. Do we have the pick yet for the Steelers? Anybody see it? Me and all 13 people watching. Also, I don't like that there are 13 of you watching and not enough of you engaging. Mark Robinson, linebacker, Ole Miss, is what I'm hearing. Or what I'm seeing, not hearing. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay. Ole Miss adding talent. Or Ole Miss adding NFL draft players. Justin Ross has not been drafted yet, and he has tweeted that he's upset about it. It's not surprising, man. Like, you've had spinal surgery. Teams are going to be a little hesitant on you. Southern offensive lineman Jatir Carter is going to the Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bears. Treston Ebner, always a Bear because he is a Baylor Bear becoming a Chicago Bear, and that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, not gonna lie. Um, that's cool, man. That's cool. I gotta say, anybody ever watch those draft videos when players get drafted when they get that call? Curious. There's 15 of you now, so I want to know if anybody here watches like when players get that draft call. Nick Muse is going to Minnesota. Okay, Nick Muse was one of the better pass catchers on South Carolina, so I get it. He was one of the most overlooked pass catchers on the team. So I like it. He was underutilized, as are a lot of tight ends in college football, so that's not surprising. Um, I like it. That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Okay, sorry. I need to start at least getting some of these ready. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm getting these ready. The Packers pick is in. Tariq Carpenter, safety, Georgia Tech. That's pretty cool. Um, okay. That tweet's been sent, or that text has been sent. Who's on the clock? Seattle Seahawks. Seattle Seahawks is a fun one. They're just always so fucking unpredictable. Bo Melton. There it is. Seattle Seahawks have selected Bo Melton. That's a good fucking pick. Yeah. LGP 42, there will be. I promise you. I promise you, someone will sign a contract. Yep. It's happening. There will be free agents that sign. Did we know that the Mark Robinson pick? Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a while ago. Washington Commanders are on the clock. That's what I'm telling you. See, this speeds up over the final round really goes fast. Um, so we got that player. Do we have a Commanders pick yet? Nope. Sorry, I'm just making sure I didn't just accidentally tweet out one of the things. Okay. Like I said, I'm getting ready, baby. I'm getting ready, baby. You still don't have the Washington Commanders pick? They're trading with the Saints. Nope, the pick is in. Waiting to see what it is, but the pick is in. Can't believe Bo Melton just went. Peyton and Loomis cost us ships and games with their egos and refusal to admit that they're wrong, always wanting to prove how smart they are by drafting. You ain't wrong, Godfather. I'll tell you that. I do think that they've kind of just been like, oh, like we're so good, we're so smart, we could do this dumb shit and make it happen. Yeah, DeAndre up and Chris Paul from Tulsa just got drafted to the Washington Commanders. So no more Chris Paul. The 9.45 relative athletic score or whatever it was is gone. Bo Melton is gone. The players that we were like, oh, the Saints would love them, gone. Well, yeah, Godfather, but also Taysom was an undrafted free agent, so it's not even like you're drafting a project player. You just signed a project player. It's the only difference there. So yeah, that's the only difference there. But who is on the clock now? Buffalo Bills. With, I believe, their last pick of the draft. I think Seahawks are up again. I think Commanders are up again. Yep, Commanders are up again. Yep, this is the Bills' last pick of the draft. Make it a good one. Pick is in quickly. Goddamn. Balin Spector, linebacker. I don't give a shit about that. He's from Clemson, I think, but yeah, I don't care about him. Probably just going to be a special teams guy. I doubt he does much on the actual team. Let me look up this guy's name so I don't fuck that up because that'd be embarrassing. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. I'm just gonna check the Broncos again, see if they've announced their pick. They have not. Yep. Melton going sucks. I hate that I've been here like solo for so long that I've been talking myself into like the Saints should add this guy, and it's like my team needs help too. Yep, yep. It is guard Chris Paul. Does the Broncos pick in? No, they're still on the clock. Okay. Um, Damn it! I just typed in a tweet and then accidentally deleted it. Fayon Hicks, Wisconsin cornerback, just got drafted by the Broncos. Oh my goodness, who's up next? Seattle Seahawks. They picked quickly last time. They probably sprinted to the podium for Bo Melton. That pick is not in yet. Derek Young. Oh, Lenore Ryan. Lenore Ryan's been putting some players into the NFL lately. Also, sorry, I realize I'm not talking that much and we're kind of just sitting here. If you're new here, I've got some players that like if they go undrafted, I'm gonna be the one tweeting out where they sign. And I'm gonna be the one getting to announce it. So I'm just getting ready to do that. Um, Look up his position officially because I don't want to fuck that one up either. Ooh, Packers pick is in. That was quick. Who are the Packers taking? That was a different pick. Jonathan Ford, D tackle, Miami. Okay, that ain't a bad one at all. That is not a bad move at all for the Packers. Their next pick's Uranus Fuego, a striker from the Barcelona team. Emma said he's got great immeasurables and good footwork. Free safety. Play him at kicker. Who cares? Do we have the Rams pick yet? On the clock still. Oh, pick just went in, according to NFL.com. Who's my top player still available? It's Verone McKinley, isn't it? Pretty sure he hasn't gone yet. Yeah. Los Angeles Rams pick is in. I am in shambles. We still don't have the Rams pick announced. Daniel Hardy, Montana State. Chargers pick is in already. God damn, they're going quick. We're at pick 15 of 41 in this draft. Sean, I am upset too. Like I was saying, okay. Sean, I was saying before, like Treston Ebner would have been awesome. He went to the Bears, and he's gonna be so good. You are getting guaranteed special teams value from him. You're getting a pass catching back, a home run hitter at every level. I think it's a shitty draft for the Saints, and I'm sorry that you Saints fans had to deal with it. Picks are getting announced on NFL.com before they're getting announced on even Twitter at this point. Dean Leonard, corner, Ole Miss. Okay. Ole Miss keeps getting guys to the NFL. It's going to be good for them when it comes time for recruiting. Do we have the next pick of the draft yet? Nope, Lions on the clock for, I believe, their last pick. Chase Lucas, cornerback, Arizona State. Don't like him. not a fan of him, so I'm cool with that trade. Okay, where are we at? Raiders are on the. Was it the Lions' last pick? I think so. Yeah, I mean, most of the teams we're going to get to, it's going to be their last pick of the night. Yes, so I was looking for him, linebacker. Raiders pick is in. So, fun fact, because the Lions just drafted Chase Lucas with their 7th round pick. Chase Lucas was my 3rd worst player in the entire draft that I evaluated. Make that very clear. Oh, we got chat going. He said, "Did you butcher my name?" Defensive mind of our head coach. That's simple. Hey, how did you butcher my name? Saints gonna get some busted up has been at running back in free agency. We never draft skill positions for any LSU anymore. Just Ohio State bums. Fair. Jets did have a fucking awesome draft. They did. Yep. Thayer Munford to the Raiders. Okay, add an offensive lineman. I get it. He's one beignet away from being Vincent D'Onofrio in Full Metal Jacket. I love that one. Hi, Jerry Poor. How you doing? I'm that good draft to you as in just in general or for the Saints? Just in general or for the Saints? Jerry, good to you in general or for the Saints? Like, is it just a good draft class, you mean? Or do you mean the Saints had a good draft? Where's my running back, Mickey Loomis? UDFA, baby. That's all you got. Right now, Abram Smith is my best running back in undrafted free agency, if I'm not mistaken. Just looking at the list, I don't remember if Zamir White's been drafted, but again, it's hard to go off the top of my head. Stop talking shit, children. I'm kidding. Talk all the shit you want. I don't care. I'm a substitute teacher. Rodney Thomas the second. Rodney Thomas the second. Didn't I just? He did. Yup. Delete that. Rodney Thomas II was one of the players that I was going to have a tweet for if he went undrafted. That's good. That's lit. That's it. That's it. I believe that's it for that agency. Yep, that's it for that agency that I'm gonna be doing the tweets for. Washington Commanders pick is in. Okay. Um, says, yep. You motherfuckers have been Saints fans since before I was born. Like I was there. I was alive for '96, but still, point remains. Old heads. It's different approaches, man. Some people are just like, "Hey, take the best player available." Some people are like, "Hey, take a need." Simple as that. Ain't nothing to be mad at with it. Godfather. Expecting Loomis to make a competent draft move after making inadequate moves in free agency is like expecting an Adam Sandler Netflix movie to get an Oscar consideration. I'll leave you with that. Love you, Brandon. Keep it up. Thanks, Godfather. See you around. Have a good weekend. Have a safe weekend. Have fun. Do your thing, baby. That's a good ass point. If you're born in '81, you sure as fuck seen some worse Saints teams. Mazin, we were talking about this a little bit before, but we were talking about this a little bit before with Carson Strong. I happen to know, like, I've been told he fucking bombed in his interviews. Yeah, I was told that he did dog shit in his interviews, and we know that he's got that knee injury, and I guess teams are just like, fuck that. We don't want to fucking deal with that. Chris Oladukan, quarterback, has been drafted to the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's not surprising. A lot of people said that he'd get drafted. The NFL teams liked him, so him being there in the seventh and just scooping him up as a depth guy, why not? Be excited. UDFA stuff's looking really cool. Kalen Barnes just went to the Carolina Panthers. There it is. Let me delete that one because I was going to have the tweet for Kalen Barnes. I'm pissed Kalen Barnes got drafted. I would have got so much engagement from him going undrafted if I would have been the one that tweeted that, because then everybody would have been like, he ran the second fastest 40 in NFL Combine history, 4.23. Godfather. I mean, you're probably looking at like CJ Stroud. You got CJ Stroud. You got Bryce Young. Anthony Richardson from Florida is someone that I'm going to say, I think a lot of people are going to like him as a prospect. Just because I think that he's so toolsy. He's fucking raw, but he is incredibly toolsy. So CJ Stroud, Bryce Young, Spencer Rattler, Anthony Richardson. Who else is there? Next year, there's Will Levis from Kentucky. Cameron Ward from Washington State is going to be a sick one. He was at Incarnate Word. He was at Cameron Ward from Incarnate Word last year. He's at Washington State this year. He's going to just light it up, obviously. Grayson McCall, Coastal Carolina. Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. Phil Yurkovich from Boston College. Jaron Hall, BYU, if I didn't already say him. Keaton Slovis, Pittsburgh. What's the dude's name? Louisville. Malik Cunningham. I think that's it, really. Don't think there's many people also to list there. But those are the guys that you guys are going to pass on. So, so there's that. Jalen Watson, corner from Washington State. Did I just write his fucking name? No. Different Washington State guy I wrote. Okay. I was going to say, I'm going to stop writing fucking names and they're just going to keep getting drafted immediately after I put it. Jalen Watson just went. Washington State. Yeah. I fucking Kalen Barnes going. I hate that Kalen Barnes went to the Panthers too. They're so over fucking. They're so oversaturated at corner where adding Kalen Barnes is essentially throwing away a draft pick because they're not going to keep him. I think you got C.J. Henderson still there. You got J.C. Horn you just drafted last year. You've got what the fuck is his name? Dante Jackson. I got a lot of guys at corner where I don't think they're going to keep Kalen Barnes, but I feel like they did it just to be spiteful for someone. I do. I think they just did it just to take him away from someone else. Maybe the Chiefs. Christian Matthew from Valdosta State. Okay, I dig it. Andrew Stuber, Michigan. Yeah, that ain't surprising. Who just went? Dawson Deaton. Sorry, I realized there's 15 of you just kind of hanging out here with me. Again, sorry, I'm getting ready to release. I'm announcing the undrafted free agent signings. So Skylar Thompson, QB, Miami Dolphins. I like Skylar Thompson. Kansas State quarterback. He has always outperformed what people expect of him. So that's a great pick for him. That's a great landing spot for him too. Like if there's any offense where QB goes down and he needs to do it, I get they have Teddy right now. If there ever any offense where like he needs to do it, like he can do that. He can make throws. The eyes and brain are there. He's 25 years old. He's smart as fuck. He's just dealt with injuries and he doesn't have a great arm. Okay, sorry. Turn this back on. The Bucks are on the clock. Interesting to note, Skylar Thompson went. Carson Strong did not. Let's see. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's see what your rivals added in the 7th round. Could be something. You could add Andre Anthony. You're good. Defensive end at LSU. You're fine. Okay. I've got all those picked. So all players that I am going to be tweeting for, I have the tweets lined up. I just need the picks to be announced and added in, and I need them to sign. I'm just adjusting the wording of the tweets because I feel like I worded it shittily the first time. But also, guys, I am fucking exhausted. How you guys feeling? Any plans for tonight? Why is Justin Ross undrafted? Justin Ross is undrafted primarily because he's got that neck issue. That's what it's coming down to more than anything else. If we're being honest, it's a medical thing. Simple as that. He's a good player. It's just, or even if he's not like a good player, he's still better than going undrafted. It's literally just that he has that neck surgery from 2020. That's all it is. Team doesn't want to invest that in him. I think a team might take him still in the last few picks. Damone Clark went to the Dallas Cowboys in the 5th round, if I'm not mistaken. End of the 5th. He was like the 4th to last pick. That's a good question. I mean, Rasheed Walker just went to the Packers. That's a good pick for them. Beefing up the offensive line even more. Sorry, I'm just gonna go to the 1st round. And I'm gonna look at like who got drafted earlier. Because obviously they're gonna get significant run. I don't think it's gonna be a QB. It's probably gonna be like Breece Hall. Rookie of the year is probably going to be Brees Hall. He's going to be a big part of that offense, assuming he stays healthy. All right, my tweets are ready-ish. Um, crack my fucking back at some point. Oh man. Man, I'm ready. Tim, how about you don't fucking tell me what to do? But no, actually, my hips are also fucked. I don't know if it's from football or what, but my hips are figgity fucked up. Oh God. Oh, fucking stretches it. I'm gonna go for a fucking walk after this stream. I'll tell you that much. Cause holy shit. I've been on stream. I've been on stream today for 7 hours and 23 minutes. A boy is fucking tired, dog. I'll tell you that. I'm losing my mind here. That's where I'm at. We are on the final 11 picks of the draft. So we are here. But yeah, Tim, no, my hips are fucked up. I don't know what it's from exactly, but they've been fucked up for, I'm 26. They've been fucked up for about 12 years now. Yeah, I don't know if it's from football or like what it was. I remember I woke up one day and I couldn't get out of bed. And I stayed home from school that day. So I was like, well, I can't walk. And the next day I was like limping around and shit. You know, it is what it is. But now it just like hurts every now and then, gets a little stiff. That's why I do yoga. Yoga is a motherfucking help. Yoga with Adrian with an E at the end. YouTube, just watch it, do it. It's amazing. It's amazing. Hurts like a bitch sometimes, but it's amazing. Isaiah Pacheco from Rutgers drafted. Another one. Also, Britton Brown just got drafted by out of UCLA, the running back. That's an interesting one because that is another running back drafted by the Raiders this year. They have expiring contracts next year. They got Josh Jacobs. They pretty much drafted his replacement in Zamir White. Bengals pick is in. Also, Isaiah Pacheco, like he's got a solid ceiling, but yeah. Take us in for the Cincinnati Bengals. Let's see if we got the pick in. Jeffrey Gunter. Okay, I kind of like that one. Coastal Carolina, little edge rushing type. He's a little small to be a full-time D end. I think he's going to add some weight before he does it. Also interesting that they listed him as a linebacker, unless they're just planning on taking him off the line completely, which could be an option, but I wouldn't do it. But again, you can do whatever you want. It's your team. All right. It's officially the final 10 picks of the NFL draft. Baby. Yeah, Gunter's solid. I'm surprised he actually fell this long. Surprised he fell this far a little bit. Just thought he would have got I thought he'd be like a 5th rounder guy, but is what it is. Clearly the NFL is very different with evaluating guys as we were this year, which I like. I like there being a difference. Like how the fuck is Verone McKinley still available? Like did I miss that? Did he get drafted? Tell you, we at the tail end here. We're at the very tail. I like that there are 18 of you here for the end of the 7th round, and I love you. I want you to know that I love you. 18 of you here, end of the 7th round, and not a single fucking Saints pick since midway through the 6th. I fucking love you. Let's go. You should be, Tim. You should be. You should be fucking psyched. I'm psyched. I don't know where any of them are going yet. That sometimes happens. I don't know where any of them are going yet, but I hope I get to announce at least one fucking Saints pick. Russ Yeast just went, fuck! He was one of the players that I was supposed to fucking tweet about if he went in. I mean, delete that draft, damn it. I'm pissed. Is that now the second time the Rams did that to me this round? Who took the other guys? Panthers took Kalen Barnes. Who took the Yale kid? The Colts. The Colts did that. What happened with Oregon players that Michael Wright is there? What is this? Yeah, that's right, Mazin. Fuck the Rams. Fuck me up when I'm trying to fucking get my UDFA interaction. Oh, whoa, 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 Zion. Sorry, I just saw a message in a different chat, and it's like, whoa. We could throw the entire 2020 draft in the trash. I mean, shit, you might as well. Elijah Hicks goes. Is he someone I was supposed to get? I'm gonna be pissed if he was. I'm gonna whoop some ass if he was. No. Okay. There's two people that I care about that I really want to get the tweet off for. I'm gonna be fucking heated if I don't get to. Trenton Gill, punter. Okay. A punter is off the board there. So we got that. Arizona Cardinals up twice. That happened last time. That was your last pick. They have 2 picks now. And then they're done. We're on the final 7 picks, baby. Two Cardinals, 1 Packers, 1 Chiefs, 1 Chargers, 1 Rams, 1 Niners. I'm very interested to see how this shapes up. Or how this shakes out? I don't know. Whatever term you want to use. I'll tell you, when I did that one chip challenge, I think eating the banana helped because my stomach don't even hurt anymore.
Chip challenge.
Oh god, that sucked. I just accidentally turned my own volume on trying to click live. So you're about to hear that in a second, probably. Sorry about that. Oops. Let's see. Arizona Cardinals, their final 2 picks of the draft, right? Yep. They're on the clock for right now. I'd imagine the pick is in. I was gonna say I'd imagine that both these picks come in pretty rapidly. Where they're just like, who are we taking? Both these picks, let's do it. The pick is in for the first one. They're on the clock for the second one. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, Irv, you're not gonna find them. Just like there's not, and you're probably better off going to Jordan Jackson's Instagram or Twitter and just seeing what he's posted because, and that's not a knock on him. It's just you went to Air Force. There's not going to be many highlight tapes available of you. That's as simple as it is, really. Like it's not even like me going like, oh, he's not worth it. It's me going, it's going to be really hard to find just highlights of him, which is, expected. You go to a small school. There's a corner that's in Pittsburgh that's coming out that I thought he would have highlights of, but freaky athlete. Dallas Flowers is his name. And that's a freaky athlete there, but you can't really find highlights for him too often because it's Pittsburgh State. Small school. The pick is in for the Cardinals, but hasn't been announced yet. That's very weird to me. I can't even see it on Twitter. Like that's how much it hasn't been announced yet. That's how hush hush it is right now. Breaker. 911. Somebody come get this bitch. Lukita? Oh, Jesse Lukita went? Damn. Okay, that's a good pick. Oh, he's someone I should have asked if I can get the UDFA stuff. I know his agent. I was like, there's not going to be any. Sure enough. Sure enough, there was. I can't believe he fell that far. I was just like working under the impression that he was gone. Like, I don't know. Like, he's not amazing, but I'd like to see Malik Davis go here. Dallas Flowers is a pimp name. It's Dallas. It's Dallis. But it is a pimp name. He's a pretty cool dude. He's one of the favorite interviews that I've done over the past 4 years. He's just that dude. But he was a really fun interview. I had fun with it. I had a blast. He's my 166th player overall. That is what it is. Jesse Lukita, too, is my 115th player overall. So, adding talent, baby. Adding talent. So we have picked 256 from them. Now we need 257 from the Cardinals. Pick is in for that one. Packers are on the clock with their last pick of the draft. I feel like I've had these fucking lights pointed at me for so long. I was gonna record my show for Monday after this too, but fuck that. Where is Jeremiah Moon? Why is he still here? I feel like he should be taken. Marquise Hayes, guard from Oklahoma. Okay, that's nice. I think it's very easy for Cardinals to find like late fits for their offense because it's just like it's so similar to Oklahoma, just worse. So like I think they should easily just be like, okay, who from Oklahoma on offense is available, and just make that pick. Green Bay Packers pick is in with their last pick of the draft. Do we have who it is? Nope. Still waiting for it with pick 258. They took Rasheed Walker at 249. We got Chiefs, Chargers, Rams, Niners still. So interested to see what happens here. I texted an agent and I haven't gotten a text back, and I'm pretty sure it's because they're working on contracts or like finding out which team they want their players to go to. Which, by the way, I would love to do. I did that one my first year covering the draft. I had an agent that I was talking to. First, maybe second. I had an agent that I was talking to where we were covering the draft, and he was like, "Hey, man, like, can you help me out? Like, figure out these team fits in case we do go undrafted. Like, which teams should we be interested in?" And I told him, and I was like, "This is my opinion of who you need." Actually, it happened that one time, and one time after that, I gave the advice, and that player is still on that team a couple years later. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Like I'm proud. Obviously, I didn't make the decision. So Maury Toure from Nebraska is the pick for the Packers. Yeah, I didn't make the decision for where he should go, but like they asked me for a few like places that I'd recommend, and I gave it to him, and he's still there. So I think it's a pretty cool. I think it's a pretty cool thing to just be able to be like, hey, I named the team that I named is the team he ended up going to. So I think it's pretty cool for me to be like, hey, like I named this team and I said that you should go here as one of the teams that I listed. And he ended up doing it. And I'm sure that was like already in their short list of where they'd go, but it's cool that it's been 3 years now. That's been 3 years now since he signed that UDFA contract, or he's entering his third season. So he's very possibly going to be getting that second contract. We're on the last pick of the draft for the Kansas City Chiefs. They'd be the kind of fucking people that would take like Justin Ross, who's like right now a UDFA looking like. Break it. 911, somebody come get this bitch. Pick is in for the Chiefs. Do we have who it is? Is it leaked yet? Nope, I have not seen a leak yet for the Chiefs. We're almost here. Like now is when Saints fans should start coming back here, because guess what? We're going to announce some UDFAs, and it's very possible that those UDFAs could be with the Saints. I don't know who it is. I don't know what teams they're talking to, but it's just possible that they could be going to the Saints. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, we've been live for a long time now. Johnson out, and is he Johnson? I like that you just said Johnson. Imagine as if there's only one Johnson in the draft. Uh, we're now on the final 3 picks of the draft, right? Yep, we got the Chargers, Rams, and Niners, all Cali teams wrapping it up. A nice little corner from Marshall, though. It's fun. I like seeing like the group of 5 get draft picks. I don't care when it is. But Chargers, Rams, and Niners are here to wrap up the day. Los Angeles Chargers. The Superchargers. Anybody here play Madden before? Like maybe, like whenever the Chargers were in San Diego, you ever play Madden? I used to love that little chant that they would do, or not even chant, but like that little time when you would score a touchdown as the Chargers, and then go San Diego Superchargers. That was my shit. Oh, Dean Leonard when they took him. That was a player that I was supposed to do, right? Yeah. That was a player I was supposed to have a tweet for. Pretty sure. No. Different Ole Miss DB. Got it. There's one that I'm really hoping the agent texts me first for it. Xander Horvath. We got a fullback going, baby. Where's Baker going? Home, man. I don't know. I don't know who's going to take him at all. I swear, if the Rams take one of the players that I'm supposed to be tweeting about, I'll put the fucking beats on him. I'm beat their ass. Daniel Hardy was a pick a while ago, right? That's an old tweet. Yeah, he's a pick. He's picked 235. We are on 261. Baker ain't going to the Lions. I'll tell you that much. Lions aren't going to do it. Lions will draft the QB next year, I think. That's what I think they're doing. I would really like it if they signed Carson Strong as a UDFA. This is where I'm at with it. AJ Arcuri from the Hula Bowl, Los Angeles Rams. Okay. Mr. Irrelevant here. The last pick of the 2022 NFL draft is underway. I'll probably hang out for like 15 minutes. I'll probably give it of just like UDFA things. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers. Mr. Irrelevant is officially. I clicked the wrong thing. Brock Purdy. Yep. There it is. Justin Ross is gone. All right, people. There we're going to see it. Brock Purdy's the last pick of the draft. He's Mr. Irrelevant. That shit had me cracking up, Mason. My top UDFA running back? My top running back that didn't get drafted, I believe, is Abram Smith. I don't think he got drafted, running back from Baylor. Again, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he got drafted. I'll pull it up. I'll make sure. Yeah, Abram Smith didn't get drafted. He's also NFL.com's top player available in undrafted free agency. Okay, now we wait. You know, things happen or they don't happen. I'm either gonna get the names or I'm not gonna get the names. It's as simple as that. But hey, we'll figure it out. We gonna be alright. Let's say Oregon QB? All right. We'll see what happens. If we get UDFA names, we get UDFA names. I know that I got 2 agents that told me they would give it to me, or 3 agents that told me they would if they had any UDFAs. we'll see what happens, and a player. So we'll see. Again, I'm only going to be here for like 15 minutes, so I'll be here till 7:15 Eastern time, 6:15 Central. Frankly, for you guys, I'm fucking exhausted. I've been on stream for 7 hours and 55 minutes on the dot right this second. So we'll see. Yeah, I'm exhausted. I love you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you all for joining. Again, we'll see. We'll see what's up. But again, I mean, it usually takes like 5 minutes for things to kick in because you can't immediately announce it because then it's like they had it negotiated before the draft ended and you're not allowed to do that. So I think that's why it also takes like 5 minutes, but we'll see what goes on. They also like I know the two guys that told me yes. I know they have a lot of clients right now. Like they had a lot of clients in the draft, and the 7th round cleaned some of them up. They got like 5 guys drafted in the 7th round between the agents. So we'll see what's up. And then one of the agents, I don't really know how many clients they have. They have a lot of NFL and college clients, like NFL clients and draft prospect clients. So we'll see. CJ Verdell is signing with the Indianapolis Colts. Okay, he was. Yep, Raiders already signed two UDFAs. Yeah, no, it's a tampering thing. Some agents do it right, some don't. But CJ Verdell was the worst running back on my board. Was he the worst player? Yep, he was the worst player. 202 I watched. He had the lowest grade, which sucks because I loved him when he was like younger. But that's where we're at with it. And Texas A&M, Jalen Weidermeyer, tight end signing with the Buffalo Bills. It's cool. Blaze Andrews to the Dolphins. Kellen Deesh is to the Dolphins, like you said. Saints got Abram Smith. Top running back available. That's big. That's big. That's big. Y'all should be happy about that. Abram Smith's a good dude. He's a big boy. Yeah, no, we're sitting, waiting. It's also important to talk about that some players don't sign for a day or two. Like last year, I forgot who it was. But there was like a high ranking UDFA. It might have been no, it wasn't Marvin Wilson because Marvin Wilson signed when we were on stream. But like also, y'all should be happy about Abram Smith. I'm telling you, like he was someone that I really like. He was my 9th overall running back. Like he's someone to be happy about. He was my where is he? Xander Horvath, Bo Melton got drafted. He was my 119th overall player. Cullen Wick, Tulsa D end, has signed with the Colts. Cool beans. I'm sorry if we're on the stream and nothing breaks for me. Marquise Brown. Amazing. You mean Marcus Bell, Florida A&M safety? Marquise Brown is Hollywood. Lucas Krull at a Pitt. Okay, all right. I like Lucas Krull. He's not really a do it all. Like he's a jack of all trades, master of none type. I dig it. That's a good signing from UDFA. That is a good signing from UDFA. I like him. He used to play for Florida, so that's why I know him fairly in depth as a player. I like it. That's a good signing. Did they? Yeah, I haven't even fucking looked at the Giants. Like, what is going on here? Like, why am I not looking at the Giants? Man. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna head out of here in just a couple minutes because I'm fucking exhausted, people. It's as simple as that. That has been such a long fucking weekend. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be here. You can follow me on Twitter if you want at WNS_Brandon. It's on the bottom. I don't know why I keep doing this with my hands. It's on the bottom left of your screen there. Thank you again for tuning in. Appreciate y'all stopping by and spending your time with us and actually like hanging out with us. Appreciate you. You can follow me there if you'd like. If you want to reach out. I'm a very open person. I'm very cool talking with y'all. Weber State wide receiver kick returner Rashid Shaheed is signing with the Saints, so that's cool. Much love. Thank you all for coming in and having fun and having a blast with us. Have a great weekend. Hope y'all have fun and